Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is Rise in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 18, Sasuke gets the Cliff Notes version and it's all horrible. Mission Report D633. Report received from ACNS, involuntary contact made with Umbu Commander Kitsune and Umbu Captain Taka, Allegiance, formerly Konoha, currently unknown. TAP 73I now in custody of Kitsune and Taka. Likelihood of malicious intent, 33%. Extraction impossible with current resources. CAT 15 advised TAP 73I to hold position indefinitely. Plan of action, CAT 15 will monitor the situation remotely and devise a course of action should the safety of the primary, tertiary, and quaternary targets destabilize. Extraction to be conducted in order of designation if necessary and possible. CAT 15 will continue to protect secondary target at 2 directly. End report. Operative CAT 15. As it turned out, setting fires or committing light acts of arson, as Niji once put it, was generally frowned upon in a shinobi village that had more or less just wrapped up a civil war. Everyone was still jumpy, and things catching on fire could bring down a whole bunch of shinobi frantic to find and stop the attack. Sasuke found this out firsthand the morning after Ataka left with the captain, and the only reason he was still in one piece was because Shisui was probably the fastest person alive and swooped in to bail him out. So. His bad. I'm going to murder him, Shisui said under his breath, depositing Sasuke in a grassy field at the edge of the tree line. He clearly wasn't talking about Sasuke, though his cousin knew full well that he'd been the one to set the fire. So Sasuke exercised the self-preservation skill that he and Sakura both had but Naruto lacked, kept his mouth shut, and looked anywhere but at Shisui. Stay here, Shisui ordered irritably from behind his leopard mask. I need to damage control, and he was gone. Sasuke felt a tiny pang of remorse. Admittedly, maybe lighting up a pile of broken chairs in an abandoned alley wasn't the best idea, but Sasuke was careful. There wasn't anything else in the area that could burn, and he liked the dance of the flickering flames. And the captain had promised that they could do anything they wanted for 3 whole days, but he did say, without being caught, so maybe he needed to work on that part a little. Sakura had woken at the crack of dawn and promptly buried herself in one of the larger libraries, because something had clearly gone wrong with her. Hinata and Sai had gone along too, but Sasuke was pretty sure they weren't working their way through a pile of textbooks and encyclopedias the way she was. Temari and Naruto had wandered into town to do some pickpocketing and shoplifting in the wealthier sector of the village, while everything was still chaotic and security haphazard, and Gaara had followed along as either a sentry or a decoy. Haku stayed behind in their library base with Zabuza-sensei, who was still not entirely there. Shisui said he'd gotten his metabolism all screwed up when he got tortured, so the medic nin could never quite give him the right amount of any medicine. It was both hilarious and terrifying, because while seeing him all floppy was definitely funny, Sasuke had a very healthy fear of Zabuza-sensei, who would not appreciate being the source of anyone's humor. Niji stayed behind too, not to stand guard like Haku, but to meditate. 3 days of freedom, and he chose to meditate. Sasuke didn't understand him either. Then again, Sasuke's choice of activity had led him here. He glanced around him curiously. Grass, dirt, trees, rocks. At the edge of his hearing, running water burbled. With a cursory glance over his shoulder, he edged into the copse, following the sound to its source. The whole war, the whole year, practically, had been on the ocean. Sasuke could run and fight on the water and swim if he needed to, and he was wearing his rebreather as always, which would make it difficult for him to drown. He wasn't uncomfortable with water. He was just wary of it. Needed to keep his eye on it. The ground could swallow him in a jeton and the air could twist into a futon, but Sasuke was far more paranoid of a Sutton rising up out of the water at his back. He reached the bank of the river. Frost crunched under his feet, and dead leaves scattered either side. The water flowed smooth and slow except for the gentle froth over an outcropping of rocks, entirely innocuous. Sasuke gave it a last suspicious glance and edged away, back towards the open field. Empty space, different terrain. This had to be a training ground of some kind. Maybe this was Shisui's pointed way of telling him to practice his jutsu here instead of in the middle of the village. He was here. Training was on his list, Anyways, 3 days freedom was well and good, but he was a shinobi. He couldn't not train. Sasuke considered sending a giant fireball straight up in the air, but he wasn't an idiot, and Shisui had probably meant to include, "Keep your head down," with the "stay here." He gave the field one last skin and slid his feet apart into the opening stance for the first kata. He hadn't brought his cloak, and he shivered through the first repetition in the bite of the air. Winter had settled, even if it wasn't snowing yet like Haku said it would. After the second, as he picked up his speed to move faster and faster, his muscles warmed though his breath left soft white puffs in the air through the filter of his mask. He ducked at the flicker of chakra behind him, sliding into a low crouch and reaching for his kunai holster, but it was only Shisui, stepping out of a shunshin with Niji in tow. Sasuke made a face and stood. "Buddy system," said Shisui, gesturing Niji forward with a jerk of his chin. "I don't care what the captain said, whatever you do, everyone has one other person with them at all times." That was fair. Sasuke scowled but nodded. Niji looked about as excited to be there as Sasuke was that he was there. "I've brought Kyuchan back to base camp," Shisui went on. "Where are Rei-chan, Shishi-kun, and Roku-kun?" "Stealing things in the rich people part of town," Sasuke said. Shisui stared at him for a long moment. "Of course they are." His shoulders slumped slightly. "The two of you, don't leave this training ground. The captain hashed it out for us specifically. No Kiri, no Hanran, no Hanaha." "Hi," said Niji, and Sasuke echoed him. "I'm going to pull your teammates out of whatever mess they've gotten into," Shisui said, and vanished abruptly. Sasuke looked at Niji. Niji looked back at him from beneath his ever-present wraparounds. "I assume you did something inadvisable," Niji said. Sasuke bristled. "Not as inadvisable as stealing from rich people in an enemy village." Niji nodded, accepting that. "Would you like to spar?" Sasuke had sparred with Niji enough to know that he probably wouldn't come out on top, but Shisui always said that every spar was a learning experience no matter who won. Also, he wouldn't mind setting something else on fire. "Yeah," he said. Niji was fire-natured like Sasuke, but his was a seething smolder to Sasuke's mercurial blaze. He also had a sense of fair play that bordered on patronizing. When he saw Sasuke hadn't brought his katana, he took off his Tonto's harness and propped it up against a tree. Sasuke watched him with narrowed eyes. "Everything goes, shy of drawing blood," Niji proposed. "Sure," said Sasuke. Niji favored close combat in his blade more than Sasuke did, and Sasuke was a shinobi. Shinobi didn't give up advantages when they were already behind. Sasuke's Sharingan whirled to life with a hand seal, the world turning bright and sharp, and he saw the answering flare of chakra as Niji activated his Byakugan. Niji set his feet and raised his hands before him, and Sasuke took the invitation to charge. Sasuke palmed a pair of kunai as he sprinted, watched the impression of future Niji's dodge, and hurled the blades in quick succession. Niji spun to the side, but Sasuke swerved in his path, a third kunai in hand as he slashed at the older boy and his other arm snapping up to knock away the parry he knew was coming. But his eyes only showed him one future of many fluid possibilities, and Niji had trained against him before. Niji vanished in an abrupt kawarimi that the Sharingan hadn't predicted, and Sasuke's attack struck wood with a hollow thunk. Sasuke spun, his hands already flying through hand seals, and spat a Gukaku as Niji as the older boy lunged. A trio of shuriken hissed back at him through the fireball, and he jerked away with a backwards twist that only barely managed to get him clear. The misstep was enough of an opening for Niji, whose entire team drilled their speed during every training session. Niji came at him hard from the left, kunai upraised in a backwards grip, and Sasuke gritted his teeth as he drew his own, planting his other hand on the ground to flip out of the way again. He landed crouched with his kunai raised defensively as Niji slashed downwards. Sasuke battered it out of the way, barely, and the second and the third, but Niji's strikes were too fast, too precise for him to regain his balance. Niji lunged inside his guard, grabbing his wrist to force it out of the way, and pressed his kunai against Sasuke's collarbone. Sasuke froze, face to face with Niji's covered eyes, arm straining in Niji's grip. His heart pounded still, his body caught up in the battle and the threat of the blade at his throat. Then he forced his muscles to relax, and Niji let him go. "Watch the blind spot you make with the katon," Niji said, drawing back the kunao and slipping it back into his holster. Sasuke grunted. The fight had been lost from that moment, he knew. Of Urazoku, Niji was the worst opponent for Sasuke, fast enough and canny enough to work around the future sight, and he had a jujutsu that could see through the Sharingan's secondary advantage of Genjutsu. But Sasuke would never learn to counter Niji's advantages the way he had Sasuke's if he wrote it off as a lost cause, so he took a step back, spun the kunao in his grip, and said, again. Niji slid his feet apart into his opening stance. Sasuke charged. Their final match ended in a draw when the afternoon sun prickling through the clouds reminded them that the hour for lunch had come and gone. Sasuke had a loop of wire around the back of Niji's neck with the ends fisted in one hand and a kunao at the hollow of his throat. Niji's palm lay flat against Sasuke's chest, just above his heart. Each stared at the other as their breaths rasped in their throats. "Well fought," said Niji at last, dropping his hand. Sasuke let the wire go, sliding the kunao back into his holster. "Yeah, good match," he said. He jogged to the tree line to retrieve the thrown kunao, and Niji did the same further out in the field. Never since they left Konoha had they ever had enough, even with frequent scavenging, and losing even one during practice meant one less on the battlefield. Afterwards, he sat down in the field and lay back, staring up at the sky as the long grass shielded him from the wind that chilled his sweat-dampened skin. His Sharingan petered out when he stopped that chakra flow to his eyes, and the world returned to its normal, washed-out colors. Smoke curled lazily from the bit of dead brush that Sasuke had set on fire during the second match, which had taken both of them to put out. Niji drifted over as well, buckling the harness for his tanto back on, and sat cross-legged and straight-backed next to him. "Your footwork has improved," Niji offered grudgingly, which was entirely Shisui's influence from the months when he had been Team Suzaku's primary sensei. Before, Niji had been entirely sharp edges and cutting comments, rather than mostly. "Thanks," said Sasuke, equally reluctant, because Shisui had gotten to him too. He closed his eyes against the sunlight's glare. His stomach felt hollow, and the afterburn from exertion had begun to collect in his muscles. He rolled his head over towards Niji. "Where is this?" "Jiryu-sensei dropped me here in a shunshin. Didn't see which direction or anything. This training ground has been warded against the Byakugan," Niji said. "I cannot see beyond its borders." "Just say that you don't know, and that we're stuck here," Sasuke muttered, the words muffled under his respirator. Niji didn't move, but Sasuke could feel his glare. "Jiryu-sensei already instructed us to remain here until he returned for us." Boring. He should have just gone with Naruto and the desert siblings to steal things. Naruto was dumb and too loud, and Gaara was creepy and too quiet, but Temari? Pretty strong, pretty cool. She'd been the best shinobi of the 8 of them when they'd spent the years running. They'd added Haku to their number and become Urazoku, and now the pack was the pack and they had Itachi, Shisui, Zabuza-sensei, and the captain, but in the very beginning for 2 years, they'd only had Nico-sensei. Nico-sensei had never told them her real name. "Names are dangerous," she had said for the first time of many when she was standing over the bodies of a team sent after them, with her katana dripping crimson and blood splattered all over her mask, days after that night when it was just 7 kids and one of her. "Do you understand? They came after you because of your names. More will come if anyone finds out your names. It's safer to be nameless out here." Living with the captain was like living with a legend. He was there, but not quite tangible, a little too perfect. They'd all heard the stories from other shinobi when they ran supply missions, Ryukatsu Kakashi or Cage Killer Kakashi or even just Reijiryu, stories so tall Sasuke wouldn't have believed it if he hadn't seen the captain break a warship in half to rescue his team with his own eyes. Living with Nico-sensei had been like living with a feral lioness. She was raw and rough and ferocious and fiercely protective. They watched her struggle and lie and steal, watched her hunt and kill, watched her leave them behind to provide for them and keep them safe. She was the first time Sasuke had thought, adults aren't flawless, but he and the rest of the pack trusted her unquestioningly nonetheless, to teach them and protect them. And then abruptly, she was gone. She left them with Itachi and the captain and didn't look back, didn't contact them apart from one final word, clear. If this Urazoku and Hanaha and Kirigakure had been one possible future, Sasuke wondered what another would have been if they'd stayed with Nico-sensei. Sasuke stole another glance sideways at Neji. They didn't talk about Nico-sensei among the pack, especially when they hadn't fully trusted the captain yet, and then when they had the war and constant threat of ambush to worry about, and they didn't talk about Hanabi either. Did he and Hinata think about her? Wonder if she and Nico-sensei were dead or alive. Because even the edges of the war had taught Sasuke that people died suddenly, quietly, and sometimes left someone behind without them ever knowing they'd been left. I can see you doing that, Neji said pointedly. Sasuke glowered at the sky. He reached down to his belt for his bone mask and hooked it over his face and the respirator. Let him try to see through that. TCH, Neji scoffed. Do you think about them? Sasuke asked abruptly. About who? Neji shot back. Nico-sensei. And Hanabi. Neji sucked in a sharp breath. No, he said, clipped. Thinking about them will do nothing. It is better to focus on the problems of today. Think they're alive? Sasuke pressed. It's been a year since we heard from them. What does it matter? Neji said irritatedly. Sasuke huffed and dropped it. Just as Sasuke was beginning to shiver, a rush of wind and chakra prickled his senses and he was crouched on his feet with a hand over his holster before registering that it was Shisui again. Right, kids, said Shisui, his affability back intact. Ichi-kun and Kyu-chan put together lunch, and everyone else is back at base and in one piece. Let's head on back. Haku and Hinata both cooking meant lunch would be pretty decent, even though there wasn't much food in Kiri even after the war. Sasuke shoved to his feet, and Neji followed suit with a grace that Sasuke envied. Shisui held out both hands to them, and when they took them, pulled them along in a dizzying shunshin that deposited them at their library's doorstep. Sasuke shook his head to get rid of the lingering vertigo as Shisui palmed the door with a pulse of chakra. Oh my gods, look what we got! Naruto yelled gleefully as soon as they stepped in the door, lunging towards him in a tackle. Sasuke ducked, but Shisui plucked his teammate out of the air without looking and set him back on his feet, so instead of bulldozing Sasuke into the floor, he just crashed into Sasuke's shoulder and bounced off. What? Snapped Sasuke, staggering backwards as Neji heeled around him and beelined for the food, hooking his shades up to the top of his head now that they were under the cover of their base camp. We got so much stuff, look it. Naruto dragged him by the wrist past the still steaming pot on the table, which Sasuke threw a despairing glance at, past the rest of the pack as Sakura waved at him and made no move to help, and into their converted sleeping quarters. So much stuff, Naruto repeated, dropping Sasuke's hand and doing a little twirl in the middle of the room. Sasuke's eyes widened and he pulled off his mask for a better look, because the bottom bunks were all completely covered in clothes. Pants, shirts, jackets, all draped over the frames, and blankets and sleeping bags, mostly dark colors but some brighter ones too. What did you take off with an entire store? Sasuke demanded. Where did you even put it? Naruto cackled. Shishi made sand clones to wear them and walked them back here. Check it out, I got you. Sasuke's stomach growled, and he said hurriedly, Roku, I need to eat. Show me whatever after lunch. If he knew Naruto, the clothes showing would take the entire afternoon and then some. Naruto puffed up and then deflated, because they were all sensitive about food. Fine, he said, jabbing a finger at Sasuke. But you better eat fast, or I'll give all your stuff to Gogo-chan. Sasuke scoffed, already on his way to the platters of food on the far side of the main room. Like she'll want it, he tossed over his shoulder. Do I ever say no to new clothes? Sakura called, her mouth half full, and Temari laughed, cheerful and viciously satisfied. You would if they resembled Zabuza-sensei's cow patch pinstriped combination uniform, Sai pointed out, and Sasuke snorted. Haku twitched. That particular outfit met an unfortunate accident while I was mending it, he said, and then checked over his shoulder. The curtain that served as a makeshift door to the captain and Zabuza-sensei's quarters didn't stir. I don't think he cares about what he wears, Shisui offered from his perch on a worn desk a little ways away from the pack. He kind of just throws on whatever and sometimes it just doesn't work. Those pieces did not work with anything, Haku said. Someone could make them work, I bet, said Sakura. Sasuke tuned out the rest of the conversation in favor of the food. Today was oyakodon and gyoza, and Sasuke heaped an overflowing ladle of the chicken and egg over his rice, adding a dozen gyoza almost as an afterthought. He ignored Naruto's enthusiastic waving. He had since returned to his own lunch and couldn't talk with his cheeks bulging with food, and sat down with Hinata and Temari instead, tugging his rebreather down to hang around his neck. When Temari grinned down at him, he jerked his chin towards their sleeping quarters and raised an eyebrow. Temari shrugged, but her smile had once again taken on a smug edge. "It wouldn't be fair if we didn't get something for everyone," she said. "We raided the stockrooms for most of that. It'll be a while before anyone notices anything missing." "And you will not be doing that again," Shisui interjected pointedly. "Yes, sensei," said Temari, but her eyes sparkled with mirth. "You especially, Shishi-kun," he added, narrowing his eyes at Gaara. Gaara glanced up, blinked once, innocently, and went back to his food. "The captain said we get 3 days to do whatever, though," Sakura piped up, although Sasuke doubted her chosen hobby of reading in the library was going to be blacklisted next. "Yeah." Naruto agreed, bouncing up and accidentally sending one chopstick catapulting across the room until Sai caught it midair and tossed it back. "We ain't gonna get caught getting new stuff." Shisui looked very much like he wanted to slam his own head into the wall. Within reason. Not setting bonfires in the middle of town or robbing upper caste boutiques or taking 24 books from the library without checking them out. All eyes swung to Sakura, who cringed. "I was going to bring them back when I was finished with them." "We do not have library cards," Sai added. The staff appeared short-handed, and in any case, approaching a staff member to register an account would compromise our identities, or betray our lack thereof. Shisui stared dully at him. "What about training? Didn't you hellions want to train? Fun training?" Sasuke exchanged a glance with Hinata, then Temari. "We can do that," Temari said magnanimously. "Cool. Great," said Shisui, with marginally more enthusiasm. "We'll head out to the training field after lunch. And another thing, from now on, in the village, we're going no masks, no henge. The Kiri forces are going to be told that Hanabiha is the Hanran's Hana division, made up of a combination of mercenaries and Kiri shinobi that had been stationed away from the mainland. That shouldn't be a difficult story to sell," Haku noted, tapping the ends of his chopsticks against his lips. "There are numerous academies and outposts on the outlying islands. Some shinobi are stationed there their whole lives and rarely if ever come to the village proper." Shisui nodded. "I need you guys to get really solid on your covers. Rei-chan and Ichi-kun, coordinate it and let me know by the end of the week what you all decide." He reached behind him. "We're going to need to start wearing these." Sasuke's heart leapt into his throat. When he was a kid, the Hitaiate was all he'd wanted. It symbolized skill, strength, responsibility, acknowledgement, but every time he imagined receiving the headband at his graduation, it had borne Konoha's leaf, not Kiri's mist. He glanced up at the sudden silence and saw the same indecision on Naruto's face and Niji's, and even Temari's. "Hey," said Shisui gently. "It's all a cover, yeah? Don't think about it too much. It's a stepping stone on the way back home." "It's the mission," Hinata said, in Q's controlled tones, low and dispassionate. Shisui's brow crinkled a little, but Naruto said, "Yeah. It's just us being spies, like real shinobi." "We are real shinobi, idiot," Sasuke said reflexively, and Naruto scowled at him. "If it helps," Shisui interrupted before Naruto could throw something or himself at Sasuke, "many of the Hanaha shinobi have decided to wear the Hitaiate, but not on their foreheads, as is traditional. Another small piece of rebellion, Hanaha were good at that. Urazoka were good at that." "That does help, sensei," said Sakura, her eyes resolved. "Give us the Hitaiate." The Hitaiate weighed heavily on Sasuke's bicep. A brief, chaotic scramble to divide up the spoils of stealing had followed lunch until Shisui called them back out in their criminally nice new clothes to do their fun training. From his understanding, what separated fun training from not fun training was the absence of live weapons, and Sasuke wasn't sure at all how that could be fun. "What do you think?" Sakura asked, dropping back to his side from where she had been walking with Hinata and Haku. "Another three-way team battle?" Sasuke scowled, hidden under his rebreather. "Probably. Training had been nothing but teams and team formations and team battles since Tetsu since the very beginning, when apparently the captain himself had set their teams, and it wasn't that Sasuke didn't like Sakura or Naruto, because they were pretty alright even if Sakura was a girl and civilian born and Naruto was way too loud and kind of dense sometimes, but when he could admit it to himself, he resented being put on the weakest team. He'd learned a lot from Zabuza sensei, who was much tougher and a lot meaner than the Academy sensei and definitely more short-tempered than Shisui or Itachi, but he was an elite shinobi and a good teacher. And then Zabuza sensei had dumped them like a sack of hot potatoes and taken Team Suzaku with him on his missions instead, so that was kind of a blow. True, Haku was his apprentice already and had been an actual hunter-nin, and true, Temari had practically been a genin when they met her, and Niji was a year older than him, had activated his Jujutsu, and was alright for a Hyuga even if he did tend to stay behind his teammates in battle because he wasn't quite to their level yet, but they'd gone on real missions and real fights. Team Genbyu had done solo missions, and even gone on a long-term infiltration in the lower city, because Sai had his ink and Umbu training, and Hinata had her eyes and the thing she did where she became different people, and Gaara had his sand in a body count nearing if not already in the triple digits. Sasuke was 85% certain that Gaara had killed someone or multiple someones on that long mission that none of them, not even Shisui, would admit. Meanwhile, Sasuke and Sakura and Naruto drilled and sparred and traded off endless sentry and cooking duty, or fought in battles under very close supervision, except for the one time on the warship in the harbor. Their only claim to fame was that they'd gotten captured on their very first solo mission, a supply run, gotten tortured, and needed the rest of the pack and all of the sensei, plus the captain, to rescue them. So, in general, Team Byakko didn't tend to do very well in three-way team battles. Sasuke didn't have high hopes for today, either. Sakura hummed, her fingers coming up to cover the plate on her own Hitayate absently. "I think it'll be fun," she said optimistically. "At least no one will be trying to kill us. This is supposed to be a break," she added when Sasuke just shrugged, but his mood had no effect on hers whatsoever. "Okay, everyone," Shisui called, clapping his hands together. "Here are the rules for today's training exercise. It's called," he paused dramatically, "Assassins." The pack exchanged dubious looks. "Is this kinda like when we played Shinobi when we were kids?" Naruto asked skeptically. "You're not going to be running around throwing sticks at each other," said Shisui after a confused pause. He grew up during the Second Shinobi War and graduated to Genin at age 6, he'd probably never played the game in his life. "The point of the exercise is to eliminate your assigned target while avoiding whoever has you as their target. You can only eliminate your target, and once you do, their target becomes yours. The goal is to be the last person standing." Sakura raised her hand. "Does everyone know who everyone else's assigned target is?" "Nope," said Shisui. "This is a game for stealth, strategy, and deception. I'll let you figure that out. There are 2 ways to eliminate someone: pin them for a 3 count or steal their Hitayate without damaging it, so everyone, tie yours somewhere accessible, single bow knot. No ninjutsu, no genjutsu, no dojutsu, and no live weapons." "Boo," complained Naruto, screwing up his face and sticking out his tongue. On the far side of the group, Niji looked faintly disgruntled. "Using natural abilities should be allowed," he said. Shisui raised an eyebrow, amused. "Hey, I'm just trying to give you all a sporting chance against Shishi-kun. In any case, everyone can stand to work on the basics." Temari was nodding. Sasuke agreed reluctantly. "Any questions before we start?" he asked cheerfully. "No? 10 seconds to get as far away as you can, and then I'll find you all and give you your targets individually. And scatter." Sasuke bolted, his feet carrying him off instinctively before his mind registered that he was running. Out of the corner of his eye he could see a blur of black hair and black cloth as Sai streaked into the cover of the trees to his right. "Stop." Shisui's voice drifted faintly on the wind, and Sasuke skidded to a stop under a crooked beach. He turned in a slow circle and caught a flash of dark cloth on his other side maybe 80 meters away. He watched, but whoever it was shifted until the tree trunk covered them entirely. Sasuke waited. The morning's clouds hadn't cleared, and the sunlight that trickled through cast an omniscient gray shadow over the training ground. He still didn't have his cloak or a jacket, but he was now wearing a long-sleeved shirt with a high collar to block the wind from the thievery team's hall. The cold was bearable now. A familiar rush of chakra and wind announced his cousin's arrival. "Hey there, Shi-kun," said Shisui breezily. A crow perched on his shoulder, not his flock leader, but Dashi, who croaked a greeting and ruffled the feathers at the base of his neck. "Hi," said Sasuke, half to Shisui and half to Dashi. Dashi rattled approvingly. "Your target is Ichi-kun," Shisui said. "Good luck." Sasuke was doomed. Shisui vanished in another shunshin, and Sasuke stared blankly over the field and contemplated his misfortune. Naruto or Sakura? Easy. Sai or Neji? Doable, with the game restrictions. Haku or Temari? Nah. At least, not by himself. He needed an ally, or allies. He raised his eyes to the sky and heaved a deep sigh, resigned. Even in an individual game, he always fell back on Sakura and Naruto. "Ready." Shisui's voice carried across the training ground, and Sasuke crouched into the grass, tense. "Go." Distance first. Sasuke didn't know where anyone was except Sai, roughly, or who was after him. The only person he was absolutely safe to be alone with was now Haku. He stole into the trees for the cover, even knowing that most of the others would do the same thing. A sudden scuffle made him freeze and then duck, and he glanced through the branches of the bush in time to see Sai land in a crouch, turn, and lunge at Neji in a second attempt at attack. Neji swerved gracefully out of the way and took off through the trees with Sai hot on his heels. Sasuke paused for a minute and then kept going. Sai seemed like a safe bet for an ally, but it could all be for show. It was unlike him to show his hand so early. He nearly tripped over Sakura 5 minutes later when he leapt over a tiny stream into the patch of reeds she was hiding in. He jerked back, bouncing out of reach, but the first thing out of her mouth was, "Oh, thank the gods." Sasuke eyed her suspiciously, poised to defend or run. "Why?" Her shoulders slumped. "I have Shishi," she groaned. You have to help me." Shisui must really have it out for Team Byakko. Maybe it was payback for the arson thing and the book stealing thing. Sasuke met Sakura's eyes grimly. "I have Ichi." Sakura whimpered. And of course, to complete their circus of misfortune, the very distinct rustle crunch of Naruto trying to sneak anywhere approached until Naruto himself stumbled out of the bushes and babbled, "Gogo-chan, I know it's an individual competition, but it'd be pretty smart if we teamed up, huh?" Sakura and Sasuke exchanged a glance. "Who do you have?" Sasuke asked, resigned. Naruto slumped dramatically. "Reine." Shisui definitely had it out for them. They took a moment to commiserate in their mutual despair. "I don't care if I don't win," Sasuke muttered. "I just want to take out at least one person." "Yeah," Sakura agreed. "Team? We can totally take out at least one of our targets if we work together." "Yeah, team." Naruto cheered, and Sasuke lunged automatically to slap a hand over his mouth. "Not so loud," hissed Sasuke, throwing a wild glance over his shoulder. "Okay," said Sakura, propping her hands on her hips. "Our targets are Reine, Ichi, and Shishi. Who do we think we have the best shot of eliminating?" "Not Ichi," Sasuke admitted grudgingly. "Black Ops Hunter Nin. They'd probably never even find him unless he came for one of them." "Shishi's only a problem if he tries," Sakura pointed out. "It's a 50-50 shot at worst." "True." Gaara hated running, anything physical, and not being able to use his sand. Pretty much everything involved in this exercise. But going after Gaara also had a slight but still significant chance of being smashed into bits if he didn't stop his sand in time, regardless of whether he liked them, Naruto, tolerated them, Sasuke and Sakura, or hated them, a vast majority of the population. Sasuke grimaced. Naruto agreed. "Reine." Naruto offered weakly. "I think we'll have to," said Sakura, her brow creased in concentration. "Let's run a double decoy. She'll definitely hear Roku coming." "Gogo-chan." Naruto protested, drooping. "But if she ambushes her while she's distracted, she'll think Roku's the distraction and she's going to try and tag her out. Then, when she's more concerned with Roku can grab her Hitai-8." That sounded, all right. What are you going to do? Sasuke asked. I'm the pre-decoy, Sakura said. I'm just gonna go talk to her. Naruto's face scrunched up. Why think that's gonna work? Sakura smiled. I'll tell her I need help taking down Ichi. He's she's target, so I know he won't be hers. Hers might be you, Sasuke pointed out. Then I'll make an excellent pre-decoy and you better come help me before she catches me, Sakura said. Fair. Naruto squinted somewhere between Sakura's head and Sasuke's. What do you think Ine and Ichi'll be working together? They're teammates too. No, said Sasuke with certainty. Temari and Haku were both apex predators in this game. Solo apex predators didn't hunt with each other when the potential damage from one of them turning on the other outweighed the comparatively small benefit of working together to catch easy prey. Let's go, Sakura urged. I don't want to get ambushed by staying in one place too long. I'm first contact, so I'll take point. Roku, mid. She, rear. And don't let anyone sense me, I know, Sasuke finished impatiently. Sakura smiled a little sheepishly. Yeah. So. They sensed it all at the same time, some combination of air displacement or the feather-light footstep or a shift in the shadows, and all three of them turned, their heads snapping around to face the disturbance. It was only Hinata, who froze like a deer but watched them calmly with contact-colored sea-green eyes that flicked to them each in turn. Are you targeting me? She asked, still tensed to run. I'm not after any of you. No, Naruto blurted, before Sasuke could think to bluff. Hinata studied their trio a moment longer and then nodded. She whisked away back the way she had come without another word, vanishing quickly into the dim forest. Sasuke frowned, the sense that something had been off pinging in his mind. That wasn't Kyu, he said. Mo? Tatsuko. Definitely not Mo, maybe Tatsuko. Sakura watched the place where the other girl had disappeared, mystified. But why would she be using a civilian persona now? Maybe it's a new one that's half civi half kunoichi, Naruto suggested. Like Kyu and Tatsuko mashed together. She didn't make the Tatsuko one too long ago, though, Sakura noted. Maybe she wanted something a little less intense than Kyu but still shinobi. In any case, they didn't have to stand around gossiping about it now. Let's move out, said Sasuke. If they stood around any longer, Temari would probably just stumble into them the way Hinata had. Technically Naruto and Sasuke had done the exact same thing too, because that was just how things tended to go with Team Byakko. Sakura set the pace at a light jog, darting nimbly through the trees on the ground level. Naruto kept pace about 50 meters to her right, and he was definitely trying to be quiet but Sasuke could still hear the abnormal crinkle of leaf litter above the branches shivering in the wind. Sasuke had the best vantage point, taking up the rear, and his stealth had always been the best in his team. He caught a glimpse of Hinata again, just a flicker in and out of his range of vision, and someone slinking through the undergrowth that had to be either Sai or Neji or Haku, but no one tried to attack. He lost sight of them, but maybe they were just biding their time. He and Naruto and Sakura were basically a row of ducklings all lined up for a fox, anyways, it wouldn't be hard to pick any one of them off. Their plan was a plan that relied on a lot of luck and also, not that he'd tell his teammates, the three of them providing too tempting a target not to attract hunters while being a big enough group that attacking them head-on would give any of the pack pause except Gaara. They'd come across Temari eventually, and she was straightforward enough to confront them head-on to at least see what they were trying to do. Sasuke had known Naruto for about 4 years now, and he'd discovered that among many bizarre quirks, the blonde either had wildly bad luck or wildly good luck on any given occasion. For example, being born on the night of the Kyuubi attack, becoming the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi, becoming the primary target of torture aboard the Jurajin Meru, massively bad luck. Surviving and escaping the ambush that killed his Umbu guard during that night, meeting the rogue Ichibai Jinchuriki who promptly decided to follow him home, a really fast healing factor, and in general, surviving as long as he had, massively good luck. So when he heard Temari's voice say, "Hey, Go-chan," some ways ahead of him, he was unsurprised and mostly just resigned at Naruto's power to make things happen. "Ine, you have to help me," Sakura cried immediately, parroting almost exactly what she'd said to Sasuke. I have itchy. Temari huffed a laugh. It's an individual game, she reminded her. Sasuke stole forward, stepping lightly as he advanced. But I'm thinking a temporary alliance might be a good. Naruto charged out of his bush with a whooping war cry, flinging his entire body at Temari in a whirl of stubby limbs. Sakura yelped, high and surprised and entirely fake, as Temari ducked and Naruto went sailing over her head. He landed in a crouch on all fours, cackling, and pounced again. Sasuke abandoned stealth for speed, shooting forward as Temari tossed Naruto over her shoulder. Sakura took advantage of the opening to sweep Temari's feet out from under her, landing in a low stance as the older girl twisted to roll to her feet in a crouch. But Sasuke was there when she came up, one arm blocking her instinctive punch and the other reaching for the Hitayate on her belt. Even with the sudden ambush, Temari was fast and nimble enough to evade, sliding out of the way of his grasping hand and leaping up in an aerial somersault when Sakura threw a roundhouse kick at her back. Naruto, evidently not seeing a problem with reusing the same technique until it worked to his satisfaction, launched himself a third time and this time connected with Temari midair, sending them both tumbling into the bushes. Now! Naruto yelped, high and panicked, and in unison Sakura and Sasuke jumped towards where they'd vanished. Naruto made a sound like an enraged cat and Sakura let out a quiet oof as Temari lobbed Naruto bodily into her, but Sasuke swerved around them both and dove, managing to get a hand around Temari's ankle as she was about to leap away. She staggered but didn't fall, but that was okay because Sakura lunged in time to collide with her, catching both of the older girl's hands in her own. With a crow of triumph, Naruto flopped more than jumped at them, and as Temari slithered out of Sakura's grasp, yanked Temari's Hitayate clean off her belt. Sasuke let go and rolled over, spitting dirt, and sprawled back against the nearest tree as Temari leapt away, too late. Annoyance flickered over her sharp features, a flash of temper, before it vanished like quicksand and she gave them a wry smile. You caught me. Good work. Yada. Naruto cheered, because not gloating was probably not something that had occurred to him. Gogo-chan, we did it. Naruto lunged at Sakura in a tackle hug, and Sakura caught him with a laugh, her eyes alight, and let him swing her around in a circle. She patted his arm to get him to put her down. When she stepped back, she had Naruto's Hitayate tangled in her fingers. Sasuke boggled. Naruto looked at the Hitayate in his hand, looked at the one in Sakura's hand, and said, "Hey, isn't that my," and then gaped silently. Temari started to laugh. "You're terrible," Sasuke said, eyeing Sakura with newfound wariness and respect. She beamed, victorious and bashful at once. "Sorry, Roku," she said. "You said you had shishi." Naruto protested, outraged. "Gogo-chan." Temari barked a laugh. "Shishi was my target," she said, grinning. "He's out. Has been for the last 10 minutes. If Gaara was out, there was now at least a 25% chance that Sakura's new target would be Sasuke. Sakura realized this at the same time, and she turned to meet his suspicious stare with mock innocence. She offered him a sweet smile. "Shikun, we're still allies, right?" "Huh? Nope," he said, and turned tail and fled while he still had a head start. Better to run now than let her worm her way back into his trust and backstab him the exact same way. He and Sakura and Naruto had managed to eliminate Temari, which was pretty good even if they had outnumbered her 3-1. The cons: Sakura had just been using him and Naruto both, Sasuke had no reel of finding let alone tagging Haku out, and someone coming after him probably Sai or Neji now had a lone target. He needed to change at least one of those. He changed his course, angling back out to the open field, where the grass brushed his shins and left beads of water soaking into his pants. The clouds had darkened, even though he'd left the shadows of the trees, the light was just dim enough that he had to strain his eyes when he checked the tree line behind him. One sweep and nothing, just the easy rattle of naked branches and the small-leafed shrubbery with the wind. Sasuke shivered and swiveled slowly. He squinted. He said out loud, "Even if you tag me out, you can't get itchy by yourself." A pause, long enough that Sasuke wondered if he'd called out a really springy bush or something by mistake. Then a shadow detached from the rest and Neji slid out of the trees, the loose ends of his Hitayate fluttering behind where it was tied on his arm. You believe you will improve those odds with an alliance? Sasuke glowered. It's basic math, he pointed out. Sure, you can take me out. Go after him by yourself, let me know how that goes for you. Neji stalked closer, and Sasuke tensed. Fine, said Neji. We will ally until Ichi has been eliminated. Great, said Sasuke unenthusiastically. Can you track him without your Dojutsu? Neji scoffed. Just because I could activate my Dojutsu by the time I could walk does not mean I am overly reliant on it. Sasuke rolled his eyes. Is that a yes or what? Ichi is the best of our team at stealth, but it is possible, Neji allowed. Well, Sasuke said, I guess if we don't find him he'll definitely be able to find us. Undoubtedly, Neji agreed. Sasuke eyed him skeptically. You think you can hold him down long enough for me to grab his Hitai-8? If you are able to identify an opening, I will not need to hold him down, Neji shot back. Sasuke bit back a grumble. If only he had Neji as his target instead of the other way around. They ran a two-man search formation back into the wooded area, with Neji on point and Sasuke staggered a little ways behind him because despite Neji's snobbishness and Sasuke's annoyance, he was the better tracker. He wasn't sure what had happened to Shisui or everyone who'd gotten out, but the trees had gone silent and even though their barren branches could hide only a fraction of what they could in the spring, he didn't see even a hint of anyone else. This game had turned into a fun bit of role reversal, just to keep life interesting, since Neji and Sasuke had grown up hunted and Haku had grown up hunting. Still, that wasn't exactly fair because Haku had never really been on the top of the food chain, and also after the Konoha kids had run into the Suna siblings, there was an overarching terror and solace in the fact that any and all hunters that came after them would be subject to an immediate and enthusiastic attempt at smashing them to bits by Gaara. The point was, Haku knew a lot about chasing, but Neji and Sasuke knew a lot about being chased. Neji took off suddenly without a word, sprinting through the barren trunks. Sasuke bolted after him blindly, hurtling a fallen log and zigzagging over a pile of rocks even though he saw exactly nothing. After nearly 30 seconds of flat-out sprinting, a shadow flitted around a copse of droopy trees in the far distance and Sasuke put his head down and ran. Haku was the fastest person on the fast person team, but Neji was also a member of the fast person team and Sasuke was the fastest person on his team, so between the two of them, Sasuke had a half-hearted optimism that they could run Haku down. Their quarry veered away sharply, swinging back around in their direction. Past him, past the break in the trees, Sasuke spotted the thick hemp rope strung along worn wooden posts, the training ground boundary. He gritted his teeth and eked out a final burst of speed, throwing himself forward to intercept Haku. Sasuke caught him with a glancing blow to the knee with his shoulder and Haku spun away as Sasuke landed heavily in the dirt, but even that momentary delay was enough for Neji to join the fray. Neji's lunge almost matched Haku's, but less pure speed and more grace. He threw two open-handed strikes, weaving around Haku's retaliatory blow, and got himself flung into the closest tree as Haku made his getaway. Attempted to, actually, because Sasuke tackled Haku into the frosty loam to his soft huff of surprise. Haku jabbed a hand into his stomach, and one at his throat that he just barely blocked, and Sasuke struggled to keep a hold on Haku's elbow as the older boy twisted sharply and vaulted into an aerial flip. A little help here. Sasuke snapped over his shoulder at Neji. Haku wrenched his arm out of his grip, hit the tree trunk with both feet, and launched himself through the air. If you could keep a hold on him for longer than half a second, that would be extremely helpful, Neji sniped back, ricocheting off a knobby trunk directly into Haku's trajectory and forcing him to divert back to the ground. There's no need to fight over me, Haku said, flattered, as Sasuke did his damnedest to land at least one punch. He didn't, but he also managed to dodge a lightning-fast butterfly kick that would have been devastating had it landed, so he counted it as a win. Neji took the split-second recovery at the tail end of the attack to dart in close, wrap a hand around Haku's bicep, and heave him over his shoulder in a throw, but Haku rolled over in his grip and brought them both crashing down to the ground. Sasuke dove for them. They landed in a tangle of limbs, all three of them, probably the worst display of shinobi-ness ever as they grappled blindly on the ground, crushing fallen twigs and dead leaves beneath them. Someone's elbow struck a glancing blow on the edge of Sasuke's respirator and his eyes watered in response, but he clawed grimly at snatches of Haku's clothes. The end of Haku's Hitaiate brushed his fingers, and he yanked, tumbling backwards. Got it, he cried victoriously, and immediately realized his mistake when Niji extracted himself from Haku in record time and pounced. That was a dumb mistake. That was a Naruto mistake, which meant he'd been spending too much time with his teammate. Sasuke backpedaled furiously and dropped the Hitaiate, throwing a wild look over his shoulder for an escape route. Is he my target? He demanded of Haku as the older boy sat up to watch. Haku shook his head, and as Niji lunged, mouthed Q. Sasuke'd forgotten all about Hinata, and promptly forgot about her again when he misjudged his dodge and tripped over a snarl of protruding tree roots. He stumbled, and Niji helped him the rest of the way down by sweeping his legs out from under him. He hit the ground on his back, the air rushing out of his lungs, and he struggled to get a breath in as he caught both of Niji's wrists in his hands. Even unable to grab the Hitaiate tied around Sasuke's arm, he straddled Sasuke and leaned down, pinning him. Sasuke wrenched his entire body to the side and almost, rolled them over, but Niji braced his knee against the ground and shoved him back. 1, Niji counted aloud, bearing down with his slightly heavier than Sasuke weight. Sasuke struggled. He got a leg up and kneed Niji in the gut, and the older boy bit back a grunt at the impact. 2. Hinata slunk out of the bushes behind Niji's shoulder. Sasuke stiffened. Hey, he snapped, jerking his chin at her. Niji gave him a condescending head tilt for the obvious attempt at distraction. Sasuke gave a mental shrug his loss, since Sasuke was pinned. 3, he said smugly. Hinata whipped the Hitaiate off her cousin's arm in one smooth movement. Niji whirled, practically flinging himself off of Sasuke and digging an elbow in his ribs in the process, and Hinata smiled at him angelically while Sasuke wheezed on the ground. Sasuke couldn't see Niji's eyes, but he was sure they were as wide as his mouth, which he could see. Served him right. Prick. Kyu-chan wins, I believe, said Haku into the resounding silence, hiding a smile. Sasuke blinked awake groggily, staring straight up at the distant ceiling. There was a warm, heavy weight on his chest and he was squashed up against yet another. The makeshift pillow beneath his head rose and fell rhythmically. These were not unfamiliar feelings, but given that Sasuke had definitely gone to sleep in his own bunk, he wasn't quite sure how he'd ended up in the middle of the puppy pile. He dragged himself out from under Naruto's arm, angled his legs from size, and wriggled out from under the blanket, eyes half open. The cold hit him immediately and he shivered, stumbling to his bunk to grab his fur cloak, and sat on Naruto's bottom bunk numbly to finish waking up. He could see his breath in the air. Ridiculous. They were indoors. Sans caves in the middle of the forest were warmer than this place. That was why they'd all ended up on the ground in a pile of limbs and blankets. The cold. The hunting game in the training ground 3 days ago had tired them all out, to Shisui's delight, and so he'd devised another series of training games that kept them busy enough that Naruto only graffitied 3 buildings with paint he'd gotten from who knew where, but last night the chill had woken Sasuke in the middle of the night and evidently prompted his still asleep hindbrain to seek out the warmth of the growing pile of pack on the floor. Even Gaara, lying flat out at the very bottom and therefore warmest part of the tangle, had eyes half-lidded in displeasure at the cold. Grudgingly accepting that he wasn't going to get any warmer sitting here, Sasuke reached up to his bunk for his respirator and pulled it over his head, wrapped the cloak around his shoulders a little more securely, and padded out to the main room. Shisui wasn't there, but Zabuza-sensei and Haku were. Zabuza-sensei had improved rapidly after burning through whatever meds the medics had him on, and as far as Sasuke could tell, was back to his normal asshole self. This morning he was perched on a table shoved up against the wall with Kubikaraibisho resting on his knees, glowering at Haku, or more specifically, at the tiny bundle of white fur cupped in his apprentice's hands. Haku looked up and beamed, which was the most animated Sasuke had seen him maybe ever. "Look what I found," he said, and held it towards him. The fur moved. It had tiny, dark eyes and a pair of long ears folded along the line of its skull. A rabbit. Sasuke frowned, confused. Was Haku trying to show them what breakfast was going to be? It was a very small rabbit, probably a baby, and would barely be a single bite without its pelt. A white rabbit, Haku agreed, pleased. I'm going to keep it and raise it as a pet. Sasuke glanced at Zabuza-sensei reflexively. Haku, Zabuza-sensei growled, rolling his eyes. Haku sighed and said, I'm going to keep it and raise it to use as a decoy in battle. Sasuke nodded. That made more sense. Where's Konoha has shit to do, Zabuza-sensei said. He got Jack done trying to herd you Hellions and now he's buried under a metric fuckton of paperwork. You're awake. Congrats, you two get to do breakfast. Sasuke made a face, but he didn't really mind cooking, and Zabuza didn't take no for an answer. The rabbit vanished into one of Haku's pockets and he stood, glancing to Sasuke expectantly. Shall we? Sasuke grunted assent and led the way to the door. The village was in the bizarre stage between wartime and peacetime, between assigned meal rations and buying food like any other citizen. Technically, as Hanabiha or now Hana Division, they should grab meals from the communal mess set up in the old academy cafeteria. But that stuff was crap. They were better off making their own food. Sasuke tugged the door open and stopped short. Snow blanketed the ground, soft flakes drifting down thick and fast to join the drifts already piling high atop the bushes at the edges of the grass. If you don't close that damn door I'll kick your ass, Zabuza growled from behind him. Haku quirked a wry smile as he slipped out first, preceding Sasuke into the chill air. Sasuke stepped outside and closed the door behind them. Over breakfast, the rest of the pack received the news of the snow with glee, apathy, or dismay depending on their relationship with the stuff. Everyone except Sakura, who was dull-eyed and listless. Sasuke caught her eye, looked deliberately down at the food plain rice, miso soup, and tofu then back up at her and raised an eyebrow. Not good enough for you? Sakura looked at him, tired, before remembering herself and mustering up a smile and a thumbs up. Everything's good. Sasuke narrowed his eyes. Sakura deliberately ignored him. Nightmares, again. They all had nightmares now and again, but Sakura's were particularly persistent. Sakura was glaring at him now, like she could read his thoughts. She didn't like to talk about them, didn't like to talk about how she couldn't shake them off, so nobody ever mentioned them. She jabbed her chopsticks at him in warning before dipping down for the agedashi tofu. Something you two want to share with the class? Asked Shisui, amused. Sasuke stuffed rice into his mouth. Sakura said brightly, I read a book yesterday about the digestive processes of cows yesterday, sensei, did you know they have 4 stomachs? Sasuke watched Naruto spray paint an extremely unflattering nose on the wall and said, why am I here? You're my lookout. Naruto said cheerfully without looking up, adding a pair of buck teeth in bright purple. Sasuke crossed his arms. That's Shishi. Gaara, perched on his heels in a patch of sunlight on the edge of the sloping roof above him, blinked languidly but otherwise ignored them. Nah, Naruto dismissed. Shishi's here to make sure this looks right. Like that guy. Like who? Asked Sasuke, already regretting asking. You know, said Naruto. That one guy the sensei told him he could off. Michio? Machichimo. Sasuke doubted any human being could look like the monstrosity Naruto'd created, but Gaara examined the mess of paint, nodded gravely, and pronounced it, Michishio. Yeah, that guy, Naruto agreed, pleased. Reine says he's a real pizza word and Ni doesn't like him either. Piece of work. Sasuke had gotten used to however Naruto's weird brain translated things. Naruto wasn't paying much attention, since he needed most of said brain to do one thing at a time. Michishio, Gaara repeated quietly, and blinked. Sasuke gave him a wary stare. As he watched, Gaara poked around the roof tiles next to him. One came free, and Gaara batted it over the edge, leaning over to watch it hit the ground with avid interest. Hey, said Sasuke, turning back to Naruto. This stuff is flammable. Let's light it on fire. Huh. Naruto squinted at the spray can. It's what? No, this is paint. I said flammable, moron, that means we can set it on fire, retorted Sasuke. Oh. Naruto looked back at his painting, considering. I don't know. Should we? Yes, answered Gaara. Okay, but we're gonna have to split fast, after, Sasuke warned, even as he gathered chakra to his hands. Sasuke set the graffiti painting on fire. They ran. You smell like paint and smoke, Temari noted dryly as they tumbled back into the library. Sasuke grunted, trying to even his breathing back out, as Gaara brushed past him to tuck himself up against Temari's side. Naruto cackled under his breath, wriggling in place. "Where's everyone else?" asked Sasuke. "Sensei's asked us not to steal for at least today," Temari said, "so Kyu-chan and Ni and Haki went to go run a quick con and panhandle. Ichi and Go are on meal duty." "Reine, you didn't go?" Naruto chirped. "Nah, I'm babysitting," said Temari, jerking a thumb over her shoulder. The library was empty, but the curtain over Zabuza-sensei and the captain's room was drawn. "The fuck did you just say?" The snarl carried from behind the curtain was noticeably slurred. "Go back to sleep, sensei, you're hearing things," Temari called back without missing a beat. Then, to Sasuke and the others, "Kurumi-sensei tried another mixture of meds on him after breakfast and it's made him kind of batty. Zabuza-sensei'd never gotten hurt badly enough to need heavy drugs, but some combination of whatever injuries he'd collected during the Mizuki's assassination had him out for the count for over a week. Not even when he'd gotten poisoned and needed emergency surgery in the middle of Sans mother's forest had he needed so much time to recuperate. Shizune-sensei assured them that he was healing. Just slowly. Ichi said Ishikari nabe for dinner, Temari said, catching his attention again. Hot pot? Sounded good to Sasuke. Hey, Yorizoku, Shisui said, when the pack was sprawled around the library after breakfast a couple days later. His cheerful air had lost some of the manic, strained edge of the past few weeks. "Do you know what today is?" Sasuke exchanged a confused look with Haku. "Someone's birthday?" No, it was December, and Sai and Hinata had November birthdays, and the next were Haku and Gaara in January. He snuck a quick glance at Zabuza-sensei leaning against a table at the back of the room with his arms crossed, the cord muscles bulging in his forearms. Zabuza-sensei narrowed his eyes at him, and he turned back to the front quickly. "It's 4 days after Itaki and the captain left," Shisui announced, a cross between vindictive and relieved. "Your 3 days are up. Congratulations, your proper training starts now." "Ah," Naruto groaned. "I didn't get to graffiti the Mizukage Tower yet." "And you won't," Shisui said with relish. In the back, Zabuza-sensei muttered something under his breath that sounded suspiciously like, "What a fucking nightmare." Sasuke thought that was just poor planning on Naruto's part and had no remorse. Temari'd made time to blow away not an entire lake, but at least a pretty good-sized pond. Sakura'd devoured a good section of the library, and Sasuke'd set a couple of bonfires controlled, thanks on their training ground. Haku picked up that rabbit, which was tucked in the sleeve of his Haori. Hinata and Sai had combined their calligraphy and ink painting into sentinel wall hangings in their sleeping quarters that could be activated in case of an attack. Neji and Gaara had done, probably whatever Neji and Gaara had wanted to do. The fact that Naruto hadn't grabbed the chance to deface the tower instead of random buildings in the village was his problem. "What do you mean, proper training?" Sakura asked tentatively. Behind her, Gaara's heavily lidded eyes opened just a little more in interest. "Well," said Shisui. "Practically since we met you, we taught the bare basics and then how to survive a war. Your training hasn't been very structured or consistent because we just taught you what you needed to stay alive at that moment in time. You're all missing some fundamentals and theory, so since we're moving towards peacetime, we're going to set up a regular learning and training schedule." "That sounds fun, right?" It sounded good, but suspicious. Shisui was enjoying himself a little too obviously, and when Temari looked around, he saw his mistrust reflected in her eyes. "That sounds good," Temari said slowly, clearly choosing to spring the trap. "When do we begin?" asked Sai. "Right now," Shisui said. "Everyone take a sheet of paper and a pencil and have a seat at the table." A moment of dead silence. "Book learning," Naruto and Sakura demanded in unison, with entirely different levels of enthusiasm. Gaara scowled thunderously. Sasuke frowned. He knew why he needed that stuff. That didn't mean he had to like it. "Book learning," Shisui agreed. "Some of you need to work on your writing. Some of you aren't at the level where you can read and understand a mission dossier or a map. All of you can improve your understanding of battle strategy and chakra theory, especially as you start to specialize in a particular jutsu. Paper, pencil, sit, he urged, when nobody moved, and Sasuke resigned himself to a long morning. Sasuke expected that Zabuza-sensei would leave or do whatever he did as a captain, but instead, he stayed where he was with his own stack of papers, one eye on the pack, and Shisui gathered cross-legged on the floor ringing the tables. He looked anticipatory. First, I'm going to test to see where you are individually, Shisui announced. No cheating. It won't help anyone. Naruto tried anyways. There'd been no way to practice reading and writing when they were on the run or living with San and the wolves or in the middle of war, and honestly they'd had much more important things to worry about, like eating, or staying alive. Sasuke frowned at his misshapen kana and snuck a look at Sakura's and Niji's papers. Niji scowled and covered his paper. Sakura didn't, but looked distressed despite her annoyingly perfect script. Said Shisui with forced cheer as he collected their papers and gave each a very careful scrutiny. I see we have a wide variety of answers. Zabuza-sensei muffled a snicker in the background. Sasuke caught a glimpse of what had to be Naruto's paper. He was pretty sure at least half the kana were backwards or had some embellishing curls or swirls, and he'd substituted words he didn't know with crude illustrations. Then they moved on to mathematics, starting out with, what is 7 plus 9, which gradually progressed to, if Kenji has 100 Ryu and buys 14 apples for 6 Ryu each, then sells 8 of them for 8 Ryu each, how many apples and how much Ryu does he have, and ended with, if a shinobi standing at the edge of an 80-meter cliff throws a 2.3 kilogram kunai horizontally off the edge on a windless day with an initial speed of 65 kilometers per hour, how far away will the kunai hit the ground? Sasuke's self-esteem might have taken a tiny hit, but everyone else was as clueless as he was by the time they got to the final question. Gaara was very deliberately marking an army of dots with his pencil, Naruto had doodled Shisui as a cartoon cat, and Hinata had frozen, staring down at her paper with blank eyes. Only Temari seemed to have the slightest idea of what to do with that one. Her, Niji, and Sakura, who sketched some sort of half-hearted diagram before scribbling a number and a lot of question marks on her paper and giving up. It's okay. Shisui told them as he shuffled their begrudgingly relinquished papers into a loose pile. We're just figuring out where we need work. Don't feel bad. He wasn't very reassuring. Zabuza-sensei tossed a handful of dried seasoned kawaheji into his mouth like potato chips and crunched down loudly. It rapidly became apparent that he was sticking around solely to bask in Shisui's growing despair. Chakra theory, said Shisui a little desperately. This one is fun, huh? It was not. Shinobi strategy and weaponry. Don't get caught. Kill the other person before they killed you. Basic shinobi history. Clans fought each other. Clans made villages. Villages fight each other. Was there more than that? Apparently so. Civilian and shinobi culture. Sasuke could only name about a dozen gods, and 7 of them because of the Kiri warships. And how was he supposed to know how many pieces there were to a formal court kimono? Geography of the elemental lands. Suna, sand. Konoha, giant trees. Kiri, islands. Kumo, mountains. Iwa. Shinobi ranking and organization. Okay, Sasuke knew a bit more about this one because of the whole war thing. Or was Hanabiha organized differently because they were technically all Nukenin and not a proper village? He scratched his temple absently and stole a glance at Sai, whose flowchart had turned into an elaborate web. Then he looked over at Niji, who was glaring intently at the 5 empty boxes he'd drawn on his paper, and Naruto, whose answer consisted of cage, and ninja and civilians and not much else. They all had odd patchworks of knowledge. Sakura, for example, could recap the transformations of the political climates of Nami, Kawa, and Tetsu for the past 20 years, but she hadn't known that the Sandaime Hokage was the student of the Shodaime and Nidaime Hokage. Hinata could tell you what was appropriate to wear for about 15 different functions of varying formality but stuttered into silence when asked to explain the merits of a single versus a double-bladed sword. Niji could do crazy math in his head but had literally no knowledge of anything before the founding of Konohagakure. Sai could draw a historically accurate reenactment of the battle leading up to the clash between the Yondaime Hokage, the Yondaime Raikage, and the Hakusabi Jinhyuriki, but couldn't name a single thing that a civilian might gift another for Okyujin or a birthday. Sasuke had some weirdly specific knowledge about growing garden produce. Gaara knew an awful lot about countries with wet climates. Naruto could describe, if not name, the foods, drinks, and the spices preferred in each of the 5 great villages. Haku could list more than 50 gods, goddesses, or supernatural creatures and their dominions. Temari could recite the names of every known Jinhyuriki ever for all 9 of the Byakuya. But in conclusion, most of the 9 of them knew a whole lot of nothing. At the end of their pre-testing session, Temari, having more or less completed the full academy curriculum in Suna, got drafted as assistant teacher for the stuff that she did know, and Haku to a lesser extent because he picked up some stuff as Zabuza-sensei's apprentice even if he never went to an actual academy. Zabuza-sensei also got loudly and reluctantly drafted as a teacher since he was a jounin and an adult and technically already their sensei, and Shisui didn't have time to teach everything himself even if he didn't sleep. That's cool, Jiryu-sensei, but can we go train now? Temari asked. Sasuke could not agree more. Yes, go, get out of here, Shisui said distractedly, not looking up from where he stared dejectedly at the stacks and stacks of pre-test answers. Sasuke hopped up to join the pack scramble for the door. Nothing like a rousing afternoon of trying to maim each other after a long, boring morning. Something was shaking. Sasuke's consciousness surfaced musily, and he pried open his eyes in time to see Gaara finish wriggling his way out from the bottom of the puppy pile and scramble for the door, a barely there shadow in the gloom of the dark. That was concerning. Gaara rarely moved faster than a slow crawl of his own volition. Oh gods, what time is it? Sakura demanded, her voice rough with sleep as she hunched where she'd been unceremoniously shoved out of the way. Oh Tauto! Temari called softly with a note of wariness. No response. The creak of the front door opening jarred them all to full alertness. Sasuke sat bolt upright as Sai jackknifed to his feet and Neji slapped a hand over Naruto's mouth. Suzaku on me, Temari hissed, barely louder than her breath. The rest of you, stay quiet and be ready. But Sasuke recognized that chakra, even compressed and folded down so neatly, and he pushed past her and Haku both and skidded into the doorway. Itaka looked up with a small smile from where he stood between Shisui and the captain, snow soaking into the shoulders of his cloak, and said, Tadema. It's good to see you, Otauto. Okari, Sasuke's mouth replied for him, since he couldn't seem to move. You're back. Oh, Teiko-sensei. Temari said, when she whirled around the corner after him and pulled up short, the rest of the pack piling into the doorway after her. Gaara glanced back at them smugly from his perch on one of the tables. She tucked her kunao away discreetly. Welcome back. One more, said the captain vaguely, one hand still on the open door. A flash of fur big enough to be a wolf slipped through the gap, and he closed the door behind it. Uroshi. Naruto gasped, throwing himself forward because he physically could not pet a relatively friendly dog when he saw one, Ninken or not. As you were, the captain said when he saw them all still hovering. He stripped off his cloak and vanished into his sleeping quarters, where Zabuza greeted him with a groggily snarled, keep your goddamned wet clothes on your own fucking side, hey take. Uroshi's ears flattened at either the sudden bombardment of attention or the abandonment of his summoner, but he stood patiently where he was and allowed Naruto, and then Hinata, to coo over him. Sasuke went over to tuck himself into his brother's side silently, and Itaka lifted an arm and draped it over Sasuke's shoulder carefully. His skin was cool to the touch, chilled by the wind and snow. Are you not tired? He asked, and Sasuke shook his head. How was the mainland, sensei? Temari asked. Terrible and exhausting, Shisui answered for him. Oh wait, that was you kids. Sensei. Sakura protested reproachfully. Shisui leveled her with a droll stare. How many acts of theft and vandalism were committed by persons in this room? A sheepish silence. Yeah, that's what I thought. Surely, said Itake, you could not mean to imply that these competent, responsible genin committed numerous crimes in a foreign village. Naruto wriggled in glee at being caught. Neji rubbed the edge of his jaw and became very interested in greeting Uroshi with a careful pat. Temari's smirk flashed across her face, fleeting quicksilver. Oh yes, Shisui said dryly. Criminals and aiders and abettors, all of them. But of course they cannot be considered criminals unless caught and charged guilty, Itaka concluded thoughtfully. Shisui glared at him. I hate you. Hate leads to suffering, countered Itaka. Then he stiffened ever so slightly and immediately relaxed, fast enough to be a flinch, and Sasuke glanced up to see his brother watching him back, his eyes shadowed with thoughtfulness and something else. Sasuke frowned a silent question, but Itaka patted his shoulder once reassuringly before returning his attention to the rest of the pack and Shisui. I don't think hatred is the reason I've been suffering, Shisui muttered, giving the pack a stink eye. Itaka hummed low in his throat, and it vibrated through his chest. What is the reason, then? Sensei's trying to teach us properly, Temari volunteered, hopping up to sit next to Gaara, who leaned into her. Most of us lack a formalized, classroom-based education, Sai added. Jiryu-sensei and Zabuza-sensei have begun to remedy that during your absence. This causes suffering? Itaki asked with polite disbelief. Yes, Shisui groaned as Naruto nodded empathetically. It's so boring. Naruto whined. It's not so bad, Sakura defended. It can be, a lot, but I like it. Jiryu-sensei is struggling to organize lessons due to the disparity in knowledge between each of us, Niji explained. Yeah, the disparity, Naruto agreed. Shisui rubbed at the edges of his eye. I hope you realize you've been drafted as a teacher, cousin. I'm sure you understand I have many responsibilities, as a captain, Itaka deflected. A significant amount of work must have accumulated while I was away. Shisui's eye narrowed. Hinata stifled a giggle. However, Itaka continued magnanimously, as you are greatly struggling and I cannot in good faith allow such suffering, I will assist you. You're lucky you're my precious little cousin, Shisui grumbled. Uroshi slithered out of Naruto's adoring grasp and patted over to nose at his hand consolingly. Itaka said he was busy, and between his duties with his unit, command, and teaching the pack, he still made time to steal Sasuke away like he had the days fresh after the war's official end and the Mizuki's death. Don't you have better things to do? Sasuke asked, knowing the answer was yes but hoping it could be no. Better, I would not say, Itaki answered, tucking his hands behind his back and leaning over the edge of the cliff to peer at the patchworks of training grounds far below. Maybe it was a Konoha thing, to like heights. Sasuke'd never seen the Kiri shinobi climb trees or mountains or even buildings just for the distance from the ground. There is nothing urgent that I must attend to. Sasuke scooted to the edge and sat, swinging his legs over the sheer drop. What was it like, back there? He asked abruptly. Been a while since we left. You know Kuni is forever locked in spring, Itaka said, sinking down to sit next to him. The air is crisp and the sun far away, but the heat yet rises from the ground. We passed through you briefly after leaving Tetsu, if you remember the climate has not changed much. Yeah, I remember, said Sasuke, kicking his heels. What did change? Itaka's face smoothed, blank and unreadable. Konoha and Kumo wage their war through the lands between their own. You is one of those countries caught in the crossfire. Good luck to you, then. They'd be lucky if anything was still standing once the two great villages were through with each other. That's too bad, he managed to say. It is not a fate its people deserve, Itaki agreed with just a hint of bite. Sasuke chewed on his lip awkwardly. Enough of that, Itaka said lightly, turning a small if worn smile on Sasuke. I should also add that the captain and I were able to become reacquainted with cuisine not based in seafood. Sasuke stifled an envious groan. Everything here is finned, he grumbled vehemently. There's only so much sashimi and steamed fish and fish stew we can make before it all starts tasting the same. Did you get steak? He demanded. Chicken? Pork that's not dried and salted. Itaka was watching him funny again, that strange mix of amusement and affection and something else that glinted in his eyes for a split second before vanishing. Nothing on his face betrayed him, even when Sasuke frowned and tilted his head up. Yes, he said with an almost smile. All of those, and Sasuke bit back a Naruto-esque sigh of envy. Let us go into town, Itaka suggested with a hint of a smile. I will treat you something that is not seafood-based, though I cannot promise anything like steak. Does that sound amenable? Sasuke ducked his head and bit down on a smile. Yeah, I guess, he said. Curry. I don't see why not, Itachi agreed. They ended up in a proper restaurant, down the street from one of the stores the others had successfully burglarized, and Sasuke was self-conscious even with the cloth flaps that hung down to give their booth privacy. He took off his respirator only when their food had been delivered, steaming and savory to make Sasuke's mouth water. Itachi watched him take the first bite indulgently. How do you find it? It's good, Sasuke said. I think I'll try to make some for the others. Itachi smiled slightly, dipping down into his own dish. What are your plans, now that the Kiri civil war is over? Experiment with cooking. Sasuke shrugged. Yeah, I guess, he said. And train. I figured I'd learn more of our clan's ninjutsu. More like the Gukakyu. He snuck a glance up at Itachi to see his reaction. A good idea, Itachi agreed, pouring out tea for them both. Is there anything else you wished to learn? Sasuke frowned. Kenjutsu? And tactics and strategy, of course. Should he be mentioning reading? Drawing battle maps? I see, said Itachi, perfectly neutral, but Sasuke still got the feeling he'd disappointed him. What about you? Sasuke asked, pushing a bit of rice into the sauce on his place. I mean, do you have things you want to do since the war's over? I imagine my duties will continue to take up the majority of my time, said Itachi regretfully. There is the transition to peacetime to coordinate, and plans for future steps to make. However, I would not decline the opportunity to spend time with you, Otauto. Yeah, Sasuke said nonchalantly. I guess I wouldn't mind either. Shisui was always running to meetings or buried in paperwork these days, so Sasuke guessed he should be happy or at least grateful that his cousin took time out of his day to train them. And he was. Just. Taking notes on mathematical processes was mind-numbingly boring. Look, said Shisui, when it became clear that the attention of most of the pack was drifting. This is stuff you're going to need in real life, it's not just messing around with numbers on a piece of paper. Gaara looked unconvinced. Naruto looked lost. Sasuke fought the urge to yawn. Shisui heaved a sigh and Sasuke kind of felt bad for being bored. Let's say you're on a forced march, he said. You're short on supplies. Say you've got a special sort of ration bar that's extremely potent but, maybe, only 11 out of 17 of all shinobi are able to tolerate it. And of those shinobi, 2 out of 7 will experience serious side effects, so you don't want to feed it to them either. If your unit has 500 shinobi in it, how many of them will be able to eat the ration bars? First. 231, blurted Sakura, and promptly clapped her hands over her own mouth in mortification. Shisui sighed. Yes, he acknowledged wearily. That is correct. Please explain how you solved that. Sakura squeaked something unintelligible muffled by her hands, and Shisui said, that's fine. Enikon, you've learned this, haven't you? Hi, said Neji warily. Why don't you explain it to everyone? Shisui suggested. I wouldn't want you all to get tired of me talking at you. Temari traded an embarrassed look with Haku over the table. It is multiplication of the fractions, Neji said. Multiply the numerators and denominators too. Hold on, said Shisui, raising his hand. What fractions? Where did you get fractions? Every step, please. Neji's sunglasses did a lot to hide his aggravation. He took a careful breath. The first fraction is the 11 out of 17 shinobi who are able to tolerate the ration bar. 11 over 17. He took another deep breath for patience. The second fraction is the shinobi that will not experience side effects. 2 out of 7 will, so 5 out of 7 will not. 5 over 7. The numerators are then. What are numerators? Interrupted Naruto, which was good because Sasuke didn't know what they were either. Neji looked at Shisui for help. Shisui crossed his arms and didn't help. Numerators are the numbers on top of the fractions, Neji said, after a long, blank moment where he tried to figure himself out. Above the line. Denominators are the numbers below. Understand? Yeah, said Naruto. By why you gotta give them weird names? So that you know which number we are referring to, explained Niji with remarkable patience. We multiply the numerators of the two fractions. Do you know what that means? Naruto looked down at his notes for help, but they were chicken scratch and doodles and entirely illegible. He said, and Hinata slid over her own perfectly neat notes. It means, you count to 11 5 times. And that is? Niji prompted. 11, 11, 11, 11, and 11, said Naruto. Niji opened his mouth, shut it silently again, and looked for the nearest hard surface to bash his head against. Naruto cackled. I gotcha, he crowed. It's 55. I'm not that dumb. Sasuke huffed a laugh as Haku hid his in his sleeve. Thank the gods, Shisui muttered under his breath, his face buried in his hand. That was terrifying. Yes. Good, said Niji, rubbing his forehead between his eyebrows. 55. Yes. And then multiply the denominators. Naruto interrupted, the what? Niji tipped his head up towards the ceiling and sighed. Good stuff, you guys, said Shisui, once Niji had finished the entire torturous explanation a full 30 minutes later. That's the kind of teaching and learning I expect from you all when I'm not around. No losing patience and no giving up, got that? Hi, Sasuke chorused dutifully with the rest of the pack. Niji despaired silently. Great, said Shisui. I have briefings lined up from now till midnight, so I'll be handing the rest of your lesson over to your Karasu-sensei, he said, nodding towards the far side of the room. Be good for him, he's still getting back into the swing of things around here. Itaka pushed off from the table he'd been leaning against from which to watch and gave Shisui a solemn nod. Thank you, he said, as Shisui gave the pack a wave and ducked out the door, pack in hand and mask over his face. Please have paper and a pencil to take notes, as the information we discuss today will be vital moving forward. Ugh. More notes. Sakura raised her hand. What are you going to be teaching us, Karasu-sensei? History, Itaki answered after a thoughtful pause. We will briefly cover the relevant events in Konoha history that brought us to this point, and at a later lesson, we will go back to examine them with greater detail. We will begin with the Warring Clans era. Niji sank into stone-faced dismay. Gaara scowled. Naruto blurted out, we're starting all the way back there. Sakura was the only one who was remotely happy with this, because everyone else was sane and realized that history was about as interesting as a bag of rocks. She was practically sparkling. Disgusting. That's so much stuff, she bubbled, blithely ignoring the daggers Sasuke stared in her direction. We have to start back there, else nothing will make sense. Precisely, Itaki agreed, unruffled in the face of the overwhelming displeasure swamping the room. Sasuke, please describe the founding of Konohagakure. What a shinobi thing to do, to deflect the burden and the blame onto Sasuke. Sasuke glowered, and unwillingly ground out, during the Warring Clans era, the Uchiha and Senju clans were the greatest and most evenly matched shinobi clans for hire in the region that had become Hai no Kuni. Clan head Uchiha Madara and his brother Izuna were rivals with Senju Hashirama and his brother Tobirama. After years of killing each other, the clans got tired of fighting and made an alliance instead. A bunch of other clans joined in and that's how Konohagakure started. Succinct, but ultimately accurate, Itaki observed. Though it should be added that one of the casualties of the constant warring was Uchiha Izuna, and with his dying breath, he told Madara not to trust the peace the Senju were offering. Years after the founding of Konoha, after Hashirama was chosen as the first Hokage, Madara split with the Uchiha when they refused to leave with him, bent the Kyuubi to his will as a weapon, and fought Hashirama to destroy the village. He was ultimately defeated. That was something that should be added? Sasuke kind of considered it dirty clan laundry. Nobody liked to talk about crazy old Grandpa Madara, or the venerable Meta-ancestor. That was a story that the Uchiha would like nothing more than to bury forever. I know what happened there, Temari interjected, and Itaki inclined his head to her. When the Shodaime Hokage freed the Kyuubi from Madara's control, his wife Uzumaki Mito subdued it and sealed it into herself, and became the first Jinhuriki not only of the Kyuubi, but of any of the 9 Baijuya. Sasuke's and Sakura's eyes met and in unison flashed to Naruto, who looked lost for a moment before realization struck and he shot bolt upright. "Uzumaki," he yelled. "Like me? Is she my grandma? Am I like, the Shodaime Hokage's, like, great-great-great-great-grandkid or something?" Temeri's eyes widened. "You're an Uzumaki," she demanded. "Why are you blonde?" The way she said it sounded a lot like, "Why are you dumb?" Which was kind of loaded, considering she was blonde too. "He is related to the Shodaime?" Neji asked over Naruto's yelps of offense, eyes narrowed and calculating. "No," said Itachi crushingly. "Yes, Naruto is descended from the same clan as Uzumaki Mito. However, he is not related to the Shodaime Hokage in any manner that I know of." Naruto wilted a little, but he was still vibrating because the captain said he knew Naruto's parents but refused to tell him much, and now he knew he came from a clan, which Sasuke unfortunately could tell was different from his "I really have to pee" vibrating due to repeated exposure to the latter. He'd be talking about it non-stop for the next 4 months unless some other, more interesting tidbit dropped. "Karasu-sensei, as clan leadership is often hereditary, are you and she descendants of Uchiha Madara?" Sai asked. "Oh no." Sasuke let his head drop to the table to wallow in his gloom and regretted. Through his eyelashes, he could see Itachi's face blank in a way that would be a grimace on anyone else. "That is possible," his brother allowed. Naruto gasped gleefully. Gaara turned to examine Sasuke curiously, mirrored by Sai. "And then the Shodaime died," Sasuke added quickly, before anyone could ask if he was going to go insane too. "The Shodaime did die," Itachi agreed, "but not before he and his brother, who would become the Nidaime, took a group of promising young shinobi under their tutelage. The Nidaime later sacrificed himself during a mission in the First Shinobi War, before which he famously named one of his students, Sarutobi Hiruzen, as his successor over another student, Shimura Danzo." The name drew a round of hisses from the crowd, Sasuke included. "Boo! Loser! Sar loser!" The Sandaime Hokage led Konoha through the rest of the First and the Second Shinobi Wars. In the latter, some of Konoha's shinobi gained great renown, including Orochimaru, Jiraiya, Senjutsunade, and Hatake Sakumo. "The White Fang," Gaara said suddenly, reminding them all that he and Temeri had grown up on the opposite side of the battlefield from the Konoha crew. Temeri tangled her fingers in his hair. "Yeah, we've heard of him," she agreed wryly. "The captain's father." "None of them remained heroes for long," Itachi continued, and the barely there noise from rustling clothes stopped abruptly as the pack stilled. Jiraiya abandoned the war effort for some time before returning, though he did not stay long before he left again, ostensibly to build an intelligence network. Senjutsunade lost her lover in the war, then her brother, and she too left Konoha. Orochimaru defected after years of unsanctioned human experimentation, after he was passed over for the position of Yondaime Hokage. Hatake Sakumo failed a mission that contributed to the onset of the Third Shinobi War, became the most hated shinobi in the village, and consequently took his own life when his son was 6 years old. Sasuke was definitely not comfortable with hearing about this. This was the captain's personal life more than it was Konohan history. He checked over his shoulder reflexively to make sure the captain wasn't in his room, and caught Haku's eyes when he did the same. Haku grimaced, a flicker of uneasiness mirrored in Sakura's face and amplified in Hinata's. Itachi was oblivious, or more likely ignoring them, and he would not stop. Namikaze Minato rose to fame in the Third Shinobi War as the Yellow Flash and was named the Yondaime Hokage. He reigned for just a few short years before the Kyuubi's second Jinchuriki lost control of the Byakuya, and he died reciting it into Naruto. Temeri didn't volunteer the second Jinchuriki's name. Sasuke didn't blame her. Danzo built up a secret sector of Umbu under his own command. After the death of the Yondaime Hokage, the Sandaime resumed the position. Danzo attempted to assassinate him, and his chosen assassin was Hatake Kakashi, student of the Yondaime. "What?" Sasuke blurted, in unison with Sakura and Temeri. "Quit messin' with us," Naruto demanded, but none of them really believed that Itachi was lying. There was that something in Itachi's expression again, something hard and cold and unfamiliar, and this was feeling less and less like a history lesson and more like a trap. Kakashi Taiko decided not to follow those orders and reported to the Sandaime instead. Sandaime-sama ordered Danzo to shut down his faction. He did not, he merely subsided to wait for an opportunity. His words were clipped, precise. Sai, who always needed to make a real effort to show any emotion, was discomfited enough that he'd forgotten entirely about facial expressions. The Uchiha clan had been marginalized after the death of the Yondaime due to Madara's ability to control the Baijuyu and suspicions of their involvement in the Kyuubi attack. The Uchiha fostered discontent for many years and ultimately planned a revolt to take over the village. Hinata glanced at Niji, her mouth set in a grim line. Haku had gone preternaturally still. Sakura shot a panicked look at Sasuke. What? Sasuke croaked. Itachi eyes drifted to his dispassionately. The Uchiha wanted more, and were willing to start a war to attain it. Danzo was convinced that the best course of action would be to eliminate the clan entirely before an attack could happen. He paused. I was assigned to this mission, but unlike Kakashi Teiko, I did not question my orders. I carried them out. The orders: eliminate the clan. Itachi carried them out. Sasuke didn't hear anything after that. There was a strange, high-pitched whine cutting through the Itachi's words Sasuke couldn't make out, and only when the rest of the pack shot him wide-eyed looks out of the corners of their eyes did Sasuke realize it was him, keening over and over uncontrollably. Sensei, Temari spoke up bravely, pulling back her shoulders like she was facing down a threat and glancing towards the door. Maybe we should. I am not finished, Itachi cut her off, pinning her in place with his eyes and ratcheting up the tension to unbearable heights. He transferred the almost glare to Gaara when he shifted in place on the verge of wary and agitated, his sand stirring as it responded to his distress. You couldn't have killed all the Uchiha, Sasuke said abruptly, his heartbeat roaring in his ears. I'm still alive. The second the words left his mouth he knew it was a mistake, a weak reason, grasping at straws because no matter what happened Itachi never lied to him. If that mission had gone according to plan, you would have been the only survivor, Itachi countered. Cousin Risuke came to get me from the academy yard, to take me away when the Kumo forces attacked, Sasuke argued, desperately ignoring the frigid paralysis creeping its way along his spine. Everyone was still fine, or else he would have seen. He would have known. No, you were not with Risuke Jukiai, Itachi replied, as unmoving and cold as ice, because I killed Uchiha Risuke 12 minutes before the Sandaime's assassination, 11 minutes before the order to initiate Protocol 73I, and 10 minutes before the apparent Kumo incursion. You likely encountered an undercover operative with orders to remove you from the battle zone, per the parameters of my mission. Sasuke wanted to yell, to throw something at him, shout, why would you joke about something like this? Do you even care that they're dead? This was Itachi, the perfect shinobi, the perfect son, the perfect brother, and right now Sasuke looked in his eyes and didn't recognize who he saw. Sasuke's traitorous mouth said for him, why? Is this some kind of sick joke to you? A test. Naruto was scooting away from the table, Sakura inching towards Sasuke, and they flanked him like they did when they were facing an enemy, because Itachi was staring them down like they were nothing, like Sasuke was nothing, like he hadn't saved him, trained him, like they didn't share a home, share blood, share parents. Like he wasn't Itachi's own brother. Parents. That he killed? Sasuke was almost dizzy with the possibility. His vision sharpened and blurred at once, the room sliding in and out of focus. Gaara's sand was hissing in earnest now, murderous intent warring with open uncertainty on his face. Hinata was still as a stone, and Temari's expression had shut down as her eyes tracked Itachi. This is not a test, Itachi said evenly, his gaze skating over them all dispassionately. Those were the orders given to me by a commanding officer, these are facts. They may not be facts you are comfortable hearing, but as shinobi you have no choice but to confront them. He sighed, a slight rise and fall of his shoulders, ignoring the way the entire pack stiffened at the motion. I will conclude the lesson here for today, as I have duties I must attend to. You may self-study the history of Kirigakure from the books here for the remainder of the evening. And like he'd finished any old history lesson, like he hadn't just flipped Sasuke's world upside down, like he hadn't just confessed to killing their entire family, he stood, hooked his mask over his face, and walked out the door. Sasuke. Sasuke couldn't breathe. What the hell was that? Temari demanded, sharp but low. He killed the entire Sea clan. Hinata whispered, Q is calm, fleeing her control now that Itaka was gone. He was following orders, Sai said slowly, like his thoughts were moving too fast to comprehend. Danzo's orders, Niji spoke up, the corners of his mouth pinched in a frown. He was following Danzo's orders. Does the captain know about this? Sakura's voice was shrill. He can't. If he did, he wouldn't. Wouldn't what? Wouldn't trust the Umbu who admitted to working for the usurper right up to the moment the fall began? Let a clan killer serve with him when Hanabiha was delicate and hunted and short of good leaders? Ignore Itaka's crimes because of his talent and his skills. Wouldn't he? Naruto was watching him, eyes wide and worried, and for once he had no words at all. We must decide our next course of action, Niji said, head tipping a little towards first Hinata and then Sasuke, and Sai turned the same look on Naruto. The two older boys hadn't ever forgotten their original assigned missions to keep the three of them alive, but they'd stepped back a little when Hanaha picked them up. They were supposed to be with allies here for Sasuke, with family. They were supposed to be safe. I can get us clear of Kirigakure with Chujuyojiga, if necessary, Sai said with obvious reluctance. The primary concern we need to address is whether we are safe if we stay here. His eyes shifted to Haku, calculating. Because Haku wasn't like the rest of them, he was Zabuza's first. If the rest of them ran, he wouldn't follow. Haku didn't acknowledge the scrutiny, continuing to stare contemplatively at the door through which Itaki had vanished. I might be able to cover for you for a while, if it comes to it, he offered quietly. Sasuke abruptly realized his Sharingan was active and shut it down, and the room swam back into fuzzy focus as the extra chakra surged back into his system. He couldn't think. He needed to think. He took a breath that shook, folded everything down neatly like he had when he was bleeding out in the hold of the warship, and settled into the sudden silence of his mind. Karasu-sensei hasn't made any indication that he wants to hurt us, Temari was pointing out. He's had years of opportunity. And we're not likely to be any safer on our own on the mainland. Why would he just tell us this now? Sakura said. What's he getting out of this? Why hasn't anyone else told us about this? It never came up, Sasuke rasped, biting down the hysterical laughter. Hey, little brother, just thought I might inform you. Remember how our entire clan died during the fall? In actuality, they died right before the fall because they were planning to take over the village and I killed them all. He'd said it so emotionlessly, like it was any old mission and not his own parents, his aunts, and uncles and cousins whose blood he spilled in the streets of their own compound. Did he even care that he killed them? We need to decide, Temari said doggedly before Sasuke could lose his mind completely. With Hanabiha and Kirigakure. Do we go or do we stay? Go, Sakura said immediately, her voice wavering. He has to have an ulterior motive, even if we don't know what it is yet. I don't want to get caught up in that. Stay, voted Naruto. Sensei saved us in IWA, and he didn't have to. He taught us and protected us and I don't think he wants to hurt us. Go, Niji said firmly. Just because he has declined the opportunity in the past does not guarantee he will continue to. Stay, countered Hinata. W had he T told us is TT terrible, but H his M motive might N not be M malicious. There was a pause. Temari chewed her lip. I think we should go, she admitted. At least for a little. Regroup somewhere neutral until we can figure things out. I don't know if I get a vote here, said Haku, but I think you should stay. Winters and Kiri are unforgiving if you strike out alone, and I for one will do my best not to let anything happen to you here. Which was both a lot and not very much. Go, said Gaara simply. Stay, Sai countered. I agree that fleeing now will cut us off from a number of resources. Strategically, leaving now will make us unprotected targets hunted by multiple military forces. The room fell silent again, and Sasuke felt the pack's eyes all turn to him. Sasuke, Sakura said almost gently, the first time she had used his real name in months. Sasuke, it's 4-4. It's down to your vote. Sasuke's hands should have been shaking. He should be hyperventilating, he should be near tears, he should be feeling something. Anything. But his hands were rock steady and so was his heart when he said, we should go. Packing was hurried and efficient but not panicked rusty, but well practiced. Temari cracked the front door open, enough to disrupt the seals so Hinata and Niji could see anyone coming, and they all retreated to the pack sleeping quarters to gather their things while Haku ran out to get them travel provisions. They all kept and replenished emergency stashes of food, had since the very beginning and never lost the habit, but not enough for striking out on their own in the middle of winter. Sasuke packed the new clothes Temari and Naruto and Gaara had stolen, the extra weapons and holsters he stockpiled, a handful of ration bars and bundles of dried meat, his bone knife and his katana in its sheath, coils of cord and wire, a gas lighter and a folded handheld lantern. He swung his fur cloak over his shoulders, tucked the bone mask on over his respirator, and stood. Temari was still packing, throwing more supplies in her bag because she was stronger and could carry more, whetstones and hair dyes and makeup and extra colored contacts, full canteens, and dry rations and a small bottle of shaku as disinfectant, fish hooks and water purification tablets and hygiene kits. A massive flare of chakra erupted in the distance, and Sasuke's head snapped around towards it, the rest of the pack following suit like pointer hounds. "Ni!" Temari said sharply, a hand reaching for the massive Tessin leaning against the wall. "The source is out of my range," Niji said, taking off his sunglasses and blinking rapidly, but it was a large and intense burst. "My vision will be restricted for approximately 2 minutes." "Same," said Hinata, going back to her packing with no indication of her sudden loss of sight. She took her twin Hyoji from her travel pack and tucked them in her belt instead, under her cloak. "Keep going," Temari said, her voice grim. 2 minutes to departure, assuming Haku gets back before then. "Haki, prep your birds. Ni and Go-chan, plot our course out of here since you're done packing." Haku whirled back through the door with a sack of provisions in hand, a harried crack in his composure. "There's something going on out there, I'm not sure what, but..." Another wave of chakra rose and crashed, and he stopped abruptly, ducking like there was a physical attack to dodge. Shisui slammed through the front door and Sasuke flinched violently, the rest of the pack startling into crouches, hands on weapons. "All of you need to stay here, keep the door shut," his cousin ordered, ignoring their obviously half-packed state, Sai's unfinished ink creature taking shape on the scroll sprawled on the floor, the cloaks and the masks that were a dead giveaway that they intended to run. "Haki, take this," he shoved a slip of inked paper into Sai's startled hands, who was closest. "That's a security seal. Activate it after I leave, stay here, and don't let anyone in until I give you the all-clear." "Understood." "Yes, sir," Sai said reflexively. "What?" "No time," Shisui snapped, and this time Sasuke recognized the chakra that surged. Shisui's head whipped towards the door, and Sasuke caught a flicker of worry. Fear? Without another word, Shisui blew back out the door in a blaze of chakra, and it slammed shut behind him. "That was Atake," Sasuke rasped into the stunned silence. "That chakra, it was Atake's." "Change of plan," Temari said. "Haki, put that seal up. Everyone else, be on your guard. We're staying put." They waited. The seals kept out chakra well, but sound less so. A faint, haunting howl split the air as they perched around the edges of the main library room, and that was followed by the barely audible shriek of a high-powered Raiden. Sasuke sat cross-legged with his hands on the katana balanced across his knees and ignored the glances the rest of the pack traded. The ground rumbled once, then again 10 minutes later, the second time hard enough to jar some of the books right off their shelves. They tumbled to the floor and were ignored. When an hour of silence had passed, Haku distributed some of the rapid-ready ration meals he'd pilfered from the mess bars of peanut butter encased in cornmeal coatings, strips of fruit leather, cubes of dried meat and potato. A rattle of the door handle and then rough banging on the door made them all jump after maybe 4 hours of quiet. Temari had her Tessin half unfurled, Hinata's Hyoji all the way, and Sakura had a kunao in each hand. Sai's hands hovered over his scroll, Sasuke's over the hilt of his katana, and Niji drew his tanto in a backhanded grip. "Hey, brats," growled Zabuza-sensei through the door. "You put up an extra seal in there? This shit's not opening." Haku rose for the door. Temari made an aborted lunge for him, but Haku got there first. "Zabuza-san, Jiryu-san instructed us not to open the seal until he returned," he said apologetically, and Temari sank back down warily. Yeah, Konoha's down for the count, Zabuza-sensei said, a bite of anger cutting through the weariness in his voice. Open the door, kid. Haku hesitated, glancing over his shoulder. Temari set her mouth and nodded. Zabuza-san, what did you say to me when we first met? A pause. What, about your eyes? Haku brushed his chakra through the seal and opened the door. Sensei, what happened? Temari asked as Haku stepped aside to let Zabuza-sensei in. Zabuza-sensei eyed her, then the rest of the room as Haku shut the door behind them. Going somewhere? He didn't wait for a response. A lot of shit went down. You're all gonna have to hunker down here for the time being. Zabuza-san, Haku said, concern creasing his eyes. Sasuke took a closer look. Zabuza was unsteady on his feet, the beginnings of a hardy bruise peeking out from under his collar. His hair was damp, and he smelled of antiseptic and smoke. Please. What happened? Zabuza-sensei slumped against the nearest table as the pack watched warily, and dragged a gloved hand down his face. Fuck, he muttered to himself. Fucking, fuck. He visibly pulled himself together, bracing his hands against the edge of the table, and looked them over before his eyes landed on Sasuke. Sasuke felt the blood drain from his face. Itaka went batshit, Zabuza-sensei said mercilessly. He and fucking Makoto, you don't know him, he's the head of Mei's bodyguard team. They up and tried to kidnap the new Sanbai Jinhiriki. Sasuke stopped breathing. Heitake caught them. Held them down till backup got there, but the fucking fool held back. Itaka put him in a coma. He's not waking up. No. He wouldn't. Not the captain, Itaki respected him so much. Makoto's dead, Higata got him good. Itaka split without the Jinhiriki when Senju showed up, but Konoha's not doing too great either. Lost a lot of blood and got a whole rack of cracked ribs. He's in medical, Shizun's working on him while Senju does Heitake. Sasuke hurt. His chest was killing him, his throat too swelled up for him to breathe, and he clawed uselessly at the collar of his shirt. This wasn't real. It couldn't be, this had to be training. He got caught in a genjutsu and he just needed to break out. He was keening again, he realized, and Zabuza-sensei was staring at him with confusion and alarm. Oh, fuck, Zabuza-sensei said, leaning forward like he wanted to go to Sasuke but not sure what to do. Fuck, what's wrong with him? His words faded in and out of Sasuke's hearing. Shit. Punk, dollface, go fetch fucking what's her name, the medic Ninkuri. Now. Sai and Niji bolted from the room on the edges of Sasuke's awareness, and he clutched the sides of his head and pressed hard like that might make everything stop. Zabuza-sensei was suddenly in front of him, trapping either of his wrists in an iron grip and forcing them down. Hey, none of that, he said gruffly. Quit, if you know what's good for you. Step back, he snarled over his shoulder at Sakura and Naruto, hovering behind him with concern etched in their faces. Give him some fucking room to breathe. Ha. Breathe. How the hell was Sasuke supposed to breathe? Sasuke woke up with dread sitting in a pit in his stomach and he didn't know why. He blinked as his vision blurred and turned his head to the side to see Shisui slumped in the chair next to his medical pallet. His cousin's face was pale and drawn, shadows drawn in dark circles around his eyes. Bandages wrapped his torso under his loose yukata, and clear tubing snaked blood into his arm from the bag that hung on the wall above Sasuke's pallet. He was asleep, but as Sasuke watched, his eyelashes fluttered and he stirred, awareness flickering back into his eye. Shikan, he grated out, and tilted his face away and coughed a horrible, hacking cough that racked his body in tremors. Itaka. Itaka did that to him, Sasuke realized apathetically. He didn't feel anything about that because the world had gone blessedly, horribly numb and he didn't even care. Are you okay? He asked Shisui listlessly. Shisui huffed an incredulous laugh and stifled another cough. I'm fine. You collapsed, he added, and shuffled his chair closer to Sasuke's side. Sasuke turned back to face the ceiling. Is he gone? He asked. Shisui was silent, but Sasuke could feel the trickle of anguish in his chakra. Yeah, he said. He's gone. Oh, said Sasuke, and closed his eyes again. In a bizarre turn of events, Zabuza-sensei was sacked out in the chair the next time Sasuke woke up. He blinked, uncomprehending, and tried to climb out of bed. There was an unexpected needle in his arm that had been pumping something clear into his veins, and it ripped itself out and sent the bag with the fluid crashing to the ground, which disoriented Sasuke as he tripped out of the bed. Zabuza-sensei caught him by the arm before he hit the ground and scowled at him. Fuck do you think you're doing?" he muttered, heaving him back up with very little effort. Sasuke thought about that, but it was bizarrely difficult because his mind was foggy and sluggish. "Training," he decided. Zabuza-sensei snorted. "Yeah, no. That was fair." Sasuke didn't know why, though. Where was, who? "Konoha's back at base camp, recovering," Zabuza-sensei answered when he trailed off. "Heitake's still in a coma." Sasuke squinted at him. "Why?" Zabuza-sensei must have gained psychic powers while Sasuke was sleeping, because he said, "Konoha didn't wanna leave you alone. Wouldn't leave here till I told him I'd stay." He rolled his eyes dramatically. "Plus, I'm ducking the shitstorm of Konoha and Kiri commands. They're all pissed." "Oh." Sasuke considered this. "Can I go back to camp?" Zabuza surveyed him with narrowed eyes and shrugged. "Fuck it, I don't see why not. Sit tight, let me find a medic nin to clear you or they'll be on our asses from dawn to dusk." He stumped out of the room, and as Sasuke sat up, he saw the bulge of Kyubikuraiba show under his cloak. Sasuke rubbed at the place where the needle had come out of his arm, pinching to watch the blood bead up, letting go and watching it spread and slide down his skin. "Ah, a bit too eager to get out of here," said a voice, but the woman's face was neutral despite the concern in her voice. She reached out, and Sasuke let her take his arm and draw a green glowing finger over the break in his skin. It closed without a whisper, and Kuri wiped away the blood briskly with a clean cloth. She rested a hand on Sasuke's head, careful but impersonal, and her eyes lidded as warm chakra washed over him. She opened her eyes again and the green glow faded. "You're good to go," she said. "Come back if you feel dizzy, faint, or experience changes in hearing or vision." Sasuke nodded. Zabuza-sensei, leaning in the doorway, stepped through to let her out. "All right, boy," he said. "Mask on, let's roll." The entire pack was sprawled or perched in the main room of the library, books and paper or weapons and cleaning cloth laid out in front of them, and they all looked up when Sasuke stepped into the room. "She." Naruto whisper yelled, which was everyone else's normal talking voice. "You're back." They very deliberately weren't crowding him. Sakura grabbed Naruto's arm when he tried to lunge, dragging him back. "Shikon," Temari said, carefully, like she was approaching a feral cat. "It's good to see you." Sasuke shrugged a shoulder. "Thanks," he said, and went over to sit with Hinata and Haku. "Are you okay?" asked Haku, hushed enough that only they three could hear. Sasuke thought about it. "I'm fine," he said, reaching over to pull one of the textbooks closer to him. And he was. Sasuke drifted. Life moved on. Itachi was gone and he left Sasuke behind after bringing his entire world crashing down, but the sun still rose every day and Sasuke hated it a little for that. But he ate at meals and took notes when Shisui lectured on anatomy and clan etiquette between coughing spells and sparred and drilled with his team on the training grounds. The pack made no more mention of leaving Kirigakure and Zabuza-sensei, and Shisui never brought up their interrupted attempt either. The Konoha and Kiri delegations settled back into their uneasy alliance after the double betrayal. Temari and Haku led pack training exercises more often than not now, since Shisui and Zabuza-sensei were frequently absent, trying to fill the gaps left by Itachi and the comatose captain. "I'm surprised they never moved him to the hospital," Shisui said during a rare dinner where all 11 of them, now were gathered together. "Hanaha's medical ward is only really supposed to support short-term injuries." Zabuza rolled his eyes. "Yeah, I'm not. The hospital's shit. The death rate's so high the in-building morgue's always overcrowded. There's a private morgue down the street that sends gift baskets on the holidays because they get so many bodies from the overflow." "Ah," said Shisui after an appalled pause. "So that's why Tsunade-sama really doesn't want her medic nin in there." "But why not?" Sakura piped up. If they need a lot of help, shouldn't we give it to them? That's sweet of you, Go-chan, said Shisui, ignoring the way Zabuza raised a sardonic eyebrow. But our Irayunin are already under a lot of stress and our medical wards very understaffed. Adding on that kind of environment isn't healthy. He saw Sakura's expression and relented. Tsunade-sama is willing to help, just on her own terms and without endangering the medics. Is the sea captain getting better, though? Hinata asked timidly. I mean, almost T2W weeks have passed SS since, she trailed off. Tsunade-sama has been working on him a little bit every day, Shisui said, his voice light. She's optimistic, but she's never dealt with damage from a genjutsu that severe. She thinks he'll wake soon. The door opened just as he finished the sentence. The entire pack ducked at once. Shisui's leopard mask appeared on his face in a blink as Sasuke dove automatically for his own mask, nearly crashing into Sai as he did the same. Ma, said the captain, shutting the door behind him, tall and not quite leaning on the hound at his side but still carrying himself with confidence. My ears were burning. Shisui was instantly on his feet, hooking his mask up to the top of his head. Teika. You're awake. Apparently, the captain agreed, dropping a hand to Uroshi's shoulder for support as he lowered himself to sit. Are you even cleared to leave medical? Shisui demanded suspiciously. I'm on leave, the captain not answered. Zabuza hooked an extra bowl over to him with his chopsticks but otherwise didn't acknowledge him. Tamari breathed a silent sigh of relief. Sasuke lowered his mask slowly to his belt and picked up his bowl again. That was one more piece back in place. Sasuke's world turned a little differently now. In the morning, when Sasuke padded alongside Naruto into the main room, only half listening to his chatter, the captain was leaning up against one of the tables, a handful of reports in one hand and a stack beside him. Uroshi was curled under the table, his great muzzle resting on his forelegs and golden eyes watching the room alertly. Haku's rabbit was tucked between his chest and his neck, apparently asleep. Sasuke ducked his head in a greeting, reaching over to grip the back of Naruto's head to force him to do the same. Naruto let him do it without complaint, the stream of words coming from his mouth not even faltering. He didn't expect a response beyond a silent wave, but the captain said, "Good morning," as casual as anything. Sasuke froze. Naruto shut his mouth with a clack. Said Naruto intelligently. They both glanced at the captain furtively. Do you mind getting the others? The captain asked, scribbling on the top page of his report and setting it down on the table next to him. He glanced up and gave them a reassuring eye crinkle. Was that an order? That sounded like an order. Yes, sir, said Sasuke, and turned on his heel, leaving Naruto gaping behind him. Gaara was awake, swinging his heels on Hinata's bunk next to her, but most everyone else was still asleep. The two of them watched him curiously as he came back in. Sasuke jerked a thumb over his shoulder. Teika wants us all outside, he said. Gaara's eyes widened in curiosity, and his exchanged a glance with Hinata's covered eyes. Gaara reached around and down to pat at Tamari's ankle and she came awake with a sharp intake of breath and sat up. Otauto. Captain, Gaara explained. Wants us all outside. Tamari muffled a groan, sliding out of her bunk. Hey, she called, clapping her hands once. Front and center, everyone, we've been summoned. Sakura growled her way free of her blankets, and Haku tipped himself out of his bunk to land on the floor lightly. This is unusual, he observed, as Niji emerged rumpled, the bandana on his forehead askew to reveal the edges of the seal on his forehead before he pulled it down again. Is it Zabuza-sensei? Sakura asked, glowering at the room at large. It's the captain, Sasuke answered. Niji straightened his shirt self-consciously and ran a hand through his hair. We should not keep him waiting. The captain hadn't moved in the few minutes Sasuke'd been gone, but Naruto was now crouched by the table next to him, one hand buried in Uroshi's thick pelt as Ninken and Summoner alike ignored him. Ah, said the captain as they all filed in, as if mildly surprised at their appearance. Good morning. He received more or less the same response as when he'd tried that on Sasuke and Naruto, confusion and mumbled greetings, plus a coherent, good morning, from Haku. I'll cut to the chase, the captain said, setting the rest of his paperwork to the side. There's going to be a couple changes from now on. For one, I'll be adding myself to your teaching rotation, because Shisui and Zabuza don't have the time or energy to do it all themselves. And because your third sensei defected and therefore will no longer be teaching. I have at least a week of medical leave. I'll use part of that to revamp your training schedule. I understand Shisui started organizing one before it was disrupted. Hi, Tamari agreed, lifting her chin a little. We're self-studying where we can. The captain nodded absent acknowledgement. All of you, he said. It's time to think of what you want to specialize in. You aren't going to have a lot of supervised training, so having a focus will be especially important. If you were Shirei Bullet in Genin teams in Konoha, you'd have a Jounin sensei for 8 hours a day, 5 days a week. Given the nature of the situation, it will be rare that you have 4 hours a day of direct instruction from myself, Shisui, or Zabuza. The rest will be up to you. That was fine. The pack was good with keeping up their own training. Sakura put up her hand. Are you really going to teach us what we want to learn? What we teach you will be a combination of your own personal preference and concentrations we feel are vital for you to know, the captain answered easily. I want a list of your opinions by tonight, and don't write it based on what skills you think we know or just what you already know, but what skills you want to learn. By tomorrow morning, I'll discuss with your other sensei and announce the schedule. I'm gonna go for ninjutsu, Naruto said, a gleam in his eye, when the captain had sort of released them to do their own thing. Super strong ninjutsu, like the Raijuu. What about you, Shi? Kenjutsu, Sasuke said after a pause. Maybe genjutsu, maybe ninjutsu. I don't know. Those were Attaka things, but Sasuke couldn't think of anything else he'd want to do. That now familiar wave of grief and panic rose, and so Sasuke locked away his Attaka thoughts and brought his breathing back under control between one breath and the next. I'm going to put down Iraya Jutsu, Sakura announced. So I can patch you losers up when you're being idiots. Not that you'd be an idiot, Shi-kun, she added sweetly. Naruto sputtered, outraged. What's that supposed to mean, Gogo-chan, huh? Think this goes for book learning too? He added absently, ignoring the brewing fight at his back. This, what? Sakura asked, momentarily derailed from needling Naruto. Do we pick a subject we like? He smoothed down the cover of the old geography textbook on the desk next to him. He didn't think much of geography, but something like chakra theory? He could see himself spending extra time on something important like that. He didn't specify, Sakura noted. Maybe pick a couple just in case. I'd pick anatomy, but maybe that's already a little too similar to Iraya Jutsu. Naruto dropped his head to the table with a clunk, muffling his groan. I don't want to read books, he complained. Can't we just learn how to hit people? Sasuke snorted. How are you going to read mission orders if you can't even read? Sakura pointed out. Or write them. Can't you just do it for me? Naruto whined half-heartedly, rolling his head to the side to eye the textbook balefully. Sakura laughed at him. The captain said in a way that was probably supposed to be casual but still got the entire pack to look his way. He tipped his head over towards the kitchenette. Be right back, Sasuke muttered. Sakura made a skeptical noise but waved him on, catching Naruto with a hand over his mouth with ease before the questions could start spilling out. Sasuke preceded the captain into the kitchenette, retreating as far back as he could go and leaning up with his back against the sink. The captain closed the door behind him and Sasuke stiffened instinctively before forcing himself to relax again. A seal papered against the back of the door lit up with a brush of chakra, and the captain turned to look at him, slouched against the fridge with his hands in his pockets. Sasuke recognized the way the captain was looking at him, wariness and calculation mixed with familiarity and regret. Shisui looked at him like that too, now, before he caught himself. I remind you of him, Sasuke accused, too tired to be anything but blunt. The captain didn't react at first, one dark eye fixed on Sasuke's face until Sasuke scowled. Yes, the captain said, and that felt like a condemnation. You do. He exhaled a silent sigh. You're almost the same age he was when he first joined my Umbu team. Sasuke didn't speak. There was nothing for him to say. His fist had clenched, forcibly, he pried his fingers apart and let it go limp. I trusted him, even though I've been betrayed before, the captain admitted, and the words twisted a little at Sasuke's throat, like Sasuke'd been the one to do it and not Itachi. I wanted to trust him, but, he paused wryly. Well, that didn't matter, in the end. He turned away, towards the tree line. You're not him. You're your own person, and I'll try to remember that. Empty words. They rattled in the air between them before falling away uselessly. Sasuke shrugged and asked, as if observing from far away, do you hate him? The captain didn't move, but suddenly he seemed to Sasuke's eyes much older and wearier. No, he said. I don't think I could if I tried. Cousin said Itachi put you in a genjutsu, and that's why you wouldn't wake up for half a month, Sasuke said, and the captain dipped his head in confirmation. What did he show you? The captain was silent, and Sasuke quickly amended. Sorry. I was just. No, it's all right, the captain said, thoughtful. It's relevant, actually. He showed me my life. 1,000 iterations, from the day before the fall until the day he left, if I lived that long. He shook his head. Most of my real memories I can tell from the false, but from the Mizuki's assassination onwards, it becomes muddled, especially during and after the 2 weeks we spent on the mainland. Sometimes, he kills me then, sometimes he saves my life. Sometimes he tells me his intentions to betray Hanabiha, sometimes he tells me he's going undercover to save it. Sometimes nothing extraordinary happens. He was watching Sasuke as he said it, almost expectant. Sasuke frowned, his eyes drifting to the side as he thought. You think he told you something, then, about what he's doing now, he realized, gaze snapping back to the captain's face. You think that's why he tried to hide your memories? Correct, the captain agreed. Likely something that seemed innocuous at the time. You spent time together when we returned. Did he say anything out of the ordinary, that you can recall? It was strangely easy to think about Itachi now. Sasuke dredged up the memories that already seemed faded and gray and combed through them clinically. I can tell you everything I remember, he said. I don't know what's important and what's not. Good, said the captain. That's what I need. Someone knocked on the door when Sasuke was just about out of words. He stopped and rolled shoulders he hadn't realized were tense as the captain turned to open the door. Nara wants us, Zabuza-sensei said, leaning around the door to squint at first the captain, then Sasuke. 10 minutes, HQ. Copy that, said the captain. He gave Sasuke a nod. Take a break, he said. You did well. Zabuza-sensei stared after him in bemusement as the captain retreated, then looked at Sasuke. The fuck you do to him? Sasuke licked his lips and shrugged. Well, said Zabuza-sensei. Okay. Whatever. Off you toddle. I got a fucking paper pushing session to get to and you're in the way of me and some fucking oatmeal before that happens. Sasuke sidled out the doorway. Afternoon sent a faint glow through the paper over the windows, and the main room was abandoned except for Sai and Hinata poring over the same book at one of the center tables. He ducked into the pack sleeping quarters, where most of the others were sprawled out in their bunks, and slid down against the wall to sit on the floor. There was an itch under his skin, and Sasuke wanted nothing more than to follow it outside, run until the icy wind numbed him head to toe, but he couldn't do that, and he especially couldn't do that alone. He jerked to his feet, pacing over to where Niji sat at the far end of his bunk, reading something with just as many mathematical symbols as Kana. Hey, said Sasuke, flicking Niji's mask at him. Come out to the training ground with me. Were you never taught manners? Was Niji's acrid response, but he brushed the mask aside and slid out of his bunk anyways. He slung the harness for his tanto over his head, slid his sunglasses over his eyes and jerked his head towards the door. It wasn't snowing, but the ground was frozen beneath their feet and the clouds gave the sky an eerie silver cast. Sasuke's itch to run had turned into a different kind of impulse, and he split off from Niji as soon as they hit the training ground to find something to burn. Niji ignored him in turn, drawing his tanto and settling into a slow kata as Sasuke dumped an armful of wood onto a patch of bare ground and went back for more. When the firewood pile was about knee-high, Sasuke reached for his chakra, muttered, Katon, Kukaku no Jutsu, and spat a massive fireball that set it ablaze in a billow of smoke. Shisui's Katon tended towards pale gold, nearly the same color as his Raiden, while Ataka's had been crimson with white hot cores hidden beneath the surface. Sasuke's didn't have that kind of character yet, but he watched the red-orange flames dance and spark and wondered what kind of fire would be his hallmark. The fire wasn't big enough, he realized, and turned back to the woods. He found a fallen tree, broke off massive branches to drag back and throw on top, and it wasn't until he was on his 5th trip that he realized he was building a funeral pyre. He stopped dead where he was, huffed out a silent laugh that turned white in the air in front of him. His breath caught and then it was a sob and not a laugh, and he clutched hard at his temples and dropped to his knees next to his latest load of dead wood for the empty pyre for his dead family. What the hell was wrong with him? He was on the edge of hysteria. He recognized that in the rational side of his brain that watched what he was doing with clear detachment. His family was 3 years dead and gone and he knew that already for all 3 of those years, so why was this happening now? Sakura'd seen her parents murdered right in front of her. Haku killed his own father after the man killed his mother. Sasuke hadn't even had to watch his family die and those 2 were both fine, so why wasn't he? He was really, actually crying now, for some reason, the air escaping from his throat in soft whimpers as he dug his fingers into icy mud. He jerked his arm up, twisted his head to sink his teeth into his leather bracer, held his breath to quell the sounds spilling out of him, and shook silently against the ground. He was lightheaded, dizzy, his jaw clenched so hard it creaked. If he could just stop thinking about it, if he could just get his breathing under control. Slow exhale, inhale, hold until he couldn't hold it any longer. Slow exhale, inhale, hold, repeat. Again and again until his breath didn't shake and his eyes stopped watering and everything was fine as long as his mind stayed blank. He sat up on his heels slowly, pried his teeth out of his bracer. He wiped the damp off his face with his sleeve, took one more deep breath and stood. Sasuke didn't know how long he'd been gone, but when he got back to the fire it was still roaring high though Neji was now standing before the bonfire with his tanto sheathed and hands clasped behind his back. He made no comment as Sasuke heaved the branch onto the blaze and watched the shower of sparks erupt. Sasuke brushed the bark and mud off his hands. They weren't shaking anymore. "Did you know how my father died?" Neji asked out of the blue. Sasuke scowled at the fire and didn't answer. Neji didn't talk about his father, ever. The timing was suspicious. "When I was 4, the clan heir was kidnapped. Her father killed the kidnapper, Kyumo's shinobi Gashira, and Kyumo demanded his head as recompense." He smiled, a small, bitter thing that tainted his voice the next time he spoke. "Fortunately, the clan head had a twin, who was killed in his place. The peace between Konoha and Kyumo was preserved. The slave seal meant Kyumo would not discover the secrets of the Byakugan, and the Hyuga clan head kept his head." It was Sasuke's turn to look at him, and Niji's turn to stare into the fire. "My father was killed for all of that," he said. "And all that was because of Hinata-sama." 1 minute, then 2, when all the sound between them was the crackle of the flames. "That's why you hate her," Sasuke observed distantly, turning his eyes back to the pyre. Maybe he should feel something: horror, sympathy, pity? But he was hollow. "I do not hate her," Neji corrected after a pause. "I did, for a long time. But a bird cannot help the color of the feathers it is hatched with. She would always have been born my superior, and I her subordinate." Light glinted off the metal plate of his hitayate as he clasped his hands in front of him. "She is not my enemy. We both have far greater enemies, and I will not waste my energy shirking my duty." Was that Niji's grand message? Don't hate Itachi? But Itachi wasn't an innocent party in any way. "Regardless of my feelings for Hinata-sama," said Neji, oblivious, or ignoring Sasuke's rising impatience, "I still grieve my father." Oh. This was Neji trying to big brother him. Well, guess what? Sasuke already had a big brother, and he was a mass murderer. An Ichizaki-Garashi, a clan killer. "My point," Neji said, clearly glaring despite his covered eyes, "is that death is normal for shinobi, but so is mourning. It does not last just 1 day or 1 year or a dozen. It is not limited by time. Everyone mourns differently. There is no shame in it. Just do not let it affect your work as a shinobi," he added as an afterthought. Sure, said Sasuke. He wasn't thinking about it now, so it wasn't a problem, and as long he didn't think about it, it wouldn't be a problem. That sounded like a pretty well-practiced speech, though. My cousin tell you that? Niji gave him a funny look. No, he said. Your brother told me that. I have cooking duty, said Niji the next morning, rattling a handful of coins from their communal funds in his general direction. Come with me. I require assistance transporting purchases back to base camp. Sasuke put down the kunao he was oiling and gave him a droll look. You just want me to carry your bags for you, don't you? Niji huffed and crossed his arms over his chest, and Sasuke grimaced, sliding the kunao back until his spare holster and slinging his katana over his shoulder. Fine, let's go. The bottom of Sasuke's face was covered by his respirator. The top of Niji's face was covered by his bandana and sunglasses. They had one uncovered face between the two of them, but Kirigakure was a ninja village, so they didn't get so much as a second glance. What are you cooking today? Sasuke asked, sliding out of the way of a mule-drawn cart. It was late enough in the morning that the streets were crowded with both civilians and shinobi. He watched them under his eyelashes as they passed. Miso soup, Niji said distractedly, eyeing the grocery across the street. Steamed rice. Steamed takenoko. Tsukemono salad. Grilled fish, I have not decided which at this time. Painfully traditional, Sasuke noted dryly. There is nothing wrong with traditional fare, Niji retorted. It will be filling as long as we make enough, and we have enough ingredients that we only need to purchase fish and takenoko. Fine, it's efficient, Sasuke muttered under his breath. Go is on dinner duty and requested additional ingredients, added Niji, leaning over to inspect a carrot. Oh, no. What's she trying to make? Sasuke asked suspiciously. Niji gave him a look of commiseration. Tempura and ramen. So the tempura would be undercooked and the ramen would be overcooked. Sasuke sighed. She will not improve if she does not practice, Niji said grimly, and went to go pay for his carrots. Practicing was fine. Sasuke just didn't want to have to eat it if there was a risk of food poisoning. Across the street, there was a fish market. The fish weren't alive, but since it was winter and below freezing, they were as close to fresh as they could get this far from the coast. He glanced over his shoulder, but Niji was still busy with the grocer, so he crossed over by himself. Morning, said the shopkeeper, eyeing him disinterestedly. Sasuke nodded in greeting, giving the fish a cursory glance. He pointed at the crate of fish lined up on the ice at the far edge of the stall and raised an eyebrow. Sorry, from the northern coast. 5 kilos is 100 ryu, the shopkeeper answered, squinting at him a little closer now that he appeared to be a paying customer. We'll take 10 kilograms, Niji said, coming up behind Sasuke. He handed Sasuke his bag of carrots and reached for his wallet. You could at least help, Sasuke complained, 2 stores later when he had 4 bags slung over his shoulder and Niji had a serene 0. That is your job, said Niji, unconcerned. Today, I choose, you carry. Ugh. Sasuke rolled his eyes. Hurry up. Be patient, Niji muttered. Go still wants okra and potatoes. There was a small, open-air produce stand at the western edge of the city that had some pretty good potatoes the last time Sasuke swung around. They could head over there. You there? Niji's jaw clenched. Sasuke shot a glance at him because that was an entitled high-caste voice if he knew one with authority, one that expected to be obeyed, and one that was clearly directed at the two of them. The guy and his companion were wearing standard flak jackets, and Sasuke didn't know where he stood on the village totem, but it definitely wasn't below Sasuke, so he said, "Sir," in the least aggressive way he could manage. He wasn't super successful. "Sir," said Niji in a much more neutral tone. The Kiri shinobi were watching them with detached interest. The shinobi jerked his head in a summons, and Niji stepped closer. Reluctantly, Sasuke shadowed him. "Do you recognize him, Unko-chan?" the shinobi said, staring right at Sasuke. Sasuke narrowed his eyes at them both. They were around the captain's age. The kunoichi wearing a dress, long, flowing skirt parted in the middle over a shorter, tighter one, the kind Sakura would probably drool over, that told Suzuki she was rich enough to afford clothes like that and competent enough that they wouldn't hinder her. The shinobi was wearing the regulation uniform, the cloth worn but fine. The kunoichi didn't look anywhere near as snobbish as her companion despite her clothes. "No, Mitsuhide," she said patiently. "He doesn't. Please stop pulling every genin you see off the streets to ask me that." She smiled at them dismissively. "You can go." "No, wait," Mitsuhide said, holding out his arm to block their path. "Look again, Unko-chan, you didn't look." Unko sighed, crossed her arms over her flak jacket, and gave Suzuki a resigned glance. "On the Hoda Imaru, in the harbor, no," she suggested. "See? The little rat does look familiar," the shinobi mused, looking over Suzuki like he was a particularly interesting insect. "It's nice to see you survived the war," he said in a tone that implied anything but. "I suppose your team did not." Suzuki breathed through the anger that raged wild through his veins even though he knew Sakura and Naruto were perfectly fine. His hands were shaking, and he knew he couldn't reach his katana before the shinobi got to him, but he itched to try. Niji's hand closed on his wrist, firm and warning. "Please excuse us," Niji interjected, with a slight dip of his head. "We are expected to report for training." "I don't think so," said Mitsuhide. Suzuki's lips peeled back in a silent snarl. "I didn't dismiss you, genin. Know your place." Mitsuhide, Unko amondished, rolling her eyes. "He did tell you politely," Suzuki spat, even as Niji's grip on him tightened to painful, "or were you too?" A whirl of a white furred cloak filled his vision and the detached part of Suzuki's brain noted that once again, Shisui had perfect timing, and then that he must be getting tired of having to bail Suzuki out of tight corners. He wore a mask Suzuki hadn't seen before, curving over his left eyebrow and covering his empty right eye and most of his nose before cutting diagonally across his cheek to his jawline, as well as a furred cloak thrown over his left pauldron. Suzuki could see the edges of the leopard mask between the cloak and the pauldron, the seals etched in the porcelain glowing faintly with chakra. "Leave them," Shisui ordered, without a single glance for Niji or Suzuki. "They have not provoked you, and they are needed elsewhere. Be on your way." Mitsuhide's lip curled. "Who are you?" Shisui looked at him, flat, and said, "I guarantee that I outrank you." "I am Mitsuhide, Jounin of the Meikanai clan," said Mitsuhide as Unko closed her eyes briefly behind him. "Tell me your name." "Kitten no Juda," Shisui said, "I see as the North he'd named himself for. Jounin in the Hana division. But I hear your people called me Yukihayu." Mitsuhide's face didn't change, but Suzuki got the impression that the naked arrogance had faded into wariness at the name. "You can't be from the high caste," he said, still defiant. "So you don't outrank me?" Shisui tilted his head up to stare him down. "You Main Islanders with your blood purity delusions of superiority," he mused, blunt, almost deliberately provoking. "You who would keep slaves of your own comrades, I'll never understand it." He leaned in a little closer. "Perhaps you didn't get the briefing. I am Hana Division. These genin are Hana Division. We answer to our commander, we don't interfere with you and you all don't interfere with us. We are outside whatever authority you believe your blood grants you." Hana Division. "Understood," Unko interrupted before her friend could dig himself deeper. She put a hand on Mitsuhide's shoulder, ignoring his ire. "Well met, Juda of the North. We won't disrupt you any longer. Mitsuhide, come." Suzuki watched them go and let out a quiet breath, the air hissing out between his teeth as he wrestled his anger under control. "Sorry," he said to Shisui when he could talk without biting his head off. "It's not just you," Shisui said reassuringly, relaxing as the Kiri Jounin drifted out of his sight. "Most of Hanaha has been staying away from the rest of the village since we've got living quarters and training grounds earmarked, but we still have shinobi who've gone into the city now and then, especially since we're starting to take missions. Hostilities between the loyalists and the Hanran are still high and our shinobi don't look high caste. We've got squad leaders and the other captains putting out fires left and right." "I wish you would control your temper," Niji muttered, shooting Suzuki a glare. "You make us more enemies when you allow yourself to be provoked." "That is true," Shisui agreed without accusation. "Peace is unfamiliar now." Shinobi on both sides are still looking for fights. Sasuke simmered, but neither of them were wrong. What's with Kitten no Juda? He asked instead. That's new. Shisui shrugged. Trying to establish a shinobi cover. Even Ao has yet to recognize me, and spending less time in full Umbu uniform is less conspicuous. He surveyed them both. Well, you have the rest of the day off so you don't actually have training to report to, but I don't recommend you stay around town. If you're picking up groceries, get them now while I'm still free and we'll all get out of here. Sound good? Niji, of the pack, wasn't one of the ones who needed supervision cooking, so when they got back to their library, Sasuke dumped his bags in the kitchenette and abandoned him. Shisui'd split as soon as they walked through the door, spreading out on one of the tables in the main room with a frankly alarming number of documents. Sai and Sakura were also at one of the tables, bracketing Naruto on either side. If it can't divide, then you have to look at the next digit over, Sakura was saying grimly. Naruto groaned, burying his head in his arms. But why? He demanded desperately. Then the numbers are bigger. You cannot force a larger number into a smaller number, Sai explained patiently. Therefore, you must make the number that is to be divided larger. Naruto made a noise of helpless frustration. Yeah, Sasuke didn't want to be part of that, so he swung around into the pack's sleeping quarters. Temari had her battle fan spread out on the floor, taking up nearly the entire room. Sorry, she said without any actual remorse. A pot of melted wax sat beside her, and as Sasuke edged around her, she brushed it over the stiff canvas. The elaborate painted design in hues of blue centered around a stylized cyclone, silver where the rest of the canvas was midnight blue. It was the Senpyu clan symbol, apparently, and not even Temari was shameless enough to paint over a stolen clan heirloom. Again? Sasuke asked, wrinkling his nose at the smell as he settled on the edge of his bunk. That was the other side, Temari said absently, leaning over to smooth the wax in with her bare hands. For canvas tessin like these, you only need to renew the wax every year or so, but Kiri's extra wet so I figured a touch-up couldn't hurt. Hey, she yelped, as a ball of fur bounded across the room, dangerously close to the pot of wax. A second streak of fur, golden white, blurred past in a pounce, and Shiba straightened with a doggy grin and Haku's rabbit in his mouth, tail wagging. Temari eyed him warily. Don't eat that, she warned. Haku would be upset. Shiba chuffed a laugh, eyes dancing playfully. Haku's rabbit hung in his mouth, docile. See, could you be bring it up here, Shiba-san? Hinata asked from the top bunk. She didn't need to do the same kind of maintenance on her Hyoji. Her fans were wire and slats of bone, nothing more. Or, if it's too much trouble She cut off abruptly as the hound made a flying leap to where she was. Thank you. Sasuke unsheathed his katana, reaching for an oiling cloth. Downtime was weird and made him restless. There'd always been another meal to hunt or prepare for, another rotation of guard duty when he wasn't sleeping, another session of training stolen between moment of sleeping and action. Having an entire day off where he didn't have to do any of that, or worry about starving or being attacked, was very, very strange. Where's Ichi? He asked. Out, she said, leaning back to stretch out. Shishi was feeling restless, so they went to go stretch their legs. Gaara did? In the cold? Maybe the Baijuya was stirring again. It was just as sluggish as its Jinhuriki was in the winter, but still foul-tempered and just about the only thing that could make Gaara do what Gaara didn't want to do. Hinata leaned down over the edge of her bunk, and Shiba poked his muzzle over as well, upside down. Ano, she said, holding out the rabbit. Would you like to hold him? Not particularly. But he hesitated too long. Hinata gripped the edge of the makeshift bed frame with one hand, the rabbit tucked close to her chest with the other, and swung down into the bunk with him. Here, she said, and pressed the tiny creature into his hands. Sasuke strangled his groan because making Hinata cry was cardinal sin number 1 in the pack, and the reason Niji either spent hours discreetly glowering at or was that offender. Thanks, he muttered grudgingly. Hinata had cloth wound over her eyes, but she tilted her face towards him expectantly. Sasuke looked at her and then down at the rabbit and then up at her again. It's warm, he tried. Hinata beamed. She settled on the pile of his futon and blankets in the corner, pulled out a pair of senbon and a skein of yarn, and started doing something. Sasuke grimaced. Clearly, he wasn't going to be able to give the rabbit back to her. He didn't want to drop it over the edge of the bunk either, because he was one up off the ground and the thing looked kind of breakable. Temari smirked at him and made absolutely no move to help. Sasuke scowled at her and kept the rabbit, cupping it in one hand and maneuvering his katana back in its sheath with the other hand. It was all right, he guessed. The rabbit wasn't pissing on him or trying to bite him or anything, so he guessed it could stay. Even if it was stopping him from cleaning his sword. Niji appeared in the doorway. "Food," he announced. He gave Sasuke and the rabbit a weird look. Shiba gave a high-pitched yip of excitement and launched himself off the top bunk. Niji ducked and whirled as the Ninken landed behind him. "Do not," he snapped, vanishing after the hound. In general, the captain's Ninken didn't make very good teachers because they didn't know much about human history or culture or politics or weapons. They were dogs. They didn't care. They were, however, capable of running physical exercises, which is what happened after the entire pack, but mostly Naruto got tired of doing nothing and being forbidden from spray painting hideous faces on random buildings in town. "Again," drawled Pakun, from his usual perch on Bull's head. Naruto snarled under his breath, crouched on the balls of his feet with one hand braced against the snow and the other clutching a kunai. Sasuke agreed. Bahei was a speedy little rat and he would not hold still. Sakura blew her bangs out of her face. She said without taking her eyes off the hound. "What's the play?" Sasuke narrowed his eyes at the bell hanging from a strip of ribbon in Bahei's jaws. The Ninken shook his head playfully to make it jangle and sat. And waited. And yawned, snapping his jaws to catch the strap before the bell could hit the ground. "Gah," said Naruto, vibrating in rage and desire. "He's too fast for us to catch by chasing him," Sasuke said. Sakura huffed disgusted agreement. "We need to limit his mobility. You have wire on you." "Course," said Sakura, digging in her back pouch with one hand. "We're going to need a herder," Sasuke agreed, turning to Naruto. Said Naruto. "Make a bunch of bunshin. Keep him from leaving the area," Sasuke clarified. "Oh, yeah. I can do that," said Naruto, beaming. He crouched up on his haunches, giving Bahei a predatory stare. Bahei was not impressed. "We'll trade off," suggested Sakura to Sasuke. "He can't dodge if he's airborne." Sasuke nodded. "Get in position, Roku." He waved vaguely in Bahei's direction, hoping Naruto hadn't forgotten what to do in the past 30 seconds. "Gonbut," Naruto said cheerfully with just a few too many teeth, and scampered off. Bahei turned to keep him in his line of view, curious but unconcerned, and gummed at the bell. "Do you want first swing?" Sakura offered, looping wire around the handle of her kunai with practiced movements. Sasuke jerked his head at her to go ahead, drawing a kunai in each of his hands. "Get ready," he ordered. They only needed one good hit. "Kage Bunshin no Jutsu!" Naruto roared from the other side of the field, and both their heads snapped up as copies of their teammate exploded across the training grounds in a spray of snow. "Gods damn it, Roku!" Sakura growled under her breath as she fumbled the knot in her wire. "Can't you wait for like 5 seconds until we're actually ready?" Sasuke shot past her, winding up and hurling one of his kunai as he sprinted, but Bahei leapt out of the way gracefully, weaving in and out of Naruto's bunshin. Naruto yelped as the kunai caught one of his bunshin in the middle of the forehead. "Quit the friendly fire!" he hollered. "Just 'cause that's not me don't mean it don't hurt." Frankly, better the bunshin than Sasuke. Maybe if Naruto learned to dodge better, his clones wouldn't get hit either. Sakura's kunai hissed through the throng of clones, who shrieked and windmilled out of the way as it passed. Bahei ducked, slinking low to the ground, and vaulted up off a clone. He collided paws first with a second, who sputtered and dissipated under the onslaught. Sakura hurled a second kunai that hissed just under Bahei's legs as the hound twisted, and Sasuke joined the edges of the crowd of clones. Living with the wolves meant he knew a henge would be useless against the hound, so he didn't bother, just added his kunao barrage to Sakura's assault. Sakura yanked on her wired kunao with a shout, and Uhei yipped in alarm as the kunao flew back towards him again. And missed, when Uhei executed a tight flip off the back of a clone and landed in the thick of another group. Sasuke gritted his teeth, drawing another kunao in a length of wire. Too many clones. Dispel, he shouted, hoping Naruto would get the message and not think he was in a genjutsu. Fortunately, Naruto's bunshin exploded en masse into clouds of smoke, blanketing the snow. Sasuke charged in blindly, hurling the kunao towards where Uhei had been. The blade swung around in an arc as he tugged the wire, and Uhei's silhouette swerved as the wire cut off his path of egress. Sakura darted around, launching yet another kunao from the distance, and the ninkin pivoted on a single paw, only barely avoiding it. "Ha!" cried Naruto, snatching the kunao from the air and hurling it again. The hound hopped out of the way, almost insultingly languid, and straight into Sasuke's path as he charged. Sasuke grabbed the hound in a full-body tackle. "Gotcha," he grunted, wrestling all of Uhei's long, flailing limbs down. Uhei let out a whine of surrender, and Sasuke got an arm free to grab for the bell, mindful of the ninkin's snapping teeth. The bell wasn't there. "What?" he sputtered, and Uhei took advantage of his distraction to wriggle free. The ninkin ambled 3 meters to the right as Sasuke and Naruto watched, dumbfounded, and dipped his head down to pick up the bell, where it had dropped in the chaos. In the distance, Sakura made an inarticulate noise of frustration and rage. "Nice try, kids," said Pakun dryly, examining the pad of his paw. 10-minute break, then we'll go again." Sasuke took a deep breath and went to yank his misfired kunao out of the trees. Naruto liked to sleep in, but he also needed much less sleep than anybody else besides Gaara. This meant that given the chance, Naruto would sleep past noon on some days, but on others would also wake up at unreasonable hours and expect everyone else to feel the same way he did. "Let's go to town," he suggested, popping his head up over the edge of Sasuke's bunk. When Sasuke didn't give him the desired response attention, he repeated in a much louder voice, "Let's go to town." "Arg," said Sasuke, and jammed his pillow over his head. "Shhh. Sakura hissed from her top bunk. It was too early for even morning warm ups. "Come on." Naruto whined. "I wanna go out where there's people." "You already got busted by the sensei for stealing stuff and doing graffiti," Sasuke muttered through his pillow. "That was like 2 months ago," Naruto protested. "Kmin, I promise I won't steal anything. We've got the headband thingies, I just wanna walk around." "Go away or shut up," grumbled Temari, who wasn't a morning person until she was awake. "Gaara." Naruto's head vanished down to the lower bunk. "Gaara, you wanna come?" A pause. "Yes," said Gaara. "Yes," hissed Naruto. There was a light thump as Hinata dropped down from her bunk. "I'll come," she offered. That was a bad idea. The thieving team minus Temari, who was the self-restraint for all 3 of them, plus Hinata, who was a little bit of a wild card depending on who she decided to be. Sasuke heaved a sigh and threw back the blankets. "Wait. I'm coming," he muttered. If those 3 ran into someone like that Mitsuhide guy from the other day, he didn't want to think of the kind of chaos they'd wreak. Sai was for some reason already awake at God's o'clock, ink smeared on his skin as he frowned down at the scroll in front of him. He looked up when they trooped out into the main room, took in the 4 of them, and said, resigned, "I will accompany you. Give me 2 minutes to prepare." He came back with Sakura, who looked extremely annoyed but fully dressed and also very distrustful of the rest of them. "I want to not get in trouble for this," she warned them, jabbing a finger at Naruto in particular. "Gogo-chan," said Naruto, delighted. They got their circus act on the road with only a minor hiccup when Naruto tripped over a shrub and promptly accused it of attacking him, when everyone knew only the Senju had Mokuton. The last time Sasuke'd been in this part of town was with Itachi, when they right before he. Sasuke steered himself clear of that train of thought before he had an awkward breakdown in front of the others. The streets were slippery with snow, and more drifted down from the skies as they went. Sasuke trailed the rest of the group with Hinata, her hand tucked in the crook of his non-dominant elbow. Naruto led the way, picking turns seemingly at random with Gaara following tolerantly. The shops were just opening up, workers sweeping away the half-melted mess of slush from their entryways and unfurling the awning covers. The aroma of fresh bread drifted from a nearby bakery, attracting Naruto's attention for all of 15 seconds before he was off again. It was like walking a dog, except the dogs Sasuke knew best were the captain's ninkin and they would never be so undisciplined. "Why am I here?" Sakura groused, throwing up her hands when she and Sai caught up with Naruto just in time for him to throw himself across the street at a takoyaki stand, Gaara in tow. Sai made a vaguely sympathetic hum, his eyes focused on scanning the street around them. Sasuke realized he was doing the same, as they had when they'd been on the run. Like then, they were once again in a village both friendly and enemy, except now they were older, stronger, and had allies at their backs other than just Nico-sensei. Someone had to keep an eye on their surroundings, and seeing as that definitely wouldn't be Naruto, Sasuke figured Sai and the two actual censors could use the help. Like a pair of hunting dogs, Hinata's and Gaara's heads turned in unison. The rest of the group followed suit. "Ah," said Sai pleasantly. "We've met you before." Sasuke didn't see anything at first then, in the reflection of a window, a massive, hulking shape. He tightened his grip on Hinata reflexively, and she made a soft, displeased noise. "Sorry," he muttered, unable to tear his eyes away from the giant freaking tiger rounding the corner ahead of them. Whether the tiger and the shinobi with the tiger smelled them or heard them Sasuke didn't know, but both their eyes locked on Sai almost instantly. "Well," said the shinobi, in a voice neither angry nor surprised, nor particularly loud though it carried under the noise of the marketplace. "You were a shinobi after all, Itaru-kun." Sai inclined his head, both a greeting and an apology. "I am," he admitted. "It is good to see yourself and Koharu-san well, Ren-san." There was a large, jagged scar, still pink and puffy, cutting across the tiger's shoulder, a break in the striped pelt where the fur had been shaved away. The tiger chuffed and said, "Told you," to its partner, who rubbed a fond hand over Koharu's muzzle. "My team," Sai introduced politely, gesturing to Hinata, who let go of Sasuke's arm to step forward, and Gaara, who wandered up on his other side. "Perhaps you have heard the names Tatsuko and Rakushi during your observations of the lower city." "Aye," the shinobi Ren agreed, as Hinata gave a slight bow in greeting. "I recognize you." Naruto bolted up then, having finally noticed that Gaara had abandoned him for the massive Nintora chatting up the others. "Hi." Naruto beamed, and immediately turned to Koharu. "You're a familiar and not a summons, so it's okay to talk to you, right?" Sakura slapped a hand over her eyes as the tiger chuffed, exchanging an amused glance with Ren. "Yes," Koharu rumbled, and offered magnanimously, "You may touch my fur if you like." Naruto gasped comically, both hands coming up to cover his mouth, and edged forward. "And this is a team we work closely with," Sai continued, as if he had not been interrupted. "Hi," said Sakura with a small wave. "We're in the same unit." "That's my genin, I hope you're not menacing." It was Shisui again, with his half-mask and white fur cloak, but at least this time Sasuke didn't need to be rescued. Shisui was relaxed as he sauntered up, really relaxed and not just the pretend relaxed that warned of danger. Ren smiled, reading into the tone rather than the words, and a hint of a long incisor flashed with that smile. "I wouldn't dare. I am Ren, and this is my partner Koharu, of the Torakuro clan. I've encountered Itaru-kun and his team before, but I don't believe we've been introduced." Shisui's mouth twitched, amusement at some part of that. "Well met. Judah, of the North," he introduced himself. "From Hana Division. We've not been on the mainland long." Naruto twisted from where he had both forearms buried in Koharu's ruff. "Sensei. Look, she's beautiful." Shisui winced. "Ah, Roku." "No bother," Koharu reassured him, the amused light in her golden eyes mirrored in Ren's. "I appreciate your patience, Koharu-san." "Kids," Shisui said, turning to the pack members. "I hope you've enjoyed your early outing, but you're about to miss your morning lessons." "Morning lessons?" They didn't have The captain wanted to change things, add himself to the teaching rotation and revamp the entire schedule. This must be part of it. The white-hot fury hit out of nowhere. Suddenly Sasuke was straight up pissed and he had no fucking clue why. Shisui said something Sasuke didn't hear it, too focused on keeping his breath even and his muscles loose. A hand dropped down on his shoulder. "Are you okay?" Shisui asked carefully, scrutinizing him with a dark eye. Was he okay? Sasuke was sick and tired of being asked if he was okay. He was fine. He was fine. He was. Shisui grabbed him in a shunshin and Sasuke stumbled his landing, whirled around, and buried his fist into the trunk of the nearest tree. Which hurt. A lot, gods damn it all. Sasuke yanked his hand back out of the splintered bark with a hiss, clutching his wrist with his good hand as he staggered backwards. They were at the training grounds. Shisui'd taken him halfway across the village. "Son of a..." "Hey," said Shisui from his periphery, reaching for him with green flickering around his hand, but Sasuke ripped away with a snarl, took in the familiar features with furious eyes. "Uchiha features. Do you know?" Sasuke demanded, spinning sharply to face him. "Did you know? Did you know what he did?" He didn't have to answer. Sasuke could see it in his eye, that terrible, knowing sorrow. And that broke the fragile hold he had on his temper. "Why aren't you angry?" Sasuke roared, shoving at his cousin's chest as hard as he could. "That was our family. That was your family too, so why aren't you angry?" Sasuke said Shisui, swaying slightly from the onslaught but otherwise unaffected. "Sasuke-kun, listen. What Itachi did was terrible, but he... Don't say he did it for a reason." Sasuke spat. "You can't say it was just a mission, that was our family." "If the Uchiha didn't die," Shisui said, ice cold and immovable, "it wouldn't just have been our family and the Nara. It would have been the Hyuga. It would have been the captain, since he was so loyal to the Sandaime and carried our Jujutsu. It would have been Sai, on the wrong side of the battlefield. It would have been Naruto. It would have been the Fall, but with our clan alive and your friends dead or hunted and you sitting pretty in Konoha like Danzo is, and you would be the villain, not him. Is that what you want?" Sasuke wanted to say, yes, because that was his clan, his parents. The Fall would have happened anyway, but he still could have had them, but that meant no Naruto, no Hinata, no Neji, no Sakura, no baby Hanabi. No Pack. No Urazoku. He spun again, lashed out at the tree he'd hit before, and gritted his teeth as the pain jarred up his shin. Shisui rarely smiled, but he did now, and it was hard and bitter. "If I had been in Itachi's shoes the night of the Fall, I can't promise that I wouldn't have made the same choice, especially without the hindsight knowledge that Danzo planned a betrayal. So I grieve our family, but they made their own decisions too. There was no scenario in which everyone walked away from the Fall alive, Sasuke-kun, it was a no-win situation." Sasuke drew a kunai from his holster, burying it in the bark and twisting savagely, but his heart wasn't in it anymore. He yanked it back out, hurled it off deeper into the forest, and glared after it. And then his breath caught in his throat again and he jerked away, sliding down to lean against the abused tree. "But you're wrong." "I am," Shisui said, when enough time had passed that Sasuke was wrung out and shivering from cold and grief. "What?" Sasuke croaked, lost, and only half interested in the response now. "Angry," his cousin clarified, and his eye flashed, though there was no change in his posture or position. "But not because of the Fall that was following orders. But attacking me, doing that to the captain, turning against Hanabi, huh? That was betrayal." He sank down next to Sasuke, resting his forearms on his knees and clasping his hands in front of him. "It hurts," he admitted, "and I don't know why he did that. I probably never will. He was my clan heir first, then my friend, and then he was like a brother, and he turned on me and threw it all away, and I'm furious." He rolled his head to the side so he could see Sasuke with his good eye. "And so are you." Sasuke huffed a humorless laugh. "No use denying that." "And that's fine," Shisui said. "That's fine. Just don't let it control you. Don't make it your life, and you'll be alright." If Shisui was waiting for a response, he wouldn't get one, because Sasuke was all out of emotions for today. "Try again tomorrow." He let his head fall back against the tree. The bite of the wind was getting harder to endure. He cleared his throat. "Probably missed morning lessons," Sasuke said gruffly. It was a weak maybe joke, but Shisui laughed anyways, reaching over to ruffle his hair. "That was safe, because Itachi never really did that, Not like Shisui did. Probably missed the captain's entire explanation of your training schedule, he agreed, false cheer that turned real at the end. He put a good bit of time in that. He'll be disappointed. Sasuke slid a glance sideways at him. The captain's really going to train us? Seems a bit below his pay grade. Shisui's mouth quirked. You're lucky that he is. He's trained some of the best Umbu operatives including Cat 15. Sasuke's eyes widened. He trained Nico-sensei. Sure did, Shisui said. He got drafted as an instructor sometimes when he was suspended from active duty, and she ran with his team, before. You're in good hands. It was about 6 minutes into their first training session with the captain and it was getting clearer and clearer that the captain didn't really know what he was doing. To be fair, Sasuke, Sai, and Gaara didn't really know what to do either. None of the four of them were much of talkers anyway, so the majority of their session so far had just been them looking at each other silently. You all have shown clear aptitude for ninjutsu, the captain said at last, and Sasuke refocused on him. I'll be helping you hone that, as well as supplemental taijutsu. Shishi and Haki, the styles you've been using are very distinctive, and your repertoire is effective but general. We will work on changing that and widening your arsenals. Hi, said Sai and Gaara, and Sasuke nodded. Good, said the captain. There was another needlessly long pause. I have chakra paper for you, he said, producing 3 small strips of paper from his back pouch. Haki. What does this do? Sai frowned for a long moment, and Sasuke glad the captain hadn't asked him because he had no idea. Chakra paper. Chakra channeled into chakra paper can reveal the elemental affinity of the user, he recited. Correct, said the captain, passing a piece to each of them. I'm able to perform ninjutsu from all 5 of the basic elemental categories, so whichever you have, I have something to teach you. Channel chakra? Gaara asked, turning his paper over curiously. Yes. One at a time, the captain said. Haki, go first, since you know how it goes. Sai's eyes blanked in the way that said he really didn't know how it went, except in theory, but he lifted his paper anyways. He filtered in a tiny pulse. Nothing happened. He frowned, and before the captain could intervene, gave it a bigger jolt. The paper crumbled away into nothing, tiny specks drifting down to the ground. Shishi, said the captain, and Gaara, whose attention had drifted to follow the paper, looked back up, eyes wide and startled. What does that mean? Gaara glanced down at the remains of the paper, at Sai, and back at the captain. Failure. Sai frowned in consternation. No, said the captain. That was a successful result. Again. What does that mean? Gaara scowled ferociously, but not even he would go against the captain. Earth, he guessed after a long pause where his face twitched like he was reacting to someone talking to him though nobody was. Correct, said the captain, and Gaara relaxed back into a languid slouch. Haki, your primary affinity is Earth. He nodded to Sasuke. Go ahead, Same thing, a small burst of chakra, about half as much as a regular henge. What do you think your affinity will be? Uchiha are fire-natured, answered Sasuke, releasing his chakra into the paper. It crumpled like tinfoil, and Sasuke narrowed his eyes at it. He didn't know what a fire-natured paper looked like, but it was probably not that. Apparently not all of them, the captain said dryly. Haki, what does that mean? Sai stared at the paper blankly, sifting through the possibilities. Lightning, he concluded. Lightning, the captain agreed. You're in luck, that's my primary affinity. Raiden for you. Raiden meant powerful things like Shisui's Yukihayu or the captain's Reijiryu. Sasuke was very okay with that, and anyways, the Uchiha were gone, so what did it matter if he was or wasn't fire-natured anyways? Shishi, said the captain. Go. He might as well have been talking to one of his hounds, but Gaara didn't mind. His paper split straight down the middle, each side crumbling into small pieces that stuck together as they flaked to the ground. That was Earth? If not Earth, then wind? But the captain was silent. Sasuke shifted on his feet until he noticed what he was doing and forced himself to still. Shishi, the captain said at last, and the look Gaara gave him was wary. Your clan had a Kekkei Genkai, didn't it? Gaara frowned. He shrugged. Jitan, said the captain. Magnet release. All 4 of the Kaze Kage have had it, and candidacy is generally hereditary. It would make sense for you to have it as well. Gaara looked entirely blank, and not because that was his default expression. Unfortunately, the captain said, the Sharinon can't copy ninjutsu from Kekkei Genkai, and Jitan are also fairly distinctive. Fortunately, having Jitan also means you have both wind and earth affinities, and those I can help with. He glanced up to check the position of the sun. I have 70 minutes until I have to be at command. Let's make the most of that time. The problem was, Sasuke quickly realized, that the captain was a genius in terms of chakra theory. He could break down and understand jutsu as the hand seals were performed, and as a result, his attempts to explain them were not very successful. Righten, Sanda. Do you need the seals again? The captain asked, apparently calm. Unlike Sasuke. Sasuke gritted his teeth. No, he growled. I got it. Ox, dragon, snake, monkey, dragon, monkey, monkey, bird, dragon, ox, monkey. The captain waved a hand at him to go ahead and crossed his arms over his chest. Sasuke took a deep breath. He formed the seals one after the other, the shapes familiar from years of drills. Even on the run, even without chakra, they'd practiced these religiously. That was one of the first things Nico-sensei taught them to do. His chakra gathered about his hands, the electric buzz of his chakra coming easier than Katon ever had, but when he clasped his hands into the last monkey and growled, Righten, Sanda, that sparks fizzled at his hands puffed into nothing. He snarled. Again, said the captain. Sasuke tried again. The chakra crackled at his hands, but as he finished the jutsu it died. And again. You're doing something wrong, the captain observed. And Sasuke did his damnedest not to try and behead him because, yes, obviously. Go again, slowly. You're shaping chakra, not signaling. Don't flip out. Do not flip out on the captain. Not the freaking captain. Ox. Dragon. Snake. Monkey. Dragon. What are you thinking? The captain interrupted. Sasuke paused, his concentration broken. Dragon, monkey. Don't think about the seals, the captain said. Think about how the seals mold your chakra. Think about how each hand seal modifies the existing form. Think about the chakra and what shape you want it to take, both the process and the end result. Start over. Again. That was a lot of stuff to keep in his head while he was trying to pull this off. And don't get frustrated, the captain ordered. It'll interfere with your concentration. Sasuke had to walk that one off to get his mind back on track. The captain drifted over to Gaara, who was slamming his hands into the ground over and over between seals with a look of deep concentration, and one of the captain's Ninken Baisuk wandered over to watch as Sasuke kept working on the Righten. His Righten. Because he was going to master it, no matter how stubborn it was or how long it took. Ox. Dragon. Snake. Monkey. He breathed in with the ebb of his chakra, exhaled with the flow. Dragon. Monkey. Monkey. Bird. For power, for control, for size, and pattern. He molded the jutsu like unformed clay with the seals. Dragon. Ox. Monkey. Katon, Samba. Sasuke growled, and this time, little crackles of lightning zigzagged off his knuckles before dissipating, and Sasuke let out a breath of surprise and victory. Baisuk panted at him encouragingly. All right. All he needed to do now was figure out what he'd just done. That concludes our session for today, said the captain, once all 3 of them had been thoroughly frustrated up until they each achieved a passable jutsu in the last 10 minutes, which was suspiciously coincidental. So maybe the captain did have some idea of what he was doing. Thank you, Taiko, said Sai, who had been and still was the most composed of them 3. The captain looked pained. I'm teaching you, he said, and looked expectant. Guriko, the hound that had been ostensibly supervising Gaara, chuffed a laugh as Baisuk visibly rolled his eyes. Sasuke exchanged a glance with Sai. Thank you, Hey take sensei, Sai tried. That got them upgraded to a grimace. Not hey take, he said. Just Kakashi. This time, Gaara swung around to give Sasuke a look. The captain was really asking the moon of them today. Kakashi-sensei, Sai amended. Sasuke was definitely not comfortable with saying that with his own mouth, so he ducked his head in agreement and let Sai take one for the team. The captain still didn't look entirely satisfied but nodded. Don't practice these without supervision until I clear you, he warned. Even C-ranked ninjutsu can do major damage if performed incorrectly. And then he and his hounds were gone, like the whole afternoon had been some kind of fever dream. Sasuke looked at the other two. What happens now? Train, answered Gaara, in a tone that implied that there was no other possible answer. 1500 hours to 1600 hours, individual concentration practice, except for those assigned to meal preparation, Sai recited. Dinner at 1600 hours. Team practice, drills, or inter-team exercises begin at 1700. Right, said Sasuke, and abandoned their spot to go find one of the other groups. The group that had been with Zabuza-sensei was easiest to find because they were near the part of the stream that looped around like a horseshoe, and also because they included Naruto, who was loud. They too had been summarily abandoned by their sensei and willing to talk about their session. Taijutsu, Temari explained, with an emphasis on strength building. Zabuza-sensei calls it the lessons on how to hit things hard, Naruto chirped. There was a very distinct footprint in the center of his jacket. It's loads of fun. He kicked me into a tree. Congratulations. Sai offered. Naruto beamed. What did the captain do with you? Sakura asked curiously. Ninjutsu, Sai answered. He tested our chakra nature and taught us each a jutsu of our elemental affinity. He wants us to call him Kakashi-sensei, Sasuke added. Sakura looked at him like he'd sprouted an extra head. Are you sure? Yes, said Gaara, looking profoundly disturbed. That's super weird, Naruto said. He's the captain. Technically, he's the commander, Temari corrected absently. Sakura brushed her gloved hands off on her pants. I don't have any rotations with him, she said nervously. Think I should still call him that. I have 2 rotations with him, Naruto breathed. I'm gonna have him 4 times a week. He gasped. Does that mean he's my double sensei? Should I call him sensei? Sakura, who was closest, cuffed him upside the head so Sasuke didn't have to, as Temari sighed tolerantly and said, call him whatever he wants to be called, and don't call him anything he hasn't asked you to call him. Hey, said Sasuke. Did you know he trained Nico-sensei? The captain, asked Sakura, startled. He doesn't really seem like a teacher. Just, you know. Like a captain. When they made him take leave from active duty, Sasuke clarified, and that got a round of nods from the others. Oh, said Naruto. That makes sense, then. He must be a really good teacher. Sasuke and Sai exchanged looks. He has knowledge of a large number of ninjutsu that he is able to pass on, Sai allowed. Temari raised her eyebrows as she turned away. Let's get the others, she said. I want to know what Jiryu-sensei is teaching them. The last team was in a clearing on the far side of the stream, Neji and Hinata trading open-handed blows back and forth without chakra as Haku spoke quietly with Shisui on the edges of the trees. Hey, called Shisui across the clearing. Haku turned around and gave them a wave. Team and inter-team exercises are after dinner. But his tone was light and teasing rather than admonishing, so Sasuke and the others didn't bother retreating. Neji and Hinata spun apart, and Neji flashed a signal that had them both straightening out of their respective stances. Hey, said Sakura, crossing over to them. You guys doing taijutsu too? Yes, Neji agreed. Kyusama and I are most useful as sensors, but with our jujitsu, the Jyuken is a weapon too powerful for us not to hone. Kakashi-sensei informed us he would be teaching us both taijutsu and ninjutsu in our rotation, Sai volunteered. It appears that this rotation include taijutsu for all of us. Neji and Hinata both looked at him like he was crazy. What did you call him? Neji said. He asked us to call him sensei, Sasuke explained, enjoying the increasingly incredulous looks on their faces. Since he's teaching now. Senior SEI, Gaara agreed with zero confidence. They're not lying, Temari said with certain resignation. As far as I can tell, at least. Anyways, said Sasuke. Who's on dinner duty? Sasuke was on dinner duty. Sasuke and Sai, who was promptly demoted to assistant by Sasuke due to the authority granted to him by virtue of being a better cook. Start with chopping the cabbage and the Nakaimo, Sasuke directed, dumping an entire sack of flour into their second biggest pot. What are we making? Sai asked, setting out the vegetables on the counter in front of him. You're making okonomiyaki, Sasuke said, which I'm seasoning for you. I'm making udon. And then you'll finish it and I'll do the soup. Hi, Sai agreed, not offended by the very blatant hint that he couldn't be trusted to finish a dish by himself. Sasuke left him to it and went back to his not yet dough. There was something calming about it, as settling as performing a kata or sharpening weapons or mastering a new ninjutsu. He didn't have any sort of spoon or spatula strong enough to mix a dough that thick, so he did it by hand, rolling up his sleeves to the elbow and plunging his forearms into the mess of water and flour and salt. At last it rolled smooth and elastic under his hands, and neither dough nor flour stuck to his skin when he let go. He threw a cover on over the pot and went to check on Sai. Sai moved on from the vegetable chopping and mixed up the batter. Sasuke leaned around him and stuck a finger in the stuff and then in his mouth. I followed the recipe exactly, Sai said. There should be no issues with the seasoning, if that is what you are concerned about. Too much salt if you are adding sauce later, Sasuke corrected, wiping his hand on his pants. Cut in, like, another couple 100 grams of Nakaimo and it'll be fine. This is the exact formula we followed the last time we made okonomiyaki. It was an observation and not a protest. Sai picked up another piece of the vegetable and a knife. Sasuke shrugged. I don't know how it works, I just fix the taste, he said, already distracted by the sauce mixture. It needed more sugar. And also more ketchup. After the sauce, the udon needed to be rolled out and cut. The broth needed to be seeped and boiled. The okonomiyaki needed to be fried. Naruto needed to be stopped from stealing the food before the actual meal. Would you back off? Sasuke swiped at his teammate with his spatula as Sai fished another bowl of udon out of the pot of boiling water. Set the table, if you have nothing better to do. I just want a taste, Naruto wheedled, dancing out of reach. Yeah, you'll get one at dinner, Sasuke muttered, menacing him with a carton of salt. Naruto tracked it warily. Sasuke'd thrown one at him before and sprayed salt everywhere, which was both annoying and painful for everyone involved, and they both knew he'd do it again if Naruto kept pushing. Fine, said Naruto, sticking out his tongue before retreating to the main room. The captain didn't show up for dinner, but Zabuza-sensei did, as well as Shisui, who muttered something about skipping meals and force-feeding under his breath. I've got something to take care of in command, Shisui said, tipping the dregs of his soup in his mouth as he stood. I'll see you at the meeting tonight. Kids, be good. Or don't get caught. Don't forget your drills and listen to REI. REI-chan, don't let them slack off. I won't, promised Temari as Naruto complained, we're not little kids anymore, and Sakura chirped, bye, sensei. Gaara lifted one hand in a solemn wave. Zabuza-sensei grunted and reached for the plate of okonomiyaki, unimpressed with the world at large but especially Shisui. Shisui slipped out the door with a stack of reports as thick as a kunao was long, and the seals pulsed with chakra as they activated behind him. For team training, how about we steal the sign-off of that dumpling stand next to the ink store in the Western District and stick it on the gates of one of those fancy clan compounds, suggested Naruto brightly. And incite a second civil war? Neji muttered. I think not. I would prefer to maintain positive relations with that ink store, Sai added. They have a wide range of products. Let's leave off giving Shisui-sensei a heart attack, Temari said, with a quick glance at Zabuza-sensei. Save that for another time. Save that for never, Zabuza-sensei suggested under his breath. You know who has to clean up after you pull that shit? If it's me, you know damn well it's coming out of your skin. Sakura coughed. We won't. She didn't sound particularly sincere. My Chishio, Gaara suggested meaningfully. Do not fucking assassinate a Jounin for your team-building exercise, Zabuza-sensei growled. I don't care how much of an asshole he is. Maybe just a T-tracking exercise. Hinata ducked her head as soon as the words left her mouth. Tracking a Jounin, Sai mused. Sasuke let himself sink into the easy conversation of the pack, the cadence of the evening. This wasn't the same as it was before, like surviving a life-threatening attack but with a crippling injury that he could never quite push out of the edges of his mind. Time didn't wait, or maybe it was Sasuke, stumbling forward with no way to stop. That was fine. This was his normal, now. The first real storm hit just over a week later in the middle of the night. The wind shrieking outside woke Sasuke from a dreamless sleep, dragging him back to consciousness. Haku shivered uncontrollably against his side, his hands fisted in the blankets as his eyes moved fitfully beneath the lids. Sasuke reached over drowsily and patted at Haku's shoulder. The cold would never kill him, but it could make him very uncomfortable. Haku came awake instantly, muscles relaxing as his conscious mind registered the temperature problem and fixed it, and the tremors stopped. Did something happen? He murmured. Sasuke squinted back at him through the gloom and waved his hand a little at the ceiling. Thought I heard something. But it's just the wind. Ah, said Haku. It sounds like a blizzard. It did sound like those snowstorms that had swept through Sans mother's forest, but those had felt impersonal, imperious. This one, even though it was kind of stupid to describe storms as having intent, felt cruel. A killer of all, and not just the unwary. Haku's breathing evened out as he drifted back to sleep. He wasn't shivering now, but Sasuke shifted to press him into Temari, on his other side, because she tended to run warm. Naruto would be better, plus he slept like the dead, but Sasuke wasn't too sure where he was in the pile. Probably near Gaara on the far side, since Gaara was a lot more blatant about wanting to be near a source of heat. He lay awake until the dawn, listening to the almost silent breathing of the pack as the wind faded to a low howl. Outside, Zabuza-sensei's rough growl joined the captain's voice as they moved around the room outside, and then Shisui's lighter tones. Sasuke debated for a minute before sliding out of the blankets, finding his sandals and his cloak, and padding out to join them. Look who's up with the fucking sun, Zabuza-sensei grunted when he saw Sasuke. Bread in the kitchen. Eat. The captain gave him an absent nod. There were maps and scribbled notes and books spread out on the table in front of him and 3 ninkin sprawled at his back and under the table. Pakun, perched on the table on one of the open books, jabbed a paw at one of the maps and muttered something under his breath. The captain hummed in response and scribbled in the closest notebook. Ah, good morning Shikun, said Shisui. He was already dressed in Kiri-Chiyunin Jounin grays and a flak jacket, furred cloak, and his half-mask. Where are you going? Sasuke asked over his shoulder, slicing off a piece from one of the loaves in the kitchen. I've been filling in for Unit 13, Shisui answered lightly. Z and I are gonna go do unit check-ins. It sounds like the storm's over, but maybe you all can do some self-studying inside first anyways. Z should be back in time to do your lessons, because he likes to foist his work off onto his second. Zabuza-sensei grumbled wordlessly in response. Slack off and you'll pay for it, boy, he threatened. He opened the door and glared at the solid wall of snow that greeted him on the other side. Gods damn it, he snapped. Haku. Come take care of this. Haku had a preternatural sense for anything involving Zabuza, and he stumbled out of the sleeping quarters still mostly asleep in 10 seconds flat, his usual grace coming back in fits and starts. He trudged straight to the snow and stuck both his hands in up to the wrist. A rush of chakra-like icy wind swept through the room, and the packed snow billowed out of the doorway, opening up a path taller than Zabuza-sensei. It was still snowing white flakes blown nearly sideways by the wind, and some of them drifted in to land in Haku's loose hair. Haku stifled a yawn and shuffled away from the open door, his eyes half closed. Go back to sleep, kid, said Zabuza-sensei, and stomped out into the storm. Bye, Teiku, Shikun. Thanks, Ichi-kun, Shisui said cheerfully before he followed. The door swung shut behind him. Haku stood for a moment staring blankly at the door, swaying slightly, and meandered back to the sleeping den. Sasuke was too restless to sleep again, So he took his bread and picked a textbook at random and took himself to a table on the far side of the room. Guriko peeled away from the group of Ninkin around the captain, wriggling under the table and sprawling by Suzuki instead. Suzuki eyed the hound, but Guriko just thumped his tail in greeting and lay his head down on his paws. They all ignored each other, which suited Suzuki just fine. Maybe an hour later, sharp movement caught Suzuki's eye as the captain turned towards the door sharply, and his Ninkin's heads all jerked in unison, ears pricked. Guriko whined softly in the back of his throat and abandoned Suzuki for the captain's side once again. Said the captain, and when he saw Suzuki watching, added, "No threat. It's for me." He definitely wasn't acting like it was an emergency. The captain vanished back into his room and came back out in full armor plus a cloak, and minus all of his hounds save Uroshi. Suzuki ducked his head in a nod as the pair slipped out and went back to his book. Temari was the next of the pack to wake, wrapped in 2 cloaks. "Did you sleep?" she asked, her voice still groggy. "Yeah," said Suzuki. He jerked his chin towards the kitchen. "There's bread." Temari hummed but sat down across from him anyways, pulling a pencil and a book on grammar and written composition closer to her. The same easy silence fell between them. Suzuki dutifully copied a diagram of Kiri's northern islands. The door flew open abruptly and Suzuki and Temari both jumped, lunging for their weapons. Shisui burst in, his cloak swirling around him with the wind that billowed in. His hands were empty of weapons or chakra, but his eye locked on Suzuki, ignoring Temari's worry, "Sensei." As he strode directly for Suzuki. Alarmed, Suzuki barely had time to stand before Shisui seized his arm in an iron grip and dragged him towards the door, and Temari cried, "Hey," and sprang to her feet. Suzuki reached instinctively for a kunai, twisting out of his cousin's grip just as Shisui shouldered them out the door. "Watch the others, Rei," Shisui ordered without a backwards glance. "What are you doing?" Suzuki demanded, sidestepping quickly as the door clicked shut behind them. His cousin was tense, nearly rigid, and coiled on a hair trigger. A storm brewed in Shisui's eye, cold and tumultuous. "What Itaka did was unforgivable," he said, "so I'm going to do something he'll never forgive me for. I'm going to tell you the truth." Suzuki took a step back, alarmed at the manic light in his cousin's eye, and brought his arm up defensively in front of him. "What?" he demanded. "What do you mean?" Shisui grabbed his arm before he could flinch back, dragging him into a particularly overwhelming shunshin. Suzuki hit the ground on his side, skidding out of Shisui's grasp when his cousin landed in a crouch. They'd gone clear across the village to the cliffs overlooking the training grounds. It wasn't snowing anymore, but the wind was still frigid against his face. "Cousin, what?" Shisui snapped, "Quiet." He slammed a paper seal down between them, and a bubble-like dome expanded around them, glowing white gold around them. For a moment, he went preternaturally still and silent, and warily, Suzuki waited. Shisui took a deep breath and said, "Itaka staged the Sanbai kidnapping attempt. He never wanted to succeed, he planned to get caught." "So?" Suzuki staggered to his feet, retreating a couple steps backwards to the edges of the seal's range. He needed a distraction, right? If there's a danger of a Baijuyo getting loose, there won't be manpower to chase him, and it lured in you and the captain. You two were the most likely to stop him. Just good strategy, right?" "Suzuki-kun," Shisui said, reaching out to grab him by the shoulders, and Suzuki leaned back, unnerved, but wasn't fast enough to dodge. "Did the captain tell you that Itaka used Tsukuyomi on him? Did he tell you what he showed him?" Suzuki frowned, shrugging as best he could. He told me Itaka used a genjutsu to make him relive his life 1,000 times. The captain figured it was to smokescreen the weeks they were at the mainland, because he let something about his plans slip." Shisui bared his teeth in a grin. "Yeah, it wasn't just something, it was the whole thing. They planned it together. They arranged it so Itaka could reverse the effects with a coded message by one of his crows once the captain was beyond suspicion for his involvement." "What?" Suzuki demanded, rearing back. "The captain's a double agent. And afterwards, he sent that crow to me," Shisui said, triumphant and terrible and furious. "The captain isn't the agent. Itaka is." That couldn't make sense. That made complete sense. That was insanity. That was a sudden, mad clarity. Itaka was an agent. Itaka was undercover? Itaka wasn't a traitor. That knocked the breath from his lungs, his vision blurring at the edges and staying so even when he blinked. Why wouldn't he? He forced the words out with an uncooperative tongue, his thoughts flying faster than he could put speech to. He told us the clan. He didn't like the way Shisui was looking at him, with a combination of pity and fury. Because, Shisui spat. Knowledge is dangerous and knowledge is power. By telling you his role in the clan's downfall, he absolved you of caring about him. By keeping his mission from you, he tried to protect you from both those who would kill him for what he is doing and those who would kill him for what they believe he is doing. That knowledge is dangerous, both for him and for you. It's safer for you not to know. The wind rushed sharply at Sasuke, buffeting him as he stood stunned, and its ferocity stung his eyes as Shisui's words sank in. He wanted me to believe a lie, Sasuke said, his mind empty but for the rush of his own blood to the tempo of his pulse. And then the next realization, he wanted me to hate him. Yes, said Shisui, reaching to him more gently now, and only when he had Sasuke's face pressed against the shoulder of his flak jacket did Sasuke realize he was crying, hot tears soaking into the cloth covering of his cousin's armor. That was cruel of him. That, I won't forgive him for. He grimaced, the muscles of his neck tensing. And because he made me his secret keeper, to him, telling you this is the cruelest betrayal I could commit. He didn't want me to know, Sasuke said, the thought running over and over and over in his mind. He didn't want me to know. Tell me right now. Sasuke, tell me right now if you can't keep this secret, Shisui said fiercely, taking hold of Sasuke's head in his hands and forcing him to look him in the eye. I'll take the knowledge from you. You won't have to carry this. No. I can, Sasuke insisted, suddenly desperate, suddenly terrified to lose even a piece of his brother. Please. I have to. Shisui, I have to. His cousin met his gaze, long and searching. Okay, Shisui whispered, tugging him back down to his shoulder again. Okay. I hate this, Sasuke confessed, and that felt like a revelation. I hate that he did this to me, there's no excuse. But you love him, Shisui said quietly, and Sasuke's fingers tightened on his armor. Yeah. Sasuke's voice wavered and broke. Yeah. Sasuke didn't want to get up. So he didn't. Breakfast's ready. Let's go, said Temari, tapping the wall on her way out. Sasuke closed his eyes and ignored her. He wasn't sleeping, just drifting. He could hear the others crowding around the tables for breakfast outside, the muted clamor of chopsticks against bowls and even quieter murmur of conversation. Temari's clothes rustled as returned. Probably for her Tessin, which he knew without opening his eyes was leaned up against the wall somewhere to his left. She repeated, disbelief lacing her voice. You're not up? We're starting morning warm UPS. So? Morning warm UPS weren't mandatory. Temari shook his shoulder gently and he snarled wordlessly, batting her off as she recoiled in surprise and wariness. Shiamon dished, scowling. Sasuke didn't care. He subsided into the blankets. Rei-chan. Shisui. Is something wrong? It's Temari answered, her voice fading as she left the room. He won't get up. He snapped at me. He's just grumpy, Naruto said uncertainly. Right. Is he sick? Shisui was coming closer now, and Sasuke gritted his teeth. No, he's just. What if he? Do you think? Leave him. That was the captain, cutting through the mess of voices. Teiko, said Shisui reproachfully. There was a brief silence where the captain was probably giving him a look. The captain had yet to lose an argument that way. Shisui raised his voice again to the pack. Aren't you all going to morning warm UPS? Sensei. Sakura protested, but the outcry was only her and Naruto's wordless exclamation, and the mute displeasure of the others. Now, ordered Shisui, and the almost silent shuffle of the pack preceded the door closing behind them. Sasuke was selfishly vindictive, but it passed like a breath and he just felt tired again. He closed his eyes. There were footsteps behind him, too light to be a person. Sasuke ignored them. It was probably just Haku's rabbit. A small, warm body wriggled its way between Sasuke's arm and the blankets, and his eyes shot open as he jerked away from the captain's quietest Ninken, who gave him a sleepy stare as he settled in the warm divot. "What are you doing?" Sasuke demanded, the words coming slow and slurred as he rolled away. "Leave me alone." Predictably, Baisuke ignored him, tucking his paws under himself and nestling down deeper into the blankets. Did the captain know what his Ninken was doing? Was this on purpose? Sasuke decided he didn't care. He was too tired to care. Baisuke could do what he wanted, Sasuke was going to sleep. Sasuke rolled over so he had his back to the hound and let his eyes drift closed once again. He must have fallen asleep, because he peeled open his eyes with great effort when he heard the door open again. It was the pack, he recognized the cadences of their voices. It'd be lessons now, and Sasuke'd never skipped out on lessons on purpose, but he didn't really feel like getting up. So he didn't. A muted grumble at his back told him Baisuke was still there. The Ninken's senses were sharper than his, and Sasuke doubted he'd let him be attacked without warning. He slept again. "Shikan, lunch is ready," Haku called through the doorway, stirring him from his half-slumber. Spicy fish stew, which Haku made best out of the entire pack, Sasuke included. But Sasuke was hollow, not hungry, so he didn't move. The smell wasn't as tantalizing as it usually was, just a ghost of temptation. Haku didn't press, and despite the fog of discussion that he couldn't quite make out or couldn't quite care to make out, nobody else tried to get him up. The faucet creaked and the rumble of the old pipes stirred him again as whoever was on cleanup duty washed up, and the door whispered open again as the rest of the pack went for training. "She!" Naruto exclaimed, startling him. Sasuke shot upright despite himself, flailing in the tangle of blankets. Baisuke made an offended grumble as he was dislodged, clambering to his paws and slinking off under the closest bunks. Blearily, Sasuke glared. It was just him and Sakura and their team Byakko. Are you okay?" Sakura asked tremulously. This again. Every time someone asked him, he thought about it again, and now the knowledge of what Itachi had done to him, for him weighed on him so much more heavily. "I'm fine," Sasuke said, too tired for his anger to stir, and dropped back down into the nest of blankets that had accumulated in the center of the room. It seemed to have gotten bigger since he last woke up, but the only one who'd been in there was Baisuke. "Leave me alone." "Sasuke," Naruto said, his eyes wide and blue and set in horribly knowing. "You're not." Curse whatever god of luck had decided that now should be the time Naruto became observant. Though, to be fair, sleeping half the day away was a pretty big hint. "You can tell us," Sakura added, hovering just behind Naruto's shoulder. "We're your team, we just want to help. Tell us what to do." And, they were his team. They were his friends. They were pack, they were family. Even after Itachi, he trusted them as much as he could anyone. He trusted the pack, because for years that had been the only way for them to survive. But Sakura was strangely fragile these days when nobody was watching, and Naruto could barely keep his own name a secret. Sasuke was just a little tired today. There wasn't anything he couldn't handle, and what could either of them do to help anyways? "I'm having a hard time," he admitted just when he'd decided not to say anything. He paused, part of his mind frantically running damage control while another screeched in alarm and dismay. "Just with my brother and everything that happened," he said, his scramble to cover completely betrayed by his own mouth. Sakura nodded, though she couldn't ever hope to understand, her eyes serious even as she clamped a preemptive hand over Naruto's mouth. "I just need to work through it all," Sasuke finished lamely after half a minute where he fished for something to say. "We all have things to work through," Sakura said, and since he knew what she'd gone through, since he'd been there for much of it, that helped. Like struggling alone in solidarity. "There's no hurry. Shizune-sensei told me it's better to process and confront how we feel about things instead of letting it fester, even if it takes a while." Sasuke resisted the urge to ask, "How's that working out for you?" because she was trying and he wasn't cruel. "We'll be here if you ever need anything," Naruto said earnestly, peeling Sakura's hand away from his mouth and leaning in so close their noses nearly touched. "We're always watching your back." "Yeah, a little too closely." "I'll be okay, Yajure Tonkeke," Sasuke muttered, shoving him over. Naruto hurled a pillow at him. Sasuke caught it and had it tucked under his chest in a heartbeat, daring Naruto to do something about it with his eyes. "Hey!" Naruto cried, outraged, flailing without actually touching him. "Idiot!" Sasuke snuggled his stolen pillow closer. If he didn't want Sasuke to keep it, he shouldn't have thrown it. Sakura eased down to lie next to him and smiled, unbearably sad and radiantly happy at once. "We're going to be fine," she said. "All of us." Fine wasn't going to happen so easily. But there were moments of peace before then. "Get up," Temari ordered in the middle of the night. Unfortunately, after 3.5 years of being in charge, she wasn't used to taking no for an answer. Sasuke defying her once had made her even more determined to make sure there wasn't a repeat. "Guh," said Sasuke. It was still dark outside, darker even than when they'd gone to sleep what had to have been 3 or 4 hours ago. "What is the time?" Sai asked, sounding about as scattered as Sasuke felt. 2, answered Haku, voice rough. Sakura let out a groan of distress. "We're going on a run," Temari said. "Cloaks and masks, everyone." The grumbles of the pack simmered down. Sasuke wove around Naruto in the dark as Sakura took a flying leap up to her bunk to retrieve her mask. "Jiryu-sensei said we're not supposed to use the bone masks in the village anymore," she said primly, though that clearly wasn't stopping her. "Bah," said Gaara dismissively. The outside room was dark and empty except for Uroshi, who was sitting near the outside door with his muzzle pointed towards the outside. His ears swiveled when the pack filed into the room, but he didn't otherwise acknowledge them. Sasuke still paused, Hinata and Sai bunching up behind him, but Temari motioned them onwards with her hand as she strode past without hesitation. The winter moon was cold and bright in clear skies. Uroshi slipped out after them, joining Sai at the rear of the pack. Adrenaline buzzed through Sasuke's veins already from the threat of discovery and the anticipation of the run. Temari broke into a sprint and Sasuke chased after her instinctively. With a quiet whoop, Naruto followed close on his heels. And then they were all running, the entire pack streaming across the surface of the snow as the moonlight glimmered off the white bone of their wolf faces and gray-brown fur of their cloaks. The trees blurred past as they hit the training grounds, and Sasuke swerved through their trunks, leapt a low bush that rose in his path. The air bit painfully into his lungs, cold and fresh and sharp. Someone was laughing breathlessly Sakura, he thought, and it was bright and exhilarated and fed into the rest of the pack. At the head, Temari swerved sharply towards the encircling mountains, and the rest of them gladly followed. At their rear, Uroshi raised up a haunting howl, and Naruto joined in with his own, one that faded into helpless giggles. Then it was Gaara with a growl that wasn't quite human, that raised the hairs on the back of Sasuke's neck. The wind dragged the hood back from Sasuke's head, tugging sticky fingers through his hair as they climbed. He fell in stride with Hinata, whose legs were shorter but who took quick leaps to cover more ground, then fell back to join Haku's easy lope. The climb grew impossibly steep, and Temari surged upwards ahead of them, catching herself on the sheer surface with chakra. Sasuke followed in a bound, then snapped out a hand to catch Naruto by the collar when his teammate slipped on a patch of loose gravel. Haku did the same on the other side, and together they hauled Naruto up and let go as soon as he found his footing, and up they climbed, higher and higher into the mountains. Sasuke was lightheaded by the time Temari drew to a stop, on a flat outcropping at the top of a sheer drop. Neji skidded to a halt beside him, and for a moment, all 9 of them plus Uroshi stood in silence in the snow, the blood hot in their veins and their adrenaline still rushing. Sakura brushed against him as she stepped closer to look over the edge, and Naruto's warmth pressed against his side, for once silent. This was enemy territory, but at this moment, surrounded by his pack, with his chakra sparking just under his skin, Sasuke felt safe. He felt strong. He could see the entire inner village from there, the golden glow of streetlights twinkling in the dark and the starry sky yawning endlessly above. The moon was 2 nights from full, but lit up the snow blanketing the slopes and the training grounds and the streets far below. Beautiful, Hinata breathed, the word all but stolen by the wind. It was ridiculous, to give such qualities to the inanimate knight, but Sasuke found that he couldn't disagree. It was a new day, and he and Shisui were alone at the cliffs again, the same spot they'd been at before. The sun was breaking through the clouds, high above, and Sasuke could feel their weak rays on his face. Out beyond the ocean was Hinokuni, where a traitor and a liar and a murderer presided over the village of his birth. There was Konoha, the home he'd lost. There was a clan's worth of graves to mourn there, and that knowledge was a heavy stone in Sasuke's heart, but still. Below them, in Kiri's inner village, was his pack, his Yorizoku, safe and well-fed and stronger every day. They weren't running anymore, they were fighting. Somewhere out there was Itachi, fighting a lonely war to keep Sasuke safe. Despite everything, Itachi shouldn't have to be alone. Hanabiha had made it through one war and come out the other side still fighting. They had allies, supplies, and space enough to plan their counter-attack. When they retook Konoha, when at last their own long war was over, Sasuke could go find his brother. "Do you forgive him?" Shisui asked quietly. There was a pendant of dark stone hanging around his neck, the one he'd given Itachi for his 16th birthday. "Hiwa," it read, his brother's greatest wish, peace. Sasuke watched the wind rustle the tips of the trees far below their feet. The first leaves were starting to sprout, the beginnings of spring after a brutal winter. "No," he said with certainty. "But I will." They survived being hunted, they survived a war, and they would survive the next. And every day until that time came that they could finally go home and put down their weapons in peace and know that they were safe, like the sun after every dark twilight, they would rise. Chapter 19, Epilogue. The breeze in Yonokuni would ever be that of summer, but the winds blowing west from the sea had warmed as well. She turned away from the ocean, and the small figure at her side shadowed her. "Is it time to go?" Hanabi asked, the cloth covering her eyes dark against bleached hair. She said lightly. "Would you like to go sailing on a ship, Amiri-chan?" Hanabi considered the question seriously. "I should think it shall be a grand adventure," she said at last with a small smile. She didn't know if Hanabi had picked up such a manner of speaking before she'd left the Hyuga compound, but it was oddly adorable. "We'll pack our things and prepare some food and go sailing east for a little bit, doesn't that sound nice?" "Quite so," Hanabi agreed solemnly, and reached up to take her sleeve. Walking sedately along the beaten roads instead of running through the trees was no longer foreign to her after 3.5 years with Hanabi. A young woman and a girl child traveling alone was a strange sight, but not suspicious in the way a lone kunoichi with a little girl would be. She had her armor and katana hidden away in Aoshima because she couldn't hide carrying a blade that big. Instead, there was a wakaizashi down the back of her yukata, the sheath strapped tight against her bare back, and senbon holsters wrapped around her bicep. "Shall we go find Aki-san?" she asked, and Hanabi nodded. Their camp was completely and unfortunately civilian, open, and unguarded, a 40-minute walk from the bluffs. Hanabi didn't tire so easily anymore and walked the entire way beside her, her steps light and sure despite her covered eyes. The hound sprawled by the fire pit raised his head as they approached and lowered it again when they entered the clearing. Hanabi bowed. "Hello again, Aki-san," she greeted seriously. Akino's ears flickered towards her and he blinked his ice-blue eyes in reply. "Thank you for guarding the camp," she said, even as she stretched out her senses for anything the Ninken might have missed. He was Kakashi's hound, though, sharper than most, and as she expected she found nothing. "We plan to gather some supplies and take a voyage on a ship, Aki-san," she added. "Perhaps by the end of the week. You'll come along, won't you?" Hanabi said. Akino blinked again, the only break in his apparent apathy. But there was a pair of rabbits laid out at the edge of the clearing, skin unbroken by canine teeth with their necks cleanly snapped. For her and Hanabi, because the Ninken would have eaten it raw and buried the remains far away. "Would you like soup for lunch, Amiri-chan, or roasted rabbit?" she asked, rolling up the sleeves of her yukata. A snap of her fingers sparked a tiny flame that jumped to the remains of the campfire, and she added a handful of twigs for the burgeoning fire. "Soup, please," answered Hanabi. "May I help?" She smiled. "Would you fill the pot with water? You remember where the stream is, don't you?" "But of course," Hanabi agreed. "I'll not take long." 3 meters right, Half forward, 4 o'clock, she reminded the girl, and without hesitation, Hanabi navigated to the pot and tucked it in the crook of her elbow. Hanabi trotted off into the forest, head crooked to listen for obstacles, and once she was nearly out of sight Akino rose to his paws and slunk soundlessly after her. Hanabi didn't need such close watching, not anymore, but she was grateful for the Ninken's instincts nonetheless. She shucked the rabbits while Hanabi was gone, slitting the pelts neatly with a hunting knife she kept strapped to her thigh. She hung up the furs to dry and set aside the entrails for Akino, as they were rich in nutrients to compensate the energy he had spent on the hunt. Akino preceded Hanabi to the camp, snapping up the offering and settling back at the northern edge of the camp as Hanabi carried her pot, stepping high to keep her feet from tangling in the undergrowth. There were fish in the stream, but only little ones, she announced. Too little to eat for dinner, I should think. Thank you, Amiri-chan, she said, taking the pot from the girl and hanging it over the fire. Perhaps we will have dinner in Miyajima instead. Then we won't have to catch 100 little fish for our meal. How far is Miyajima? Hanabi asked, coming closer to the fire. Do you imagine we will have time to train before we arrive? She smiled, carefully dropping the chopped rabbit chunks into the pot. I'm sure we can schedule it in somewhere between walking and walking, she agreed, and Hanabi's quietly delighted laugh was high and clear as bells. Akino, the pale fur around his jaws stained bloody from his snack, rose and slipped back into the trees. She let him go without comment. Perhaps he would come back before they packed up the camp, but she doubted it. He had his own mission here, he would find them again when he pleased. Amiri-chan, let your eyes breathe for a while, she said, and obediently, Hanabi tugged the cloth down and opened her eyes. The Hyuga Jujutsu marked her eyes with unnatural blankness as Hanabi blinked, adjusting to the light. There was a tiny crease between her eyebrows, the one that always came back whenever she thought of why she had to hide her eyes. She didn't want an all-seeing jujutsu if that meant she had to blind herself, she'd confessed once, her tiny shoulders shaking with sobs she wouldn't let herself voice. She didn't care that she was Hyuga, that her name was known all across the elemental lands. But names were dangerous out here, and Hanabi's eyes would betray her name faster than a blink. Her name would get them both killed at best. I should like to go down by the stream again, Hanabi said, breaking her out of her thoughts. I thought I smelled watercress that would go quite nicely in the soup. Go on then, she said. The soup will need some time to cook. Find whatever you can, we'll say it's a test. Will you do well? Of course, Hanabi agreed, her eagerness breaking her from her usual controlled stride to an excited skip. Stay alert and run right back if there's any danger, she called after Hanabi. She wasn't too worried. Both Konoha and Kumo had settled into an uneasy détente once winter took hold of their respective countries, and Shimo, even if it had passed you by, and Hanabi would not be taken by surprise by any civilian ambusher. She didn't carry much in the way of spices, only salt and iron supplements because low blood pressure was as dangerous as an open wound. Hanabi complained only rarely, because her memories of life before leaving Konoha faded a little more each day. She understood survival and sacrifice already. Hanabi was her mission, her objective, but she had come to care for the girl like a little sister, like her own child even. But Hanabi wasn't hers. She was the Hyuga's youngest princess. She belonged to Konoha first and foremost, and in a year or 5 years or 10 years, in the end, her mission was to return Hanabi safely to her birthplace. That was her duty, and there Hanabi would meet her destiny. She'd known what would happen when she finally turned in her reports to the drop point. She knew, and she did it anyways. Their time like this, with the two of them alone on the road, was running out. Konoha, those who carried its spirit, if not its name, had issued its summons, and now that she had chosen a faction she was compelled to respond. Nico-sensei. Hanabi's voice rang out high and triumphant as she crossed the clearing in light bounds. Bundles of green were clutched in either hand and her face was flushed high up by her cheekbones. I have collected both greens and roots. She offered them for inspection. Ah, she said, bending down to inspect Hanabi's findings. I see you did find the watercress. And what are these? Gama tubers, Hanabi pronounced. Cattails. I cleaned them before I brought them back. She brought the roots up to her nose, smelling carefully. Very good, Amiri-chan, she said warmly. These will make an excellent addition to our lunch. Hanabi beamed, a split-second smile before she swallowed it back down. May I go train for a while, she asked hopefully. Only until we eat. She tapped twice next to her eye. Stay alert and don't go too far. Hanabi frowned but activated her Byakugan obediently. I'll be just fine without this, she complained, but vanished, already drawing the kunao hidden up her sleeves. Another reason she worried Hanabi was an agreeable child and a born fighter but never a soldier, and yet she'd been made the symbol of a rogue army. On the other side, her life had been planned for her since birth, and the fall was just an inconvenient detour. She stretched out her senses as their meal bubbled over the fire, stepping away to prowl around the edges of the camp. She was a combat specialist with a combat specialist's code name Cat, but what had made her so appealing to the Umbu recruiters had been her burgeoning sensor abilities. And luckily, this also made her an ideal sensei to Hanabi, because Hyuga, or no, prodigy of the Byakugan or not, Hanabi still had a lot to learn regarding sensor abilities, had yet to live them rather than use them. She let herself sink into the trees and feel the thrum of chakra in every living thing from their camp to the very edges of the road as the wind played with the fringes of her hair and the leaf-laden branches of the plants surrounding her. What separated the skilled sensors from the talented was omniscience rather than omnipresence, to be able to filter through massive amounts of information for that which was most revealing. There were little flickers of chakra in her periphery, tickling like a feather across bearskin birds or rabbits or squirrels, maybe even foxes or fish, and then the stronger, slightly alien, slightly familiar feel of Akino's chakra, simultaneously wild and controlled, moving away steadily. She found Hanabi's steady flame, glowing a little brighter in erratic intervals with exertion, and nothing else. Then she pulled herself out of the trees and the air and poured herself fully back into her body as she finished the slow lap. She stopped by the hollow where she had hidden hers and Hanabi's packs and cloaks, laying them out as she considered their plan of action. She'd only grown a centimeter or two since last year, so her cloak still fit reasonably well, but Hanabi's cloak was approaching her knees instead of ankle length. She should get the girl a new one now. Better to get their things here, where supply still kept up with demand. War-torn Kiri would doubtless have wartime prices. Food was another thing they needed to buy, well-preserved rations that were easy to carry, and fresh water as well. She wanted to retrieve her armor and katana, if she'd be rejoining the combat forces, but she'd leave the extra weapon caches stashed in bolt holes scattered through Yu and Shimo and Tetsu and Hai and all the others. There were too many, too far apart, and too small to make the extra trips worthwhile. Other than that, they didn't need much else. They traveled lightly as they moved around. They would still stop by in Miyajima, before they went, because besides a hot meal, the outpost traded information. From her understanding, Hanaha's information network on the mainland was good, but Kiri's borders had shut down abruptly in the middle of the civil war, and even still not much entered or exited the country, people and information included. The only reason she knew it had ended was because Kakashi had told her so in person. She stood now at a crossroads. She didn't know what had really happened during the fall. Some of the stories were fantastic, outlandish. That of Uchiha Itachi, the patriot who executed his own clan for treason, only to be blackmailed by the dissidents into fleeing Konoha. Hatake Kakashi, assassin of the Sandaime Hokage, whose coup failed when his Kumo allies failed to penetrate Konoha's defenses in time to offer backup. Shimura Danzo, who murdered his own teammate for a taste of power in the daylight instead of snatched from the shadows. Senju Tsunade, who was bequeathed the title of Hokage by her sensei as he died, thousands of kilometers away and unknown to her. Each side told a different tale, lies and truth and suggestion indistinguishable from the others, and belief in one or the other cracked clans right in half, split families, ripped teams apart and made enemies of friends. It tore the nation in two, and Konoha was still standing, but it was fractured. She didn't know who to believe, because the people she knew, her teammates and friends, the trusted jounin and captains and clan heads, stood on both sides of the divide. For Narashikaka there was Hyuga Hayashi, for Hatake Kakashi there was Sarutobi Asuma, for Shiranui Genma there was Namayashi Redu, and each stood staunchly in their own convictions. For each, she would not have and still did not doubt that their loyalty to Konoha still held. But they could not all be telling the truth. The Sandaime died that night, and her allegiance was owed to the one who had not taken her Hokage's life. It wasn't too late to change her mind, and it wouldn't be until she got on that ship to Uzushio, to Kiri. She could take Hanabi home to Konoha right now. She would be welcomed for completing her mission, rewarded for her loyalty, and even be called a hero for saving the lost Hyuga princess. But if she chose to return, everything she had now would all end. She would go back to Umbu, and Hanabi would go back to her clan, and if they ever saw each other again it would be a fleeting moment forgotten seconds after its conclusion. And she was selfish, but she had grown too attached. She'd watched Hanabi grow up for 3 years already, from broken words to 2 elegant sentences and stumbling steps to chakra-enhanced leaps. And so ultimately, that which decided her mind between 2 equally improbable choices was her own selfishness. She chose to believe Kakashi not because he had been her trainer, once, her team leader or a commander, but because believing him meant she could keep Hanabi just a little longer. Maybe that belief wouldn't last. Maybe once more, she would steal away Hanabi in the middle of the night and run. That was all right. Every bond of trust formed was a risk, and any bond could be severed. She was, after all, a kunoichi. There are 4 men hiding in the woods 200 meters ahead of us, Hanabi announced 10 kilometers from Miyajima. They mean to rob us, Nico-sensei. Oh. She said, examining the chakra signatures with her own senses. What makes you say that? Hanabi's brow crinkled in consternation, her face that of a child asked a far too simple question, such as the color of the sky. They are holding knives. Are they not just hunters? She asked, tensing her arm briefly to reassure herself of the press of her senbon holster against her skin. Hanabi frowned more deeply. They are on either side facing the road, she said, her impatience absent from her voice. They are watching the road, not the forest. She hummed. Perhaps they are shinobi or civilian peacekeepers attempting to apprehend a criminal, she suggested. Their clothes are tattered, Hanabi said bluntly. They wear no uniform or symbols or hitayate, and carry no kunao or shuriken. 3 have covered the bottoms of their faces with cloth. Perhaps we should prepare for an attack, in that case, she said. They were drawing nearer to that ambush site now, only 100 meters away. What do you think, Amiri-chan? Shall we try Formation C? Asked Hanabi. I should like to try on civilian targets before contact with shinobi. You should act as though all combat encounters are contact with shinobi, she admonished mildly, but added, very well. Initiate at will. Copy, Hanabi said seriously, and tucked her hands up her sleeves. She hid a smile, sinking back into her sensing. Akino's chakra signature appeared like a candle's flame at the edge of her awareness, meandering vaguely in their direction. He wouldn't reach them in time for the confrontation, he might not even be returning to them at all. Not until she and Hanabi had passed the first pair of chakra signatures did the group make their move. A man in a sweat-stained shirt with the sleeves rolled up to his elbows stepped out from behind a tree in front of them, a thin shoto in hand. He smiled, crooked, as she gasped and grabbed for Hanabi and missed as the girl kept walking. Amiri-chan, she cried. Ri-chan, stop. Hanabi stopped, swiveling in place with her head cocked. Hi there, little lady, said the man, his grin widening as Hanabi stiffened. How about ya both don't move and nobody gets hurt? She whirled civilian sluggish in time to see a pair of men with bandanas tied around their faces, one carrying a club and the other a chokyuto. Leave us alone, she demanded. We have nothing of worth to you. One of the men reached for her arm and she jerked it up so he grabbed her forearm instead of her bicep. We'll be the judge of that, darlin', he rumbled, giving her a rough shake. Boys, be nice, the first man drawled, as the last of the men stepped out from the trees, blocking her path to Hanabi. We don't want to scare him. Just having a chat, friendly like. Ladies, hand over your koinak. He cut himself off abruptly with a yelp as Hanabi whipped a kunao out of her sleeve directly at his face and pounced. In unison with Hanabi's attack, she wrenched forcibly out of the grip of the man holding her as it slackened in his surprise, reached down the back of her hakama, and watched her assailant's eyes bulge as she drew the entire length of her wakaizushi from its hidden sheath. She didn't spare them a glance, instead springing directly for the man between her and Hanabi. He was slow fast, perhaps, for a civilian, but not fast enough to block her sword. Her slash was neat, precise, and cleaved him from shoulder to hip before he could get his blade up to block. He choked, the blade falling from a limp hand, and gurgled impotently as his legs folded beneath him. Hanabi vanished in a substitution a bare moment before impact, and a chunk of wood struck the leader instead, sending him staggering backwards. With Hanabi clear, she stalked forward, stepping over her collapsing first victim towards the leader of the little group. The displacement of air gave her warning, as did a heavy footfall, and she ducked gracefully as one of the men behind her swung his club for her head from behind. She knocked his legs out from under him with a sweeping kick and drove her blade straight down into his chest as he hit the ground with a grunt. His partner flinched back mid-lunge, the arc of his sword going wide as she rose while taking up her wakizashi with her, and she battered his blade down with a harsh blow from her own. She spun inside his guard, flipped her blade into a backhanded grip, and used it to slit open his throat, shoving him away to avoid the ensuing spray of blood. She turned. The apparent leader had chosen the other option after watching his compatriots fall and fled, and the metal of his shoto flashed as he ran. "Amiri-chan," she called out, watching the man disappear into the tree cover. Blood trickled down the edge of her blade, dripping to the ground in bright crimson drops. "What do we say about witnesses?" Hanabi hopped out of the branches of the tree on the opposite side of the road and padded to her side. "No survivors," the girl answered. "That's right," she said, closing her eyes and letting her senses sink into the forest. "No survivors. I shall have the hamburger steak, if that's all right," Hanabi announced, hands folded neatly in her lap to avoid touching the aggressively sticky surface of the battered wooden table. She paused in her recitation of the bar's food menu. "All right," she agreed. Their newly acquired provisions sat in a pack on the chair next to her, and she had already agreed to treat Hanabi out after collecting the money from their would-be robbers earlier that day. It might make pickpocketing necessary in Aoshima later on, but given the relative uncertainty of the weeks ahead, she would afford the girl this much. They waited an objectively unreasonable amount of time for the waitress to detangle herself from the group of men crowded around a table near the bar and take their orders. "Hamburger streaks for both of them." "Amiri-chan," she said as the waitress bustled away. "Let's go over the incident this afternoon, shall we?" The girl kicked her legs mullishly before catching herself. "Very well," she acquiesced, her distaste admirably absent from her voice. Formation C was used on a group of 4 civilian attackers, 3 of whom were taken out at the attack site and the last of which was taken out about 1.8 kilometers south-southeast by operative codenamed Nico-sensei, who served as primary combat operative. Operative codenamed Amiri served as decoy and rearguard. "I thought we could discuss your role specifically," she said, which Hanabi had known had been her intention to begin with. "Formation C calls for you to isolate a small percentage of assailants to allow me time and space to eliminate the greater number first, and then for you to remove yourself from combat." "Yes," agreed Hanabi, propping her folded hands on the edge of the table and immediately, visibly regretting it when the residue clung to her skin. "I used a kunao as distraction on the first enemy to make contact, followed by kawarimi to remove myself from the battle after the delay and distraction." "Yes," she acknowledged. "It was quite a good kawarimi. However, you did take an unnecessary risk by making an aggressive physical advance after the initial distance attack." The girl took a while to digest that, mouthing the longer words silently until she puzzled out their meanings. Then her frown deepened. "I did no such thing," Hanabi objected. She raised an eyebrow at Hanabi. Hanabi could not see it but read the silence accordingly and tipped her chin up defiantly, glaring with covered eyes. "You jumped at your target." "I performed the kawarimi before I hit him." "A shinobi opponent would not wait for you to both jump and perform a substitution," she reproved. "You would have time to choose only one." Hanabi sank into an elegant sulk, straight-backed, and face blank as a stone. She paid the girl no mind, keeping her eyes roving around the room and the street outside. It was a risk, staying so close to the drop point when she had already visited to collect intel, but the sun had set long ago and censor or no, she preferred not to travel when the hunters were out at night. "Here we go." "Hamburger steak and hamburger steak," said the waitress with a distracted smile, sliding the plates down in front of them. "Give me a holler if you need anything." Hanabi lit up, bad mood evaporated like the morning mist in the face of food. She tested both their plates for traces of poison as Hanabi waited with her head cocked slightly. Go ahead, she said, when she found nothing, tapping the table just to the side of Hanabi's plate. Hanabi reached out unerringly and pulled it close, picking up the silverware on the side of the dish when her fingertips brushed against them. She felt a wave of affection sweeping over her as she watched Hanabi delicately decimate the plate. She was too close, she knew. Far too close. Perhaps it was to compensate that she felt the draw to Kakashi's Hanabi-ha. Aoshima was a small port city, nearly the size of Takehara on the Shimo border, and took half a day's travel at an easy lope through the trees. She made sure Hanabi's hand was tucked in the crook of her arm as she shifted through the crowd on one of the cobbled stone roads towards the coast. Hanabi was fairly good about navigating blind in small towns and even in the forest, but densely populated areas still gave her difficulty. There were too many bodies, too much crowding into her space, too many distracting smells and sounds. They'd steered clear of cities when they could because those same things kept her sensing mudded as well, hid their hunters in the tangle of humanity and ambient chakra. Stores and restaurants transitioned into factories and warehouses. She turned them into a narrow alley between a towering bread factory and a milk processing plant. Up, she said after checking for observers, and crouched. Hanabi climbed up onto her back automatically, hands clasping just above her sternum without pressing on her throat. She leapt, carrying them both to the top of the wall, and let the girl climb off again. Hanabi could run up walls, of course, but her chakra stores were so small that even with her above-average chakra control it was safer for her not to unless actively fleeing, fighting, or training. The bread factory had a particular vent on the southwest corner of the building where, when the cover was removed, one could install a false ceiling panel. One could conceivably use the space above that false panel to store, for example, a Konoha Numbu uniform, a full katana, and a tanto. This particular vent did in fact have all of these right up until she pried the false panel loose and removed them. Come along, Amiri-chan, she said as Hanabi stared covetously at the tanto. What is our next step? Find cover and secure a base, Hanabi answered by rote. Cover in a secure base became a motel room with one full-sized bed pushed against peeling wallpaper. She left the sheathed tanto on the foot of the bed as Hanabi activated her Jujutsu to check their surroundings, and went to change into something less obvious than an Umbu uniform that would still look natural worn with a blade. She had her uniform and equipment but she couldn't take Hanabi into the heart of the bloody mist looking entirely like a non-combatant. Advertising weakness in a village that prized strength was inviting harassment at best. Keep watch. Remember the protocols for enemy approach and discovery, she warned, and Hanabi nodded once, scooting the tanto with an easy grabbing distance. Now wearing hakama and haori, and both sheathed katana and wakaizashi hanging in her sash, she went shopping. Aojima, like many major trading cities, welcomed an eclectic array of people from all backgrounds. Her samurai-appearing attire didn't garner second glances from any but a wide-eyed girl who couldn't have been older than Hanabi. She met eyes across the street with a pair of shinobi wearing hitayate from Kyuzagakur, giving them a wary look as they did the same to her, but the moment passed as she did and they were lost in the afternoon crowd once again. Down by the waterfront across from the docks, she found what she was looking for. Shinobi would prevent the bell tied to the top of the door from ringing, out of habit, but she was here as something else so it merrily announced her presence as she entered the shop. The tiny old lady sitting on the counter on the far side of the shop gave her a long, scrutinizing stare and then visibly dismissed her, returning her attention to the naginata in her lap whose blade she was remounting. The shop's shelves were full but not crowded, each piece from whetstones to boxes of shuriken to small hunting knives in its own place. There was a staircase in the corner to the side of the old lady's counter, flanked by a case of kunao holsters and a shelf of different gauges of wire. The upstairs room was entirely clothing, of all different sizes and styles. Unfortunately, Hanabi was a child and a rather small one at that, which was rare enough in the shinobi world that those young shinobi generally needed custom uniforms fitted. Oftentimes in Konoha they came from clans or were recruited for the Umbu trainee program and were thus provided for, and as of now Hanabi had none of those resources available. She found a dark padded vest with adjustable straps under a pile of plate armor, long enough to be a jerkin on Hanabi but which would fit the girl still if she tightened the straps all the way and wrapped them around her once first. After consideration she picked out a cloak, a soft skullcap, and water-resistant drawstring pants that were still a little too long and took them all back downstairs. The old woman squinted at her as she set her choices on the counter beside her. You got a master, samurai. Ronin, she corrected blandly. My previous lord declared that should I not spread my legs for him like a whore, then I could peddle my services like one. I took that to indicate the release of my sworn oath. The old woman tilted her head, her hand stilling on the haft of her poliarm. And where is this lord now? She blinked. Still in Tetsu no Kuni, I imagine. Said the old woman, an odd gleam in her eye. I see. A pretty story, love. You have money, I assume. She wasn't offended or even surprised by the disbelief. A weaponry and supply store would have a proprietor no less sharp than her wares, and the old woman didn't press further. She handed over the money without protest, gathered her purchases, and left. We have passage on a ship in 2 days' time, she told Hanabi at night, over a dinner of an Ajiri. The afternoon had been spent fitting Hanabi's new clothing, and with the skullcap pulled low over her eyes, the girl tilted her head. Have we? Hanabi asked, shifting a little and shrugging her shoulders. She had been doing so for some time now, getting used to the more restricted range of motion and the additional heft. Her voice was distracted but the stiffness in her posture betrayed her anxiety. Will I still be Amiri? If you like, she answered. Or you can be Kimiko now, if you prefer. Hanabi considered. I should like to be Amiri a little longer, she decided. She reached back to touch the hilt of the tanto resting in its holster over her shoulder. Then I am Tenjin Nekoto and you are Adaki Amiri, my apprentice, she said, and Hanabi nodded. Remember those names. When we are on the ship, you must stay in our berth or by my side at all times, do you understand? Yes, Nico-sensei, Hanabi responded obediently. May I practice my kata? I have not used this blade in some time. Very well, she said. Remember, it is a live blade. Give it the respect it deserves. Yes, Nico-sensei, Hanabi repeated. She hopped down from her chair and trotted off to go wash her hands. She kept one eye on Hanabi's careful handling of the tanto as she laid out their supplies on the bed to take inventory once again. She wouldn't don her Konohanambu uniform until they were away from the mainland, but she went through the motions of checks and maintenance, examining each part with meticulous patience. Surrounded by the pieces of her armor, with her charge moving gracefully on the open floor and the metal of the blade flashing in the dying sunlight pouring through the window, she felt like she was preparing to go to war. Akino slunk aboard the Hatomaru just before it disembarked, an hour after she and Hanabi had already boarded. He was wearing a henge of the quartermaster that promptly vanished when he ducked behind a stack of crates tied down to the ship's deck. She stood at the rail at the aft with Hanabi and let the crew work around her, and with her hand resting on the hilts of her swords, no one approached them. I have never been aboard a ship before, Hanabi murmured, the words nearly carried away but the wind. She gripped the railing as the deck rolled beneath their feet. What an interesting experience. Interesting almost certainly meant uncomfortable, but the Hatomaru had already set off and she could not run across the entire ocean, particularly when Hanabi could not yet water walk reliably let alone for any great distance. Akino padded from the cover of the crates, his paw steps audible as he brushed up against Hanabi's leg to announce his presence. Even clutching the railing with both hands as she was, Hanabi still managed a bow. Hello, Aki-san, she said, her serenity strained. As ever, Akino did not respond. This is a merchant ship, she said, more for Akino's benefit than Hanabi's. Estimated time of arrival to Uzushio waters is 54 hours. Hanabi's mouth twisted into a frown of displeasure. I do not like this adventure, she said under her breath. The Hatomaru didn't make it to Uzushio. The ship came to a shuddering halt in the middle of the night a day and a half later, jarring her from a fitful doze. Get up, Amiri-chan, she ordered as the girl jerked awake. She didn't have time to change, just buckled on the pale armor and bracers and left the umbu blacks packed so she was wearing a hybrid of the uniform and the samurai guise. Her hands didn't shake as they fumbled in the dark, but only because her breathing had settled into an even rhythm, her mind going clear and cold and focused. Hanabi sensed the change in her demeanor and went still and watchful accordingly, loose in the way that belied her coiled readiness. She didn't ask what was going on. After countless ambushes and near misses, Hanabi had caught on that her silence and following of orders led to the best outcomes. The Hatomaru had stopped because it'd been stopped. There was another ship looming over its stern, sleek and dark, and the man that had the Hatomaru's captain crowded up against the mizzenmast was unmistakably a shinobi. The captain stood his ground, though the tautness of his entire body like a bowstring about to snap betrayed his nerves, but despite his wariness the shinobi made no overtly threatening moves. "Stay behind me," she said, hooking her cat mask over her face and walking, her footsteps deliberately audible, towards the pair. A rush of chakra. The captain turned, but the shinobi did not, and there was now a shinobi flanking her on either side. She stopped, and sensed Akino prowl from the shadows, putting himself square in front of Hanabi with just a hint of fang as warning. They had not bared steel, and she kept her hands away from the hilts of her swords. "Deep cover operative Hana an 8693 reporting to the outpost at Uzushio," she said without turning, following the instructions Kakashi had passed on. "Under orders from Captain Hana and 4696. She sensed more than saw the two exchange a glance. "Your mission?" one asked. They couldn't honestly expect an answer from her. "Classified," she said. Another glance. "And the kid?" said the first again. She turned a little to get both of them plus Hanabi in her field of vision. "My trainee." "Fucking gods," the second muttered under his breath as he gave Hanabi a startled look. "That's a freaking toddler." She suspected that a deep cover operative presenting herself at a far-flung outpost might be above her new guard's pay grade, since in any country the Umbu were ghosts and reported only to their own or to their cage. "Get me your ranking officer or take me to them," she ordered evenly, when it became clear neither of them knew what to do with her. A chakra signature approached from behind her, and she turned back slightly to see the shinobi that had been speaking with the Hatomaru's captain. "Umbu-san," he greeted neutrally, a hand on the pommel of his sword. The mist-marked Hitayate on his forehead flashed in the moonlight. "You wear Konoha's uniform." "Deep cover operative Hana an 8693, she repeated. The shinobi met her eyes. "Your Hana division." She inclined her head. "Received orders for self-extraction and termination of current mission." The shinobi's stare changed to something closer to resignation. "What's the passcode you were given?" "Crescent Moon, Hal, Cat's Paw, 17. Jakunika Kyushoku." That last bit was an echo of Kakashi's dry humor, an outsider's perspective into Kirigakure. "The weak are meat and the strong eat." "Accepted," said the shinobi, either ignoring or oblivious to the meaning. "A Hana division captain arrived at the outpost 2 days ago. We'll take you to him." The ship that had intercepted the merchant ship Hatomaru was in fact one of Kiri's 7 famous warships, the Bishamon Maru. Since declaring herself as Hana division, the team had shown her to a cabin and promptly left her, Hanabi, and Akino alone without so much as introducing them to the ship's captain, which she took to be rather unusual. She had never been to Uzushiagakure, which appeared portside through the window just as the dawn had begun to break. In the academy, she'd seen its pictures in textbooks, sun-kissed clay-red roofs and walls a pure sandy white in its prime, spiraling pavered stairways and saltwater fountains, and the pictures after its decimation, when the beautiful stone had cracked and crumbled stained brown with blood that would not wash away, when the vines had crawled over houses turned into tombs before dying themselves. As the Bishamon Maru docked at the broken village, Hanabi went to peer out. She had been silent since waking, and she broke that now when she asked, hushed, what happened to this place? Because Uzushiagakure now was not the freshly scarred site of a massacre, nor was it the bustling cities they had left behind on the mainland. An old battle took place here, she answered, clasping her hands behind her back as she stepped up to Hanabi's shoulder. There used to be a village here many years ago until its destruction. It's a Kiri outpost now. The village had been patched back together, structures of wood and stone rising from the remains of their predecessors with none of the same careless elegance. These new buildings were constructed for function, not for beauty, and even from far out they could see the cracked, scorched walls like broken shells encircling them. Don't talk, she reminded the girl as footsteps approached their door politely. She tugged Hanabi's hat back down over her eyes. Never let your guard down. Hanabi made a face that wiped smoothly clean when someone knocked on the door. She opened it. The shinobi on the other side wasn't one who she'd seen on the ship before. There was a furred cloak thrown over one shoulder of his Kiri-style flak jacket and a porcelain half-mask slanting diagonally across his face, and his Hittite was tied around his bicep. "You must be 8693, he said by way of greeting. "Hana and 010, I'm the ranking Hana shinobi on site. Come with me. There's a ship going back to Kirigakure in a few hours, but I have quarters on land that are more secure. Good to see you again," he added to Akino, who deigned to greet him with a slight wag of his tail. She gave the Ninkin a curious glance, then transferred it to the shinobi. He worked closely with Kakashi, then, and was both Umbu and a captain despite his regular forces uniform. "Sir," she acknowledged. She nodded to Hanabi. He looked familiar, but she could not place him despite the glances she snuck of what she could see of his face. She could name his features: pale ash-brown hair that was a color about as real as her own curling a little over his mask, a dark eye the other was completely covered, a broad nose, a strong jaw, almost aristocratic cheekbones. She could describe him, but she couldn't recognize him or who he reminded her of. His chakra was the same when she reached out, tentatively murky, vaguely familiar, crackling with its potency. Hanabi tucked herself in her shadow, keeping pace behind her non-dominant arm. The girl couldn't see the ruined streets without her jujitsu active, but her head swiveled minutely nonetheless, catching the sounds and smells and the sea breeze through her hair. Hana and 010 didn't speak, didn't acknowledge the other shinobi whose paths they crossed as they wove their way through the streets. Then it was like an invisible barrier had been breached, and he did, giving nods to a trio in flak jackets and a then alone Takujo who hurried past. Akino had vanished again into the maze of pale stone, but the shinobi didn't comment on his absence. The building he led them to was small and might have been a noodle shop in a past life, but now it was bare, the floor new wood and the stones in the walls not yet weathered by time. She stepped in as he waved them through the doorway and activated a seal inked on the back of the door. "Cat 15, he said with a small, crooked smile. "I've heard a lot about you." "Is that so?" she said warily. Hanabi tensed behind her, like a cat whose fur had begun to puff up along its spine. "The kids have nothing but praise for their Nico-sensei," he agreed, relaxed and cheerful. "Never thought it'd be you, Bazuki." A bolt of alarm shot through her, but she'd been expecting this. Kakashi wasn't the only one who knew her. She just hadn't expected her identity to be exposed by someone she couldn't name. "Don't call me that." "Who are you?" she asked, a little too sharply. He grimaced in response, running a hand through his hair in a manner that was maddeningly familiar. "Classified, until you clear all security checks," he said apologetically. "You can call me Judah." That felt unfair, but they were both shinobi and pragmatism was a way of life. "You said the kids," she offered instead. "Who?" "A Spitfire used to the heat in her sleepy brother," Judah said, a hint of his smile coming back. "A kid with a lot of heart who makes a lot of noise. A boy who likes to set things on fire just a little too much, and a girl that would bury herself in books all day if she could. A couple of little soldiers who can't ever seem to forget what duty is. A quiet princess who I suspect misses her sister very much." Very vague, yet specific enough that there was no question as to whom he was referring. "You know them well?" she asked. His grin widened. "I've been working with the captain for a couple years now," he said, and it was obvious with the ease of familiarity that the captain meant Kakashi. "I was on his team when we retrieved the kids, and I've been one of their training sensei since then. I've got 3 of them as my official genin team now, specialized in infiltration and espionage." Infiltration and espionage? That had to be Sai, maybe Niji, but the rest of the children she couldn't remember as being particularly inclined for undercover work. "And the others?" she prompted. Hanabi pressed in close to her side and she reached out automatically, pulling the girl under her arm. Judah paused, his hesitation barely noticeable. 2 are on a team with a former hunter nin under Momokai Zabuza." "What?" "And the captain's taken on the last 3. The Demon of the Mist and Heitake Kakashi taking on genin teams? Was this some kind of test to see what lies she would swallow?" Judah must have read her disbelief in her silence, because he said, "Momokai has been a member of Hanabiha as long as I have, even if he's loyal to the captain more than Senju-sama. And the captain only took his team on because of security reasons after issues arose with their previous sensei." "What issues?" she asked warily. His mouth twisted. Uchiha Itachi was their sensei until about 3 months ago, when he and a member of the Kiri Hanran tried to kidnap the Jinhuriki of the Sanbai, nearly killing myself, the captain, and one of the Hanran captains before fleeing. He's been declared as defected. Uchiha Itachi did. She demanded. But his. I know, Judah said grimly. He's had his disagreements with command, but we assumed he wouldn't leave the bonds he had here. He sighed, weariness evident in his voice. He turned his attention to Hanabi. Will you introduce me? He asked, deliberately light. She glanced down reflexively at Hanabi, who tilted her head up in response. I am Adaki Amiri, apprentice to Tenjin Nekoto, Hanabi informed him solemnly. It is good to meet you, Amiri-chan, responded Judah with the same gravity. You look just like someone I know who would love to see you again. We'll have to sail a little ways to get there, though. Hanabi's interest subsided. Another ship? She said, dismayed. The voyage to Kirigakure didn't take long, comparatively. Warships moved much faster than civilian vessels did, especially with the tamed force of a trained shinobi crew. Hanaha is just beginning to establish a base on Uzushio, Judah explained. There's a lot of back and forth travel, especially for those of us involved in logistics and planning. She didn't answer, watching the sprawling lower city hurtle ever closer. The scars of battle were still visible, though the winter since had smoothed over the sharpest edges. There were craters containing only rubble and debris scattered between battered buildings. The cliff atop which the lighthouse perched had a massive gouge taking a chunk out of the rock. Mist hung low over the entire thing, giving the city a muted, ghostly atmosphere. Hanabi's Byakugan absorbed the sight from beneath a layer of dark cloth, and the girl clutched her sleeve more for comfort than for guidance as she did so. Shinobi crew or no, it still took over an hour for the warship to maneuver its way into port and allow them to disembark. The inner village is a bit of a ways away still, Judah said apologetically. We'll have to go on foot through the Karakachi Pass. Do you want to stop for breakfast first? Anything in the city will be better than ship rations, I assure you. That is not a particularly high bar, she said dryly. Yes, that would be appreciated, thank you. She hadn't been sure that Akino had even followed then off Uzushio to begin with, but she saw the hound as he slipped out from below deck and leapt over the side of the railing without pause, his pale fur shining in the sunlight before he plummeted out of sight. There was no splash to herald his landing. What would you like for breakfast, Amiri-chan? Judah asked. Hanabi considered. I should like some omuris, today, she decided. Omuris it is, Judah agreed. Follow me, I know a place. She had been 3 years into what she assumed would be a long tenure as a career umbu when the fall happened, but even those 3 years and the 5 before that as a trainee had taught her that one did not normally take a recalled deep cover operative out to breakfast before security checks and a debrief. This seems irregular, she noted aloud. Nothing about this is regular, Judah assured her. Ah, here we are. Hanabi wound tighter and tighter the longer the morning dragged on. She realized the girl was talking cues from her when she brushed the handle of the blunt dinner knife without picking it up for the 4th time, and Judah's eye dropped to it and then Hanabi for just a moment. Her senses were strained, focused on Judah and the restaurant and the streets beyond with their grim tension that buzzed through the ambient chakra and set her teeth on edge. Kirigakure is not very hospitable, Judah said, almost apologetically. Or should I say it's hospitable to a select few. Identify yourself as Hana Division and you shouldn't get much trouble from Kiri's regular forces. Noted, she said, and pulled her awareness back in a little closer to fend off the encroaching headache. I'll have to take your weapons, he said, and this time he was apologetic but unwavering. Very well, she agreed, despite the uneasiness at being disarmed that reared its head. Now. Judah shook his head. You can keep them while we're still in the lower city, it's probably safer that way. Whatever danger Judah believed possible did not materialize, and after breakfast they passed through the city without incident. The checkpoint at the Karakachi Pass showed signs of recent construction, with new stone in the ground and wooden scaffolding crawling up the walls to frame and support gaping cracks and holes. 3 guards hanging around the main entrance watched their approach but didn't challenge them as Judah led them in. Inside was cold and dark, the only light from lanterns set high up in the walls. Echoes bounced up and down the corridors and her hackles rose, her senses reaching out to orient her but revealing only the vague suggestion of other chakra signatures within the walls. Judah took 3 left turns and a right turn, led them down a flight of stairs, and opened a door that revealed a barren room with only a wooden table and another door at the far end. "Weapons and armor, please," he said, gesturing at the table. She hid her grimace and swung her travel pack up, then unhooked her katana and wakizashi from her waist, setting them on the table. Judah waited patiently as she unstrapped the kunao holster from her thigh and the senbon holsters from under her sleeves. Her all-purpose pouch followed, then the armored vest, bracers, and shin guards. Then she extracted the senbon from her hakama hems, the thin wire from her sash, the file from the collar of her yukata. Judah glanced over the pile of weaponry and then turned a closer scrutiny onto her. "Thank you. Please stand up against the wall," he said. "Amiri-chan." Hanabi took off her pack and pushed it up onto the table, then unslung her tanto in its sheath and did the same. She turned towards Judah expectantly. "Amiri-chan," she chided. Hanabi scowled and pulled out the kunao strapped to her upper arms, the lockpicks tied in her hair, and the tiny hunting knife holstered at the small of her back. She jerked her head at the weapons and crossed her arms over her chest defiantly. "Amiri," she said severely. Hanabi huffed. She produced 8 senbon and an improvised glass shiv and slapped them down onto the table. "You're a right little terror, aren't you then?" Judah said, fond and amused. "Through that next door, if you don't mind." No matter how politely stated, that was an order. She gave Hanabi a reassuring nod despite the nerves crawling up her spine. The hallway held a row of doors, she knew without checking that these would lock from the outside only. Akino made his reappearance sitting beside a short, slight shinobi a little ways down the hall, and his presence was at least reassuring. "Amiri-chan, if you would take a seat in the first room," Judah directed. "Cat 15, in the second." "Amiri-chan, would you like Akino to come in with you?" She was grateful for the offer, and Hanabi nodded slightly, her hand reaching out to curl in Akino's ruff as the ninkin padded over, rearing up to open the door for them both. Judah did not acknowledge the shinobi who waited on the other side with hands clasped behind his back. Instead, he turned and followed her into the second interrogation room. The stone table and bench had been molded from the floor itself. There were rings set into the tabletop, but Judah made no move to handcuff her or seal her chakra. Instead, he activated a seal carved into the wall with a pulse of chakra, dragged a wooden chair to the opposite side of the table, and said, "It's protocol that you be separated for initial debrief, but I figured you'd be more comfortable if you could still sense her." "Comfortable for her, yes, more dangerous for him." "You're not worried that I'll attack you?" she asked, deliberately laying her hands palm down on the surface of the table. "Ah," he said, sheepish. "This may come off as arrogant, but I'm not that concerned." That did sound blindingly arrogant, leaving a potential enemy with her chakra, but she wasn't going to complain in case things went sideways. "Let's begin," Judah said, drawing a notebook and a pencil from his flak jacket. "Please state your name and rank." "Izuki Uegayo, codename Cat 15. Umbu Operative. Affiliation: Konohagakure." Check the description for the links to the author.